251, 251. Choosing. Ben, Myra and Bella go to the magic library through the teleportation door. Macau can handle the guild's affairs for now so they don't need to worry. Their priority right now is the magic library. Myra, I will modify the library's defense systems to avoid unnecessary problems. You can proceed with our plan while I do that, says Ben. Alright, I've prepared what you asked for, says Myra. Ben nods and makes 7 clones before he leaves to do his job. Myra takes out a thick book after Ben left and goes to a room with the clones. A clone then takes out a thick book from a shelf and gives it to Myra. The book's content is the list of magic books stored in this library. Myra will copy it so they can find any book they want when the time comes. Keeping the real book list is also an option, but it might bring trouble if the real one disappears. While Myra does her job, the 7 clones spread all over the library. They will read the magic books that Ben hasn't read when he was here. The clones wear Gale Force reading glasses with 120 times reading speed enhancement, so they can read very fast. Still, there are too many magic books here, so they won't finish everything in a short time. They also can't just read too many books at once because it will burden Ben's brain a lot when they dispel themselves and their memories are sent to Ben. AI chip also needs time to process all the information that it receives from the clones and sort it out. All those processes are fast compared to the normal method where he needs to learn the books by himself, but it still takes time to finish everything. Ben also plans to copy all the magic books in this magic library and uses the copies as the guild's collections. But he still hasn't found the people that can do the job because this job is difficult. Not to mention the ones who do this must be people that he trusts because it's very important. For now, Ben just wants to improve his own power, so he sends his clones to read the books. The magic books that they prioritize are those related to his sun magic, which means that they are searching for the elements connected to the Sunday. He has prioritized them in the past, but there are still many books that he hasn't read. Also, he tries to find clues on God Slayer magic. Too bad that the magic library doesn't have anything related to Slayer magic except for the record or simple explanations. The day went without a hitch and Ben successfully modified the defense system. He is quite disappointed though because there's no clue about God Slayer magic. Zhang Crow's soul also doesn't provide much information. The fire god slayer lacrima that he got by extracting Zhang Crow's magic is more useful because he can get some information. But the information is just superficial and it's not enough. He will get the detail if he plants the lacrima in his body, but he doesn't want to. I don't want to be a fire god slayer. My target is to learn sun god slayer, so I can't use the lacrima. But the information about the magic that I got from the lacrima without planting it on myself is limited. I need the fire god slayer magic book. It seems I need to visit Grimoire Heartspace and search the Fire God Slayer magic book myself, says Ben as he goes to meet Myra. Myra has copied a quarter of the list book's content. She is fast considering the number of books on the list reaches tens of thousands. It will take at least 4 days for her to finish, but it's not really a problem. Then for the next few days, they keep working on Magic Library while going home at night through the teleportation door. They finish in a week because they reduce their working rate to not strain themselves. After Myra finished copying the list book, Ben makes a new regulation. All Fairy Tail members are allowed to choose any magic book from the Magic Library once for free. But if they want more, they need to collect contribution points. They can collect contribution points by completing jobs or other tasks that help the guild. Each magic book has different contribution points based on its rarity and grade. AI Chip has made the points for each book, so Ben just needs to write them on the list. He made this system so that everyone will work to get what they want rather than just asking. But he gives them one chance to choose any magic book they want for free. So they all need to use this chance very well. Remember this. Higher grades and rare books aren't always better for you. Choosing magic books that match you and will help with your current progress is better. You also need to consider the difficulty of learning the magic and if you have enough power to use it. A sword isn't always better than a knife. It all depends on the one who uses them. So choose wisely, says Ben after he announces the new regulation. Everyone understands what he meant and they know he is right. So they all take their time to choose the magic books carefully. They all have the same priority, which is to find the magic books that can improve their magic. All of them choose carefully and ask for each other's opinion. They also consult Ben if they choose the correct magic books. Choosing the magic book takes a long time because everyone is very careful. It takes 4 days for everyone in the guild to choose the magic books. After that, they all start to learn the magic books that they've just got. But Ben only allows them to read the magic books inside the magic library to avoid incidents like the books missing. Ben also tells them to do jobs and not just read the books. They need to keep the guild working or there won't be any quest issued to their guild anymore. The mages also can try the new spells that they've just learned. Each magic books contain some spells, so they can learn one spell at a time and use it first before learning the other spells. They aren't Ben, who has AI chip that helps him learn multiple spells at once. So they all need time to finish learning their books. The guild works normally again after that and their work rate even increases. Everyone is pumped up after they learn new spells and want to try them immediately. There's no mage who won't be happy after improving their magic. A week after the guild work properly again, Ben sets out to do his own thing. He takes an S-class job alone while also intending to go to Grimoire Heart's base. His job's location is near the base so he takes it. Ben goes alone without Bella because this might be dangerous. Also, he intends to wipe out the Grimoire Heart and kills the surviving members who left Tenro Island, so he doesn't want to bring anyone with him. He has a deep grudge towards them because they were the ones who caused Aknologia to appear on Tenro Island. It has been a long time since I killed people for revenge. The last time I did it was when I killed those gangsters on Earth that led to my execution. I did it fast at that time because that was the only way to kill them all before I got captured. But now, I can take my time for this revenge because I have the power to do so, says Ben while looking at the map that he has prepared. He smirks and says, Grimoire Heart, you will pay the price for everything you did to us. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 286 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 297 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 252. Hot Revenge. The job that Ben takes is located in a forest far to the southwest. It is close to Grimoire Heart's current base location. The Dark Guild doesn't have a fixed base location because their base is the airship that they used on Tenro Island. Luckily, Ben can track the airship using the tool that he got from Zhang Crow. The tool shows that the airship is located far to the southwest. It hasn't changed for months so Ben assumes that they don't move since they left Tenro Island. Ben knows the reason why they don't change their location. They need to repair their airship because Ben destroyed a lot of its parts. Most of their members also died on Tenro Island so they couldn't fix it fast enough. It was even a miracle that they could leave Tenro Island and reach their current location with that broken airship. Well, none of it is my problem. I will just destroy and remove them from this world, says Ben with a deep angry tone. Ben drives fast and only takes some short rests along the way. He reaches a beach after 2 days but the compass-like tool still points to the southwest. So Ben immediately transforms his light runner into a boat and sails on the sea. After 5 hours, he finally reaches a small island and can see the top part of Grimoire Heart's airship that isn't covered by trees. He grins and moves fast to the island. He stores Light Runner in his spatial storage and walks to the airship. Ben just walks confidently without hiding his presence. He even spread his magic power a little to tell everyone that he is there. He doesn't want to bother searching for them so he will make them come to him. His plan works because some dark mages have waited for him near the airship. Most of them are Grimoire Heart's lesser members, not even worth mentioning. The only ones who piqued Ben's interest are 4 guys on the back. Rusty Rose and Kane, hey? That brown goat is Yumizu while the chicken is Kawazu. So they're the only ones who return. Azuma and Zhang Crow died, Capricorn returned to the celestial world after Zaldeo died. Altair and Mirti shouldn't have died but I don't know where they are, probably they left the guild after they get defeated. Hades and that Blue Note guy are also nowhere to be seen. Well, doesn't matter, I will destroy Grimoire Heart nonetheless, thinks Ben. You are the one from Fairy Tale. What are you doing here? Asks Rusty Rose who doesn't have his pompadour hair anymore. Why don't you guess? I'm sure you know, says Ben while smirking. How did you know our location? Asks Rusty Rose again. You don't need to know. Just know that this will be your last day, says Ben. Tisk, damn arrogant guy. Attack him. Orders Rusty Rose. The lesser members immediately cast their spells to attack Ben. Ben just takes out his sword and uses his Sun Dragon Slayer magic on it, making it glows golden bright. When the mages shoot their spell, Ben swings his sword horizontally. A bright golden sharp energy arc generates from Ben's sword and moves toward the mages. The spells that get hit by Ben's attack get destroyed instantly. Other spells that didn't get hit move toward Ben and hit him. Ben's sharp golden energy attack hits the lesser mages and cut their bodies like butter. None of them can withstand the sharp golden energy attack. It is very strong and sharp that none of their defense can stop it. In an instant, Ben kills all the lesser members of Grimoire Heart, only leaving Rusty Rose, Kane, Kawazu, and Yumizu. The 4 are very surprised by what happened because they almost get hit too. If they aren't on the back, then they won't have time to evade that attack. They look at Ben's location and get even more surprised to see Ben looks fine. He has created a solar energy barrier at the last moment to defend against the attack spells. The ground around him is destroyed but Ben is fine without any scratches on his body. He is fine, what should we do? Asks Kane nervously. What else? We need to attack and kill him. There's no other choice, says Rusty Rose while extending his hands forward. Rusty Rose gathers his magic power and chants, Tower of Ding-Er. A giant tower comes out of the ground where Ben stands and lifts him. The tower pulls him and restrains his movement. However, the restraint is too weak to stop him. It just makes him feel a little heavy. What a useless struggle, says Ben as he covers his right hand with solar energy. Sun Dragon's Solar Fist. Chants Ben as he punches the tower. Bam! Ben's punch generates a strong solar energy attack that engulfs the whole tower. It breaks the tower and destroys every part of it. Rusty Rose and Seo watch it with widened eyes full of disbelief because they all know how strong Tower of Dinger is. Shit! Ghost of, Rusty Rose can't finish his spell chanting because Ben suddenly appears in front of him and grabs his face. Bam! Ben slams Rusty Rose's head to the ground very strongly until it creates a crater. The other three can't react at all as Ben continues his attack. He grabs Yumizu's and Kawazu's hair and pulls them as he sends his knees to kick their faces. Blood spurts from their faces as their hair also gets ripped after Ben pulls them. Kane tries to attack Ben using his magic but Ben suddenly grabs Yumizu's and Kawazu's feet. He throws them toward Kane and the three of them crash onto the airship behind Kane. Yumizu and Kawazu have fallen unconscious but Kane is still awake. He looks at Ben but Ben has disappeared from his location. Suddenly a shadow covers his body so he looks up. He widens his eyes because Ben has jumped on top of him with a foot covered in solar energy. Ben stomps Kane's chest after he dropped from his jump. His stomp creates another crater, showing how powerful it is. Kane coughs some blood and some of his ribs are broken by Ben's attack. In a short time, Ben has defeated all Grimoire Hearts members. He looks at Rusty Rose who is still barely conscious after he slammed the guy's head. He approaches Rusty Rose and grabs the guy's neck before lifting him. I will only ask once. Where are your other members? Especially Hades and Blue Note, says Ben. Cough cough who knows? Asks Rusty Rose back while smirking. Ben's expression doesn't change but suddenly Rusty Rose screams in agony. His body temperature has risen a lot by Ben's magic, making Rusty Rose feels as if his body is burning. Ben will keep it up until Rusty Rose answers his question. Just to let you know, this temperature won't kill you soon. A mage of your caliber will be able to withstand it for half an hour. Also, I still have 3 people who I can ask, says Ben. Rusty Rose still stays silent but after 10 minutes, he can't withstand it anymore and finally answers. Ma Master is dead, Blue Note disappeared, you Altair and Mirti defected. I don't know where they are now, says Rusty Rose slowly with a hoarse voice as his throat is burning. I don't remember killing Hades and Master Makarov also didn't kill him. What happened? Asks Ben. Zerev, says Rusty Rose. Ben is surprised before he laughs, ha ha ha, so he was killed by someone that he worships. What a laughable story. Kill me, says Rusty Rose desperately. Ben smirks and says, sure. He throws Rusty Rose toward the other 3 unconscious dark mages and creates a big orange magic circle below them. I will kill you, but the process won't be easy. Feel the hopelessness that we felt when Aknologia attacked us because of you. Heat World. Chants Ben. An orange dome appears on the magic circle and traps the 4 inside it. The dome has a very hot temperature inside that will make them suffer. The 3 unconscious mages wake up and start to scream in agony. They try to get out but they can't because the outside layer is a barrier. Ben gets inside the airship while saying, this is the price for messing with me. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 287 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 298 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 253. Looting before working. After he entered the airship, Ben makes 7 clones and starts exploring it. He didn't explore it thoroughly in the past because his goal was just spying on Grimoire Heart's forces and destroying the airship. But now, he needs to get everything from here, especially the Fire God Slayer magic book. They have restored many parts that it looks like this airship has been repaired completely. I guess Rusty Rose used his Arc of Embodiment to recreate all the broken parts. But it doesn't seem like he knows how the airship works so it still can't be used because the mechanical parts haven't been restored completely, says Ben as he walks around. Ben and his clones search the airship thoroughly because Hades must have hidden the magic book in a very secure place. The location won't be found by normal means so he needs to be very thorough in his search. Well, it will just be a matter of time until Ben finds it. But the search proves to be far more difficult than he thought. Ben and his clones can't find any clue for hours even after the sky darkens. Hades was very meticulous in hiding his precious items that there is not a single clue can be found. Now Ben regrets killing every Grimoire Hearts mage. He can at least ask them some questions although he doubts they know anything. Hades is not stupid enough to share his secret with his mages even if he trusted them. Ben comes out of the airship to get some fresh air so he can think more clearly. He looks at the corpses of the lesser members that scatter all over the place and the burnt corpse of the 4 that he killed using Heat World. Damn, the corpses start to stink. I can't breathe some fresh air like this, says Ben as he creates a fireball on his right hand. Ben shoots fireballs at the corpses and burns them to ashes. This way the corpses won't rot and the rotten smell will disappear. Now he can finally breathe some fresh air and gaze at the bright moon. As he gazes at the moon, Ben suddenly remembers something, Hades' devil's heart. It was the device that gave Hades a lot of power, be it physical or magical power. Ben has destroyed it, but the generator where the heart was placed is still in the airship. Ben has an idea and gets inside the airship again to find the generator. He finds it easily because he knows where it is and he saw it when he explored it before. He just didn't search it thoroughly before because it's not functioning again. This device was connected to Hades at all times when he was alive, right? It might have a clue of where he hid all his treasures, says Ben as he approaches the generator. Without the devil's heart installed on it, the generator is not working. But it's not a problem for Ben, who has good experience with magic items. He also has AI chip, a supercomputer that can hack even magic. Ben puts his left hand on where the devil's heart was located and pours his magic power into it. His magic power immediately flows on the circuits. AI chip immediately works to detect anything that Ben's magic power touch. Scanning devil's heart generator. The structure of the devil's heart generator is being drawn by AI chip. Some magic defense systems that were installed also get hacked quickly and get deactivated. Ben just needs to follow AI chip's instructions to break the defense. But the generator has too many systems in it and needs a high amount of magic power. Luckily, Ben's magic power is high enough to supply the generator until he breached all the systems. Now the generator has accepted him as its new owner. So he kept it here, hey? That's very smart, Hades, says Ben as he does something with the generator. Suddenly, a small square spatial hole appears in front of the generator. Ben touches it and pours his magic power into it. Again, he reclaims its ownership like what he did with the generator and it succeeds. But then he pours more magic power into it and many items suddenly fall to the floor. It is a subspace to store items just like Ben's spatial storage. But it is connected with the devil's heart generator and needs a high amount of power to be opened. I want to say that Hades is smart to be able to make spatial storage, but it's just a relic from the past. But well, I can study it to improve my spatial storage, says Ben as he holds a black cube with runes engraved on it. Ben then checks the items that fall to the floor. There are some precious magic items or ingredients, but he doesn't really care about those. He only cares about the magic books, especially the Fire God Slayer magic book. Nice, now I can really start my research to create Sun God Slayer magic, says Ben as he holds a thick black book which is the Fire God Slayer magic book. He doesn't immediately opens and read it, but he stores it in his spatial storage mark along with the other items. He will learn them later because it will take time and he also has a job to do for now. So he leaves the island and goes back to the mainland. Ben immediately goes to his job location to not waste his time. His job is clearing a lacrima crystal mine that gets taken over by magical creatures last month. The dense ether nano inside the mine has attracted many magical creatures into it. They have installed many defense mechanisms and hired mages to defend against magical creatures' attacks. It's not the first time the attack happened, but this is the first time they fail to defend the mine because the magical creatures are strong. There are many magical creatures inside and there are some strong individuals. The boss is a strong S-class magical creature, a basilisk. It was the reason why they failed to defend the mine. Ben has an idea to finish this job fast and most of the magical creatures at once. He goes to the mine's main entrance and prepares his magic. A big bright orange magic circle appears in front of him. Many magical creatures run to attack him, but Ben finishes his magic before they can attack him. Sun Dragon's Heat Wave. Chance Ben. A very hot heat energy is shot from the magic circle. It enters the mine and hits all the magical creatures inside. All of them immediately scream and writhe in agony because of the heat that cooks their bodies. The heat spread all over the mine tunnels and hits all the creatures inside. It doesn't take long for the heat to fill the entirety of the mine and comes out from the other entrances. Everyone who comes with Ben can hear the painful scream of the dying creatures inside the mine. Now I start to feel sorry for them, comments a man while shivering. Why would you feel sorry for those damn things? They've killed and eaten our brethren. Their dying scream is like music to my ears now, says another man as he clenches his fist. They have different feelings now, but they all are still happy that the creatures inside die quickly. Ben keeps his spell for some minutes until he can't sense any living being inside. When he finishes, hot steams are coming out of the mine and the people that follow him can feel the strong heat even from afar. You guys wait here while I check the mine to see if all the creatures are dead, says Ben to the audience. They all nod and he enters the mine by himself. This kind of heat is not a problem for Ben, who had high immunity to heat. He just can't bear the smell of cooked magical creatures, so he moves fast. In the deepest part, Ben finds the basilisk that has green and blue scales still barely alive. An S-class creature can't be killed easily, after all. So Ben takes out his sword and cuts the basilisk's head immediately before it can attack him. Ben sighs and says, "Now how should I clean up everything?" You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 288 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 299 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 254. Airship. Ben's job finishes after he removed the heat from the mine. If he let it be, the mine will stay hot for days and the miners can't use it. It needs some effort to remove the heat, but it's better than fighting the magical creatures one by one. After he finished the job, Ben gets a special job request from the miners. They ask him to build a new defense system after they know that he can make it. So he stays there for one more day to build a new defense system against wild magical creatures. Everyone there is very impressed by his work because his defense system is far stronger than the previous one. The mages who work there try to break the defense system as a test, but none of them can damage it even a little. After finishing everything, Ben returns to the island where Grimoire Heart's airship is located. Nothing changes on the island and it is still the same as before. He comes back here because he has a good plan for this airship. Ben plans to make this airship into his guild's property. But it will need a lot of repairing and modification before it can become Fairy Tale's airship. So he will take his time and do the necessary job slowly. This airship is still damaged and can't be operated, so he can't take it back to Magnolia. Even if it can fly, Ben can't drive it because of his motion sickness. So he installs a teleportation door that will allow him to come here and return to Magnolia anytime. I think I need to do something before I return, says Ben after he installed the door. The thing that he needs to do is remove the tool that informs all Grimoire Heart's members about the airship's location. As long as he removes the tool on the airship, then the tools that each member has won't work and the airship's location will not be known. Ben has thought about leaving the tool works to bait the remaining members of Grimoire Heart. But then he thinks that it is too troublesome, and if other legal guilds or magic council know about the airship, they will surely want to get it, so it's better to hide the airship from anyone. After removing the tool, Ben returns to his office through the teleportation door. No one is surprised anymore by his sudden appearance because they've used to the teleportation door. They all just work normally when Ben comes out of his office to report his job. When he enters the guild hall, Ben gets attacked by Bella. She flies toward him and hugs his face tightly because she misses him. He didn't go for too long, but Bella, who always joined him in his job, is quite lonely because he didn't bring her for this job. Bad Ben. Bad. Bad. Yells Bella while tearing up a little. All right, I'm sorry. I will bring you next time I take a job, says Ben while patting her head. Bella nods and keeps clinging to Ben without any intention to let him go. Phew, as much as she likes to be with me, the one she likes the most is still you. She kept asking when you'll return every few hours, says Myra. Ben smiles and rubs Bella's head. Sorry for this, Bella. I just did a troublesome job, so I couldn't bring you with me. Here, I've bought a new kind of milk for you. Ben takes out a bottle of milk and gives it to Bella. She takes it but still clings to Ben even when she drinks it. She really doesn't want to let him go, making everyone giggle at her cute behavior. He can't do anything about it, so Ben just lets her stay like that as he makes a report of his job completion. Then he asks Myra what happened in the guild while he left. Most of them are normal things that don't need his attention except for one thing. A letter from Magic Council came yesterday and Ben immediately read it. The letter is about the tournament for the Wizard Saint position that Ben proposed. It really takes a long time for them to decide about this because they need to think about it thoroughly. Basically, they accept the proposal and will hold the tournament every year publicly. But the requirements are very strict and not everyone can join it. That's for sure because the position of Wizard Saint is important. The most important requirements are power, background check, and affiliation. Power is a must because a Wizard Saint needs to be strong, while a background check is needed to avoid spies like Jalal and Altair in the past. As for affiliation, it is stated that the contestants come from any nation in Ishgard and someone from the same guild with a Wizard Saint can't participate. If a guild has more than one Wizard Saint, they will have too much power, after all, and Magic Council can't let that happen. TCH, they are unnecessarily sharp about this. Now I can't make Myra a Wizard Saint even if I want because of this. Sigh, whatever, this is enough to let me know about other guilds' strongest forces. Even mages who aren't from guilds can participate, so it can be used as a place to scout new members, says Ben. Many non-affiliated mages will surely join this tournament because it is a good chance for them. The wage and special treatments for Wizard Saints are very tempting for anyone. With this tournament, everyone will have an equal chance, so no one will want to miss it. The first tournament will be held next year in Fiore's royal capital because the idea comes from me, a Wizard Saint from Fiore. For the next years, they will hold it in other nations in rotation to make it fair. Well, that's good enough. I can use those chances as trips, says Ben. But Ben also knows that leaving the guild for the tournament is risky. He needs to increase the defense system so that the guild will be safe when he leaves it. After all, it won't be just him who leaves because many will also go with him to watch the tournament. Battles between strong mages can be a good lesson for us, so I must take them to watch, especially the young mages. But we also need to be careful because problems might arise when we meet mages from other guilds and nations. Sigh, and with fairy tales mages' personalities, problems will come sooner or later, so I need to prepare for it, says Ben as he keeps the letter in file storage. A few days later, Ben calls some engineers that are affiliated with their guild. They will work to repair and modify the airship that he took from Grimoire Heart. He only gathers those that he trusts and also hides the fact that the airship was Grimoire Heart's property. Ben just tells them that it is an airship that he get from a dark guild that he destroyed. Telling them that it was Grimoire Heart's possession might cause trouble later, after all. Even if he trusts them, he can't tell them the fact or it might endanger them because Grimoire Heart is one of the biggest dark guilds. He has worked with AI Chip on what to do with the airship. Most of the parts will be changed, especially the engine, control, defense, and attack systems. Basically, Ben changes almost everything except for the base body. He estimates that the airship will finish in 6 months. There are many things to do because he changes a lot of things, after all. He doesn't want an airship that can only fly, so all those changes are necessary. After he gives the engineers their tasks, Ben takes the Fire God Slayer magic book. Now that we finish that, I can focus on learning this. Just you wait, Acknowledge. I will turn you into ashes in the future. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 289 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 300 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 255. Searching data. With the Fire God Slayer magic book in his hands, Ben can finally start his research to create Sun God Slayer magic. AI Chip has scanned the book but he still reads it himself. Understanding the book by himself is also important, after all. The first step in the research is by comparing the Fire God Slayer magic with Ben's Sun Dragon's and Devil Slayer's fire magic. His fire magic is different from Fire Dragon and Devil Slayer but it is still fire so the principle is the same. The purpose of comparing them is to find the characteristics of God Slayer magic. If they know the characteristics, they will know how to make it. By using the characteristics that they find, Ben and AI Chip can make Sun God Slayer magic from Sun Dragon and Devil Slayer magic. All those steps seem easy but it's actually very difficult and time consuming. With AI Chip's help, the work will finish faster but it still won't finish in an instant. Well, creating new magic can take years so it's normal actually. But with AI Chip's help, those years will be reduced to months at most. AI Chip has a lot of data and super fast computing ability that will make the research much faster. Ben even doesn't need to actively participate and works on other things. It will be good if I can get other types of God Slayer magic. But they are not candies that I can get just because I want them. Wait. Maybe I should check the council. Even if they don't have God Slayer magic books, they should have good magic books. I need to read more magic types too if I want to dispel the magic on Tenro Island, ponders Ben. Ben doesn't go to Magic Council's branch by himself, he sends a clone to go there. His clone magic has reached high mastery that it won't get dispelled no matter how far apart he and his clones are. They will get weakened as they go further though and still get destroyed if they receive too much damage. Still, it's not a problem to send a clone because the job is not fighting. The clone's job is just to go there and set up a teleportation door for Ben to cross. He received a residence there after he became a wizard saint so he will set up the door in that building. While the clone is on its way to the Magic Council branch, Ben enjoys his time in Magnolia. He does his job as a guild master, checking the airship, working on the God Slayer magic, nurturing their young mages, and having fun with Bella and Myra. 2 days later, the teleportation door finally is set on his wizard saint residence. He immediately goes there and goes to the council building. He asks for permission to use the council's library and get it easily. The library is actually in Magic Council's HQ in Era. It will take a long time to go there but Ben can go there in an instant using the council's teleportation device. As a wizard saint, Ben can use it freely. He immediately goes to the library and starts to read the books there. To make it faster, Ben makes clones and they all use the best Gale Force reading glasses. Their reading speed is very fast and makes other people's jaws drop. The number of books here is less than the ones in Magic Library. But it has books from other continents, nations, and newly created magic. Surely there aren't too many of them but they are enough to make Ben very excited. However, there are still many books that Ben has read in Magic Library or other places, so he skips them. Still, from the list of books in this library, they don't seem to have any God Slayer magic book. Well, something like that won't be placed in a library that can be accessed by other people. If someone has a God Slayer magic book, I'm sure they will keep it for themselves. They might try to learn it themselves or teach it to their disciples. The ones that might have it must be high-ranking people. It's a gamble but I think I will spy on those people, thinks Ben. When the night comes, Ben leaves the library and goes to his residence in Era. Wizard Saints have a residence in each council's branch in every nation. Their residences in Era are even bigger than the ones on the branches because it is used more often. Ben sets up a teleportation door too in this residence. Then he makes 7 clones and sends them to spy on the high-ranking officers. He doesn't spy on the 4 gods of Ishgar though because it is too dangerous. Besides, he doesn't know where they are because their whereabouts are confidential. He also doubts that he can spy on them with his current abilities. If they find out about his spying, then Fairy Tail might be put in danger. So for now, Ben will just go for the high-ranking officials of the Magic Council. They are also mages and have sufficient power. But they are still lacking compared to Wizard Saints in terms of power, so it won't be hard to spy on them. For the next days, Ben keeps his routine to read in the library while spying on the council's high-ranking officials. His clones use transformation magic to become small creatures like rats and bugs to make their job easier. At night, Ben will return to Magnolia through his teleportation door and spends his night with Myra. They still need to hide their nightly activity from Bella though. It is very difficult because Bella always wants to sleep with them. Luckily, they can hide it smoothly and never get caught by her. So their days went by normally without many problems. The guild also works nicely and everyone keeps getting stronger, making their job completion ratio increase. After more than 3 months, Ben finally finishes reading the books in the Magic Council's library. It would be much faster if he used his clones to help. But they were on espionage missions and couldn't help him read, so he read alone. Ben is happy that he finishes reading the books in the library. But he still can't find anyone who has information about Godslayer magic. He gets some interesting info like someone's cheating on his wife though. Sigh, I guess I'll give up. AI Chip has started to build the Sun Godslayer magic after finding the characteristics last month. I hope it will be fine with all the new data we get from the library. The airship parts will also finish soon so I can't keep dwelling on this. We will also have a big event next week so I need to prepare for it, says Ben as he goes back to his residence. Ben wants to recall his clones but suddenly one of them calls him first. His tired expression turns into an excited one in an instant. The clone tells him that someone has the Book of Wind Godslayer magic. After knowing it, Ben immediately makes a plan. He executed his plan at night and infiltrate his target's place. His target is the current chairman of Magic Council, Grandoma. Ben doesn't know where the old man gets the book but he is thankful for it. Ben transforms into a cockroach and infiltrates Grandoma's house. He breaks through many defense systems without any problem and none of them get activated. AI Chip's ability is very useful at times like this. He finds the book in a secret case after searching it for hours. Ben immediately scans it using AI Chip and returns it to its place after he finished. He doesn't steal it because he only needs the data inside the book. Besides, even if he steals it, he can't teach it to anyone because then they will know that he is the one who stole the book and he will be a wanted man. It's too much trouble just for getting the data inside the book so he doesn't steal it. Ben smiles as he leaves Grandoma's place. Nice, now the creation of Sun Godslayer magic will run smoother. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 290 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 301 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 256. Wedding. Myra, hurry up, we can't be late, calls Ben as he combs his hair. Wait a minute, I'm almost done, says Myra from inside her room. After a while, Myra finally comes out of the room and they go out of the house. Ben, Myra, and Bella are coming out of their house wearing pretty suits and dresses. The suit and dresses have red as their main color and black accents in some locations. The 3 of them also wear accessories like flowers, watches, hairpins, etc. Myra also put on better makeup today and she also puts some on Bella. They all are dressing themselves a lot more than usual because there is an important event today. Today, Altsac and Biskza are getting married so they need to dress well. It is a week after Ben returned from Magic Council HQ in Era. Everyone in the guild has been preparing for this since then and now is the wedding date. Ben, Myra, and Bella go to the cathedral immediately even though it's still early in the morning. As the guild master, Ben can't be late when his guild's members are getting married. This wedding is also a kind of guild event, after all. When the 3 arrive in front of the cathedral, they can see decorations everywhere. Everyone has worked hard in these last few days to make all of these, after all. They all are very excited to have their members getting married. The 3 get inside the cathedral but they separate and go to different rooms. Ben goes to meet with Altsac while Myra and Bella go to meet Biskza. They are checking and making sure everything goes well before it starts. Ben gets inside a room where the groom is getting prepared. There are some people inside who help Altsac prepare himself or just accompany him. Altsac himself is walking back and forth while fidgeting nervously. What's wrong, Al? You want to pee? Asks Ben while smirking. And no, I'm just too nervous. What if I mess up later and Biskza hates me, says Altsack worriedly. Come on, just relax. It won't happen so don't worry, says Macau, trying to calm Altsack. But, says Altsack unsurely. Ben sighs and grabs Altsack's shoulder. Your shoulder is very stiff, you are very nervous, hey? I'm sure I will also be nervous if I were in your situation. I don't know if it will help but I have a way to remove your nervousness. Do you want to try it? Altsack smiles happily, alright, let's try it. Ben also smiles and he suddenly pinches Altsack's waist. Altsack screams in pain as he tries to release himself from Ben's pinch but it doesn't work. After a while, Ben finally releases his pinch, and Altsack rubs the spot while tearing up. See? Your trembling has gone, says Ben. It sure is, but now it really hurts, says Altsack. Well, the pain will take over the nervousness, so it's not that bad, right? It's just a small price compared to making Bisksa happy, isn't it? At least for today, you need to be the one who takes the lead. Bisksa was the one who proposed, so today, you need to man up for her. This is your day. You are the main character today, you understand? Asks Ben firmly. Altsack gets a realization and his expression gets serious as he replies, yes, sir. Good, now let's make this the best day in your life, says Ben. The men then leave the room to get ready because the ceremony will start soon. Altsack is still a little nervous but he is far better than before and he doesn't tremble anymore. The wedding will proceed smoothly as long as he can keep his composure. After a while, the ceremony finally starts. Many people attend this wedding. There aren't just fairy tale mages but many town folks also come. They have lived on Magnolia for years so they surely know a lot of people. The wedding ceremony proceeds smoothly and finishes without a hitch. If there is an unexpected situation, then it would be when Myra caught the flower bouquet that Bisksa threw. Everyone is looking at Ben with teasing eyes after that, making him uncomfortable. After the ceremony, they hold a wedding party in front of the guild. It's a public event so anyone can join it. The mages have prepared a big stage there, decorated with flowers and other pretty items. There are many tables filled with food and drinks too. The guild is sponsoring this party so it becomes quite big. Ben decided to do this because he wanted to show the public that Fairy Tail has come back after having a difficult time. The 3 months mourning period that the guild members have agreed on has passed so they can be more open now. The public was still under the assumption that Fairy Tail was still grieving their loss, after all. So this wedding is a good chance to show them that Fairy Tail has returned. Ben hopes their job quests will increase again after this. For the party, they've invited some performers like musicians and dancers. They also have some mages perform on the stage, showing off their magic. For normal people, a magic show is always entertaining no matter how bad it is. Ben and Myra also perform on the stage although it's not a magic show. They are singing with Ben's students playing the instruments and Bella dancing in front of them. The songs were Ben's ideas which were songs from Earth. They sing All of Me by John Legend, Thinking Out Loud by Ed Sheeran, and A Thousand Years by Christina Perri. Ben wasn't a musician and never learned music. He is just a normal man who likes to listen to some songs, so he doesn't actually know how to play them. But he has the invincible AI chip that can even make the song compositions from his memories. He just needs to follow AI chip's instructions and it all goes well. The others like those songs so they are very excited to play them. As for singing, well, there is a magic spell that can help him. This spell is from Sound Magic and it works like auto-tune. Ben actually can sing decently but he still uses the spell because he isn't that confident in his singing skill. Regardless, everyone enjoys their performance. The songs are fresh and good, making them all dance happily. Ben and Myra's chemistry while singing and Bella's cute dance also melt people's hearts. Al and Bisksa also dance on the stage while Ben and Myra sing. This is their party, so they need to enjoy this to the fullest. Ben and Myra also just sing even though they want to dance too. But they hold themselves because this is Al and Bisksa's day so they shouldn't take all the attention. The wedding party ends in the afternoon and everyone is satisfied with it. It has been a long time since Magnolia holds a big event like this. No one in the town has the heart to do it after what happened to Fairy Tail. The guild is a big benefactor to the town and the people for years. That's why the tragedy that fell upon Fairy Tail is also a tragedy for Magnolia. Sure, the town can still run without Fairy Tail but if something unexpected happens, then it might be destroyed without Fairy Tail's protection. After the party ends, Ben gives Altsack a special gift. He has booked a VIP room in a luxury hotel for the newlywed couple. It is Ben's personal gift for them because they've been helping him a lot since he became the guild master, especially Bisksa. What's wrong, Myra? Asks Ben while looking at Myra who seems to be daydreaming after they go home. Ah? No, it's nothing, says Myra flusteredly. Ben pats her head and smiles, don't worry, I will make our wedding bigger than this. That's, Myra blushes and can't continue her words. Ben doesn't say it directly but he basically says that they will marry in the future. Myra is happy that he has thought about that and that night she gives him a lot of care. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 291 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 302 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 257. Preparing. After Altsax and Bisk's wedding finished, Ben focuses on managing the guild and researching the Sun God Slayer magic. He also helps their mages develop themselves by giving them some advice. Ben is the most knowledgeable mage in Fairy Tale right now, so he can give advice to most of their mages. Nothing unusual happened to Fairy Tale for the rest of the year. They aren't holding any big event again this year after the wedding. Fairy Tale just focuses on taking jobs and increases their job completion rate. The big wedding party really helps them because they get more job quests now. Everyone is also eager to take jobs more frequently. They can't slack off after Ben has put a lot of effort into their guild's development. All of them also don't want to disappoint their friends on Tenro Island when they return. They don't know when the Tenro Island team will return, but they know that the day will come sooner or later. Ben is working hard to find a solution so they can't just stay silent doing nothing. Myra and Ben also takes S-class jobs often because they are the only ones who can take those jobs. Completing S-class jobs is very important for their guild. S-class jobs affect their guild's prestige a lot. If they can't finish difficult jobs like S-class jobs, then people's trust will reduce and they will only get easy jobs with low difficulty. Easy jobs also mean low rewards, which will affect their fund. A big magic guild like Fairy Tale needs a lot of money to work properly. That's why Ben and Myra are working hard to finish their S-class jobs. With their power, they never fail to finish the S-class jobs that they take. Myra has improved a lot this year because Ben has helped her improve her power. Ben even has the confidence that Myra can take a 10 years quest now. But he still doesn't let her take it because the danger level is too high and they have never taken it before, be it Ben or Myra. That's why they will take it together in the future but not now. Furthermore, the 10 years quest might take a long time to finish. They can't afford to leave their guild for a long time in their current situation. So they just do what they usually do and get stronger for now. Then in February year X786, a big event that takes Ishgar's attention is being held. It's the tournament for the Wizard Saint position that Ben proposed. The first tournament is being held in Fiori's capital. For this event, Ben and Jura are called specially to set up the venue. Battles between high-ranked mages are very dangerous and can destroy their surrounding. That's why they need to make the venue strong enough to withstand the effects and prevent damage to their surroundings. Fiori's royal capital already has an arena to hold battle tournaments. But it is not strong enough to withstand high-caliber battles like these. So they need to strengthen it for this tournament and do other preparations. Jura will use his earth magic to strengthen the whole arena. As for Ben, he will enchant the arena after being strengthened by Jura's magic. He will also set up barriers to protect the audience and block stray magic spells. Of course, Ben and Jura are getting paid handsomely by the kingdom. This tournament will give the kingdom a lot of profit, so their high fees are insignificant. A lot of people from all over Ishgar will come, after all, so it will boost Fiori's economy. Ben also heard that Fiori gets an idea from this tournament and will hold something similar. He doesn't know the details, so he will just wait for it. If it benefits Fairy Tale, then he doesn't have any problem with it. How is it, Ben? Do you think the arena will hold the damage? Asks Jura. Ben smirks and says, even wizard saints will have a hard time destroying our work. Well, the 4 gods of Ishgar might be able to destroy it easily. But those guys aren't competing, and I doubt there are contestants with strength on Par with 4 gods of Ishgar. Yeah, they are strong beyond reason. I doubt there is someone stronger or at least on Par with them on Ishgar, says Jura. Hey, we never know. I never said that there isn't someone stronger than them, says Ben. But you said there won't be any contestant with such power, says Jura. That's right, among the contestant that is. Those with power rivaling the 4 gods of Ishgar will not participate in this tournament. After all, there's no way that they haven't been offered the position of wizard saints. Even if they haven't, they would try to get it before if they want it. But the fact that they didn't do it means that they aren't interested, so they won't participate, says Ben. Do you think such people exist? Asks Jura. Why can't they exist? Ishgar is vast and many types of people live here. It won't be strange if there are strong people who are hidden from the public, says Ben. That makes sense. There are people stronger than me but don't hold the title of Wizard Saint. I guess it's possible for people with strength rivaling the 4 gods of Ishgar to exist. Well, that's that. Ben, I want to ask the reason for you to propose the council to make this tournament, says Jura. It's simple, for fun. You know that I don't like the current Magic Council, right? I just want to mess with them and give them more jobs. Having people competing for our positions is also good because it will make the Wizard Saint realize that there are people as powerful as the out there. I don't know much about the other wizard saints, but I have a feeling that they are already satisfied with their power. I want them to have the feeling of crisis when they see there are people with similar strengths as them. Well, I also want to see powerful magic, says Ben. You talk long, but I think the last part is the real reason. I've heard many talks about how you were visiting the council's library for months. You are someone with a strong curiosity toward magic, so that last part must be your real reason, says Jura. Ben doesn't say anything and just smiles while looking at the arena. The ground and walls seem very sturdy because of Jura. Combined with Ben's enchantment, his arena becomes sturdy enough to not get destroyed even when wizard saints fight here. Of course, he is sure of it because he and Jura have tested it. They tried to attack the arena using their magic and no spell can reach the audience even though they used strong spells. If even a direct attack can't break it, then the indirect impact caused by battles won't break it either. I'm really anticipating this tournament. As a new wizard saint, I'm sure the one who wins this tournament and gets the chance to challenge one of the wizard saints will choose me. He, I'm looking forward to it, says Ben excitedly. So this is your true intention, sigh, says Jura while sighing. Ben just grins before he leaves the arena, followed by Jura. There are still some days before the tournament starts, so they return to their guilds. Time flies fast and finally, the tournament day comes. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 292 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 303 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 258. Opening. The Wizard Saint Tournament Day finally comes. People from all over Ishgar come to Fiori's royal capital to watch the tournament. It's very rare for them to be able to watch battles between strong mages, after all. Almost all legal guilds all over Ishgar participate in this tournament, be they big, medium, or small guilds. Well, it's not the guilds that participate but their representatives. They all send their aces and some guild masters even participate. This is the first tournament, so all strong mages are very interested and want to join. Even mages from independent guilds or those without any affiliations also join. The Wizard Saint position is just too tempting for any mage. Besides, they will still get good rewards even if they can't become a Wizard Saint as long as they ranked high enough in the tournament. The Council and Kingdom have prepared prizes for those who reach high ranking in this tournament to make more people participate. Their strategy works and many mages really participate. Many people also come to watch that it makes all lodgings full. The Kingdom even need to build tents outside the city as temporary lodging for those who didn't get any place in the city. The high rise in visitors also makes the economy prosper. Luckily the Kingdom has prepared for it and called many merchants from all over Fiori. Some foreign merchants even come to sell their products here, they don't want to lose a big chance like this. The match will start tomorrow and today they will just hold an opening ceremony. All participants, their guilds, and also the audience gather to watch the ceremony. Those who can't enter the stadium watch from the screens outside. Right before the ceremony started, everyone's attention is drawn by something. They look up to the sky and see a massive airship fly on top of them. It's a white airship with gold accents and a gold guild mark. That mark, it's Fairy Tale. Shouts someone in the crowd. The airship really belongs to Fairy Tale. It is the one that Ben get from Grimoire Heart and has been modified by him and some engineers. Its base shape is still the same as when Grimoire Heart had it, but now it has a white color with gold accents instead of black. They also removed the sharp edges and make them rounder to make the airship less intimidating. The wing ornaments also have been changed from bat-like wings into fairy wings. There are big Fairy Tale marks on the airship's front with big Fairy Tale words on the left and right. It's not only the exterior that has been changed but also the interiors. The dark and scary interiors have become brighter with peaceful and friendly design. They also planted some plants and flowers in the top room that has glasses covering the room. As everyone's attention is on Fairy Tale's new airship, someone suddenly falls from the airship onto the arena. The loud drop impact sound makes people's attention shift to it. They all see a man standing in the middle of the arena. It's Ben. Who is that? Asks someone in the crowd. You don't know him? He is the current guild master of Fairy Tale and the youngest wizard saint in history, Ben Cooper, replies someone else. The youngest? How old is he? Asks another one. He is 18Y.0 now, and he became a wizard saint and guild master last year when he was still 17 years old, replies the one who replied before. Those who hear it are amazed and the info spread fast among the people. The participants also now become interested in Ben. All of them have heard about Ben but many of them have never seen him before. So it's him, the most common target in this tournament, says a participant. His seat will be mine after this tournament, says another participant. Most of the participants are targeting Ben for their Wizard Saint title match. Only a few target other Wizard Saint and some haven't decided yet. But some participants who have good brains actually are wary of Ben. These wary people know that if Ben can become a Wizard Saint at his age, then his power is nothing to scoff at. For them, he is actually scarier than the old fogies who became wizard saint in their old age. Did you really need to show up like that? Asks Jura, who approaches Ben with an eyebrow raised. You jealous? Asks Ben teasingly. As if. Anyway, the ceremony will start, let's go to our position, says Jura. Both of them then go to their position, which is beside the royal family. They are the only wizard saints who attend this ceremony personally. The others only join through virtual because they aren't too interested in watching the tournament. They will still watch the tournament through virtual. If there are interesting mages, then they will come to watch. They'll also come if they are being chosen as opponents by the winner of the tournament. The opening ceremony starts soon afterward and the kingdom really goes all out for this. It's like a festival instead of a tournament opening ceremony. Well, they don't want to lose face to all the visitors who came from all over Ishgar. Everyone enjoys the first day by touring the royal capital. The kingdom has hired mages from some of Fiori's magic guilds including Fairy Tail. So now some members who take the job are guarding some locations. Meanwhile, the other members are touring the city. Myra and Bella also walk around the city while buying stuff. Surprisingly, they are accompanied by Ben, who should be staying in the stadium with Jura and the royal family. Are you sure it will be fine? Asks Myra. What is? You buying that cake that can make you fat or leaving a clone for the ceremony? Asks Ben. Myra pouts and pinches Ben's waist, the clone. Ouch, ouch. It will be fine, no one will realize anyway. If a problem arises, I can just teleport there. Besides, Jura is there so there won't be any problem. I prefer walking around with you two rather than staying there doing nothing but watching. Tomorrow is the main event anyway and I need to watch all the battles and stay guard to prevent accidents. Now is my only chance to enjoy my day, says Ben. I guess you're right, says Myra. Ben, brown milk, says Bella. Ben takes out a bottle of chocolate milk and gives it to Bella. Then they resume their walk while buying stuff like other people. There are some new things from other nations that are sold by the foreign merchants that piqued their interest. They walk around the city until the night before they go to a mansion that Ben has rented for their guild. The other guild members have arrived before them. They all are having a drinking party in the hall just like what they usually do in their guild building. You guys have made this your home, huh? And why you even bought liquors, says Ben as he watches them drink the liquors that they bought today. There are some liquors that we never tasted before, so of course, we are curious. Come on, you need to try these too, says Jet as he offers a bottle to Ben. Ben sighs and takes the bottle before he joins the boys to drink the liquor. They drink until midnight and go to sleep afterward. They can't drink till morning or they won't be able to watch the tournament tomorrow. Then the next day, the first day of the tournament finally come. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 293 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 304 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 259. First round. Finally, the Wizard Saint tournament starts after a grand opening on the previous day. There are 243 participants in this tournament, a rather high number. They've passed background checks by Magic Council to make sure that they are not criminals. Originally, there are more than 1,000 people who registered. But most of them didn't have good records of finishing difficult jobs. Many of them also have bad reputations even though they aren't criminals, so the Magic Council disqualify them. But 243 is still a high number for this tournament and the number of matches will be high. They use a knockout system in this tournament but it will take too long if all 243 people fight individually. So they need to reduce the number before the knockout matches start. The first round will be a battle royale with the participants being divided into 8 groups. They will select 4 people who survive the battle royal of each group. Then, they will get 32 people who will compete in knockout matches. 5 groups are composed of 30 participants each, while the other 3 groups are composed of 31 participants. The first group will start their battle royale at 8 am. Each group's battle royale has a time limit of an hour and there will be an hour break from 12 am to 1 pm. The participants in each group are chosen randomly. Well, it's not fully random because Ben and Jura did something in the group division. They aren't cheating though, they just make sure that those from the same guilds won't be in the same group. There are some participants who came from the same guilds. They might work together if they are in the same group. So Ben and Jura tamper the group division to separate those people so the match will be fairer. They also choose the participants for each group right before the group match started so the participants won't know who they'll fight against. The same method will also be applied in the knockout matches. This method will prevent the participants from learning about their opponents before their matches. Being able to defeat unknown opponents will show their quality as mages. Well, if they are determined, they still can learn all participants' power and weaknesses. Then at 8 am, the first group finally start their battle royale match. 30 people who are spread all over the arena immediately make their move. The audience yells excitedly and some support their favorite participants. When the match starts, most participants immediately use their magic. Many kinds of spells are being cast all over the arena. Seeing so many spells activated at the same time makes the audience get even more excited. Some participants target the ones closest to them, some attack the ones that they know or have grudge against, while some just retreat and do nothing but watch. These guys want to save their energy and wait for the number of participants to reduce. Ben and Jura are standing on a special platform right beside the arena. They need to stay there and keep their guards up to prevent accidents. Myra, Bella, and Lion's group also join them on the platform to have a better look at the match. Sigh, it's quite disappointing that I can't participate in this tournament because those from the same guilds with Wizard Saints aren't allowed to join, says Lion. Even if you can join it, do you have the confidence to get the Wizard Saint position? Asks Ben. No, I am not strong enough to challenge for that position. There is still a big gap in strength between me and the Wizard Saints. I know Jura-san's strength really well and I am nowhere near that level now. But still, joining this tournament will give me a lot of experience, says Lion. Well, there are many strong mages who compete here. Some faces are quite famous and there are even some that we never heard of, says Myra. That's what makes this tournament more interesting. Unknown people, unknown magic, unknown result, says Lion. Just like what Lion said, there are some unknown factors in this tournament. Those unknowns don't just pique Lion's interest, but almost all mages here. Ben isn't an exception and maybe he is the most excited one among everyone here. As I thought, creating this tournament is the right call. There are many types of magic that I've never seen before. I know them because I've read them in books. But this is the first time I see them being used. There are even some that I've never even heard of, thinks Ben while grinning excitedly. Ben looks at every magic that is used in this battle royale. AI chip records everything and analyzes all the magic that gets used. Just the first battle royale group has given AI chip a lot of data that can't be found from books only. Great, if we can collect this much data just from the first match, then the whole tournament will give us much more, I can't even imagine that. We will be able to strengthen all my spells and even the others' spells a lot, thinks Ben while grinning excitedly. Ben keeps watching the match and some people stand out from the others. There are 7 people that show superior power over the rest. These 7 really become the ones who stand the last. But only 4 people in each group can pass this round so they need to fight. It has just been half an hour, there are still 30 minutes left. They fight again and 18 minutes later, the first group's battle royale finishes with 3 men and a woman as the ones who pass. Ben and Jura check and repair the arena before the next match start. There isn't much damage so they can finish fast. 12 minutes later, at 10 AM, the second group finally starts their battle royale. This group also has many interesting people who use interesting magic. Even some who use common magic have unique and unusual styles. The same magic can be really different because of the user's different interpretations, understanding, and ways of utilizing it. These differences cause the magic's power to be different for each user of the same magic. Magic power capacities also affect the power, but those factors also have big effects. The example is how Lion and Grey use their ice make magic. They use the same magic but they have different styles which make their usage and power to be different. Some participants also use the same magic but the way they use it is very different. Ben asks AI chip to analyze all of those and compare them. He doesn't use them but the data will be useful to develop his magic. The battle royale matches keep going until 5 PM and 32 participants have passed. Everyone who watched today's matches is very pleased. All the matches are quite intense and they could see many kinds of magic. Well, many people are displeased though. They are those who lost and their friends. But this is a competition. Winning and losing are something that will surely happen. They lost because they are weaker than their opponents, that's it. However, they still get valuable experiences even though they lost. They need to get stronger if they want to win next year. Those who are truly strong will never give up just because of a loss. Well, some idiots can't accept defeat and making a ruckus. Ben and Jura give them some care and everything end peacefully. With their help, no big problem happens again and the tournament continues the next day. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 294 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 305 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 260. Second round. 32 participants have passed the first round and move forward to the second round. This round is the start of the knockout battles. Just like before, Ben and Jura will choose the mages who will fight using the lottery system right before the matches. But the second round, which has 32 participants, won't be duels. It will be 4 people battles, so there will only be 8 people who pass this round. Ben was the one who proposed this because he thought it will be more interesting and the audience will like it. Also, if they proceed with duels, it will be time consuming because there will be 16 duels. They must finish the second round in a day, so 16 matches are too many. Jura also agreed with Ben, so he supported it, and the event organizers can only agree. With 16 matches, the most effective time will be 30 minutes each match, while with 8 matches, they can increase the time limit to 1 hour. Battles of high-class mages can last for hours or even days, so 1 hour is short, not to mention 30 minutes. Then, just like the first round, the second round starts at 8 am. Ben and Jura pick 4 names randomly, and the ones who get picked enter the arena. The ones who were picked are an old man, a middle-aged man, and 2 men in their 30s. Everyone waits for the first match to start in anticipation. They watch as the 4 mages gather in the center of the arena. Ben, who becomes the referee of the first match, stands outside the arena to not disturb the fighters. Ben holds the microphone close to his mouth and he says, "Everyone ready? Then let's start the first match immediately. Begin." Right after Ben started the match, the 4 mages make their move. Except for one of the men in his 30s who retreats, the other 3 are casting offensive magic. They all attack the retreating young man without any command. HOH, they all target the weakest first, and the weakest guy also realized it, so he retreats, ponders Ben interestedly. The commentator also gets hyped by it as he asks Jura, who helps him commenting the matches. Jura will make commentary in the first 4 matches, while Ben will do it in the last 4 matches. They'll also switch roles as referees while the other comments. Jura explains a few things that the commentator doesn't understand. The commentator also really knows his stuff. His commentary makes the match more interesting to the audience using his skill. But Ben ignores it and keeps watching the match while AI chip records it. The old man uses darkness magic, the middle-aged man uses explosion magic, the stronger man uses acid magic, and the weakest uses hardening magic. The weakest guy can hold the other 3's assault for 5 minutes before he eventually loses. After they defeat the weakest guy, the 3 start to attack each other. Ben steps inside the arena to take the defeated guy out using teleportation. Then he watches again as the 3 attacks each other using their magic. Except for the old man, who keeps attacking from long range, the other 2 use the combination of short and long range attacks. They do their best to evade or block the other's attacks, because if they get hit, then they will be an easy target for the other 2. 30 minutes have passed and finally, someone gets hit. It's the old man who gets hit by a magic bomb thrown by the middle-aged man. The other 2 immediately gang up on the old man and defeat him fast. Ben takes action fast before the 2's attack kills the old man. He saves the old man right before their attacks hit the old man, who has laid on the ground. With this, the battle has turned into a duel of the middle-aged man against the younger man. The 2 of them don't waste any time and strike at each other. Their magic collides as they attack each other. As they fight, the middle-aged man's explosion magic makes the man's acid magic spread all over the arena. Soon, many puddles of acid cover the whole arena, making it harder for them to move. Well, the acid magic user has more advantages now because he can control the acid puddles. He controls the acid in the arena to attack his opponent from all sides and eventually win the match. Both of them received a lot of injuries, but their lives aren't in danger. Ben has stopped the match before it could happen. He blocked the acid magic that almost hit the middle-aged man using a firewall. The first match finishes in 53 minutes and it's quite interesting. AI chip has predicted this outcome using the data from their battle on the first day. So Ben isn't surprised by the result. But he is still enjoying the battle because they use some new spells today. Before the next match starts, Ben and Jura fix the arena and check for problems. They don't find any, so the second match starts immediately after they draw the participants' names for this match. There are 2 men and 2 women around the same age of 30s. The men are using light magic and smoke magic, while the women use rifle magic and vacuum magic. This match is also quite fierce, even though their magic types aren't special. But they have high mastery over their magic, so they could pass the previous round. Even common magic can be strong if it's used by a skillful mage. In the end, magic is just a weapon, how to utilize it is up to the users. The match finishes in 51 minutes with the light magic user American Samoa the winner. His light magic has high penetration power, so he could pierce the other's defense quite easily. Ben really likes the data that AI chip collected from this guy because light magic is very useful for Ben. Soon, the third match starts, and the winner now is a woman who uses 2 types of black magic, mind control and debuff. She controls one of her opponents to help her attack the other 2 as she casts debuff on the other 2. The 2 get defeated easily after getting weakened by her debuff. Then she made the one that she controlled to surrender. This match finishes fast, only in 26 minutes, half of the previous matches. But the fourth match's schedule isn't changed and still starts at 11 am. The winner is a man who uses space magic. He used teleport to attack his opponents from behind using his space blade, which inflicted high damage. At 12 am they take an hour break before resuming the match at 1 pm. Jura is the referee now while Ben joins the commentator. They start the match immediately and got to see an interesting match. In the 5th match, the winner is the woman that Ben fought for the Wizard Saint position. She joins this tournament because she still wants to be a wizard saint and fight with Ben again. Since her loss, she has trained hard to fight Ben again. Not only her, but the other two men also join this tournament and they've passed the first round. They still haven't chosen yet in this round so they haven't fought. But they finally get chosen in the 7th match after the 6th match ended with an old man who uses telekinesis magic to control flying weapons win it. The two are put in the same match by pure coincidence. Jura thought that one of these two will win this match because they'd been chosen as Wizard Saint candidates before. But his prediction is wrong because the winner is a man who uses Scorch magic which is similar to heat magic. In the last match, the winner is a woman who uses Cut magic. She can create sharp energy blades with different properties. She has just shown fire, water, and wind properties, but she should have more. So with this, the 8 participants for the next round have been decided. Everyone is anticipating the next round that will be held in 2 days. They give time for the participants to rest so they can fight better in the next round. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 295 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 306 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 261. Semi-final. After resting for a day, the tournament resumes with 8 participants left. So there will be 4 duel matches today with a time limit of 2 hours for each match. The rules are still the same as before and the referees are still Ben and Jura. This round is without a doubt far more interesting than the previous round. All 8 participants are showing spells and abilities that they haven't used before. Even so, they all still try to hide their full power for the next round. However, those who are about to lose don't have the luxury of hiding their trump cards. If they hold back, they will just get defeated, after all. So they start to reveal their full power in this round and make it more interesting. Still, not all of them show their full power. 3 people still win their matches even without going all out. They need a long time to win but it's worth it because they can hide their trump cards for the next rounds and title match. Well, that's a good strategy, but only for those who are confident to win while holding back. For those who can't, they need to go all out to win the match. Revealing their trump cards is better than losing. Ben is really thankful for them using more power and abilities than in the previous round. It gives him more data on their magic and their fighting styles. The data will help him improve his magic and fighting skills. It's not only Ben who learns from the battles of this tournament. Almost all mages present here are trying to learn everything they can from all these battles. It's a rare chance for them to see battles of high-ranking mages, after all. At the end of the 3rd round, 4 people pass it and move to the next round. But because of the intense battles today, the arena is a mess. Nothing broke, but traces of magic is everywhere and they need to remove all the traces for the next round. Of course, it's Ben's and Jura's job to clean everything because normal mages can't remove the after effects of these high-ranked mages. It will take forever if they leave this job to the normal mages. In the arena, there are many burnt plants remains and charred marks on the ground. It's because the last match is between the woman who uses plant magic and the man who uses scorch magic. This match's winner is the woman who has improved a lot since Ben defeated her. She might win this tournament and challenge you, says Jura while they work. Ben just smirks and says, she's welcome to try but the result won't change. It's not just her who improves since that time. However, I doubt that she will be the winner of this tournament. Do you mean there's someone stronger than her? Asks Jura curiously. Based on my observation from the first round, she is the 3rd strongest. If she is lucky, she will face the one weaker than her and go to the final. But if she faces one of the 2 that I think of, then she won't pass, says Ben. Ho, that makes me curious about those 2 who are stronger than her, says Jura. You'll understand when you see them the day after tomorrow. They won't hold back too much like today, says Ben as he walks away after he finishes checking the enchantment barrier. Where are you going? Asks Jura. Taking my money, says Ben while grinning. Jura's sweat drops and says, you were betting, aren't you? I just multiply my money, says Ben while waving his hand without looking back. Ben has won all the bets he made for today's matches and the previous round. With AI Chip's prediction using all the participants' data, he can easily predict who would win the matches. So his money now has truly multiplied a lot. 2 days later, the semi-final round finally starts. There are 4 participants which are the woman who uses plant magic, the man who uses space magic, the woman who uses cut magic, and the man who uses light magic. The plant mage woman gets chosen first and she faces the cut mage woman. So the space mage guy will face the light mage guy. It's a woman vs a woman and a man vs a man, truly a nice coincidence. So, who will win the battle between these 2 women? Asks Jura. The one who uses cut magic, says Ben. Ho, so she is one of the 2 strongest that you mention. Are you sure about that? Asks Jura again. Obviously. Do you want to make a bet then? Asks Ben. Jura thinks for a bit before saying, sure, what will the stake be? Money. No need, we both have a lot of money already, and I will get more from the open bet. Let's bet a secret. The one who loses will reveal a secret to the winner, says Ben while smirking. Jura also smirks as he nods, sounds fun. After agreeing to the bet, they start the match and watch it quietly. The match starts with the plant mage's domination. She grows giant plants all over the arena and transforms the arena into a forest. But now the audience can't watch their battle because the plants block their view. But it is soon resolved after the video. Lacrima finds the two fighters and records them. It's not ideal, but it's better than being unable to watch anything at all. The plant mage controls the plants to attack her opponent, but the cut mage keeps cutting them easily using her magic blade. Their battle is quite intense as both of their attacks are powerful. But there's still no sign of anyone winning even after an hour. They are still cautious of each other and aren't using their full power, says Jura. Yeah, they are stupid. Saving their power won't do them any good, they'll just get tired and risk their weaknesses being exposed. I know they want to judge their opponent's power first, but an hour is too long, says Ben disappointedly. Then finally, after 30 minutes more, they start to use their full power. Their battle gets more intense and exciting to watch. The plants are moving wildly, but they soon get cut. This keeps happening for around 20 minutes before the battle ends with the cut mage's victory. She used a very strong cut magic to cut everything in the arena including her opponent. But the plant mage doesn't die, she just gets her body separated into some parts mysteriously without receiving damage. It's like when Gildarts's crush magic is being used on living beings. It affects their physical appearance but doesn't kill them, says Ben. The plant mage returns to normal when her body parts get reconnected. She looks very down now because she thought she has become strong enough. But she realizes that there are still many people stronger than her. It doesn't concern Ben though because now he is getting interested in cut magic. Different from crush magic, he might have a use for cut magic because he uses a sword. If he can apply it to his spell when he uses a sword, then his attack power will increase. Contrary to the first match, the second match finishes quickly with the space mage as the winner. He distorts the space around his opponent to nullify all attacks. Then with the distortion, he reflects all his opponent's attacks and wins. Everyone gets excited because the final will finally come and next will be the title match. Ben is also excited because he has the highest chance to be picked as an opponent in the title match. He will show everyone why he could be a wizard saint. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 296 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 307 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 262. Final round. The final is finally here. It's the battle between the woman who uses cut magic and the man who uses space magic. The woman's name is Ellie Sabbath while the man is Matt Gregor. Everyone is anticipating their battle, even the ones who have lost. They want to know who will get the requirement to challenge a wizard saint. Of course, it makes the betting very intense and Ben also joins it. The match starts at 1 PM after they held the third rank match in the morning. The one who becomes the third rank is the plant mage woman. She overwhelmed her opponent who used light magic. Now, the battle between Matt the space mage vs Ellie the cut mage has started. The beginning is quite intense but not so much. It's because Ellie sends a barrage of attacks at Matt but nothing hits him. Every attack that Ellie sends just passes through Matt's body as if he is just an illusion. Most people don't understand what happened but Ben understands perfectly. Matt distorts the space around his body to make Ellie's attacks pass through him. Well, in simple terms, Matt's body is in a different space from Ellie's attack. He isolates himself in a different space. It's like he is there but also not there at the same time. Ellie tries to use some spells and methods but nothing works. Then after some minutes, Matt suddenly makes a move after just staying silent for a few minutes. He suddenly teleports right behind Ellie and sends a punch. Matt's punch is filled with space magic which makes it bluish-black. He punches immediately after he teleports so it's really fast. Normal mages will get hit cleanly but surprisingly Ellie can barely block it by applying her cut magic on her back. She gets flung quite far but her magic defense has reduced a lot of Matt's attack power, hence reducing the damage she takes. Before she can even stand, Matt makes another attack. He isn't flustered after getting his attack blocked. Well, this is final so he knows his opponent is formidable. Also, he has shown his first attack many times in this tournament. So he has anticipated that his opponent can block or evade it. But his second attack is a spell that he hasn't used before in this tournament. Instead of teleporting himself, he teleports Ellie quite high. But it's not too high because Ben's enchantment barrier blocks his space manipulation. He wants to just throw his opponents out of the stadium and win if he can. But Ben's barrier can block his space magic so he can only manipulate the space inside it. It's not a problem for this tournament but it will be a problem if he wins and challenges Ben. Just from his barrier, Matt knows that Ben has some understanding of space magic. That means Ben might be able to counter his space magic spells. So Matt is thinking of not challenging Ben if he wins the tournament. However, the match hasn't ended yet and he hasn't won. Ellie surprisingly again can handle the fall from 50m height. 50m is the height of Ben's barrier, which is quite high. She uses her cut magic's recoil to slow her fall, which impresses everyone there. Everyone gets more impressed when she immediately attacks Matt after she landed. Her surprise attack also surprisingly works and cuts Matt's right arm. Matt hasn't put his space distortion spell for protection and barely avoids Ellie's attack. Now everyone knows that Matt is weak to surprise attack. But they also know that it will be difficult to surprise Matt after this because he will be more cautious. Matt takes his cut arm and put it back in its place, then it reconnects again. Ellie's cut magic doesn't cut like how sword cut things. It separates objects and they'll reconnect again if they are placed back in their place correctly. That's why there's no blood when Matt's arm gets cut, just like when Gildarts's crush magic breaks people's bodies. Well, it can be said that crush and cut magic comes from the same source, so they are similar in concept. But it seems Ellie's mastery over her magic is still lower than Gildart's. Ben is sure that Gildarts can break Matt's space magic and defeat Matt. It won't be easy though if Ben calculates Gildarts's strength when they spar before the S-class exam and Matt's current strength. Currently, in the match, Matt has a higher chance of winning than Ellie. Most people start to bet for Matt because Ellie has been overwhelmed since the beginning. She has just landed an attack, but Matt has landed many attacks on her. The match really turns in Matt's favor and Ellie starts to get cornered. She keeps trying to find a way to pass Matt's space distortion spell, but nothing works. Long-range and short-range attacks fail to hit Matt's body. But Matt also can't defeat Ellie yet. She is a better fighter than Matt with better battle skills and senses. Every time Matt attacked, she would always respond by blocking or evading even his surprise attacks. The current development makes Matt has a very bad feeling. His feeling tells him that he needs to defeat Ellie as soon as possible. He doesn't know why he feels that way, but he knows that he needs to listen to his feeling. A high-ranked mage's feelings can't be ignored easily. Time passes and Matt still can't defeat Ellie. He also finally understands his bad feeling from before. Ellie is improving at an incredible rate in their battle. She even starts to manage to break his space magic spells like Space Blade and Space Bullets using her magic. Matt needs to defeat her soon before she succeeds to cut through his space distortion spell. But he fails to do that because now Ellie has been used to his attack patterns. He tries to use spells that he hasn't shown, but Ellie has predicted it too. She is very smart and has predicted what Matt will try to do if his attacks failed. Matt is regretting the fact that he didn't go all out from the beginning. If he took Ellie more seriously from the start, he will be able to win. Well, it's just his wishful thinking because even Ben never thought that he would win even if he went all out from the start. See? Just like I've told you, Ellie will win, says Ben while smirking at Jura. Sigh, yeah, you really have good eyes. Even I've just thought that she would win just now when she got the upper hand, says Jura. Ben smirks and says, well, most people think the same as you. Maybe almost everyone here thoughts like that. However, if you watch this tournament very seriously, you would find out that Ellie has almost gone all out since the start. She wasn't this strong a few days ago, but she kept growing to this point by fighting strong opponents. Someone who can grow in a battle like her is the most dangerous. If I need to guess, then she must have met a wall that she can't surpass, so she tried this tournament. Her goal is to fight strong people that might help her break that wall. Whoa, you can understand just from seeing her performance? Asks Lion impressively. Well, that's just a wild guess, but this is a common problem even among high-ranking mages. Everyone will always feel that they've found their limit one day. They will try to overcome that limit, but only a few will succeed. Some even give up without trying to overcome it at all. Though if they succeed, they'll reach a height that was unimaginable to them and defeat opponents they were never dreamt to defeat, says Ben. As if to prove Ben's words, Ellie defeats Matt after her cut magic managed to cut the space that Matt manipulated. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 297 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 308 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 263. Title match. Ellie has won the tournament and receives quite a lot of money. She is happy about that, but she is happier by the chance to challenge a wizard saint for the title. 3 days after the final, the title match finally come. Ellie hasn't announced who she'll challenge for the title match. It's not because she wants to delay it, she just follows the rule. Ben made this rule to make the title match more interesting because the chosen wizard saint won't have any time to prepare. People even bet on who will she choose, and Ben has the highest odds with Jura being second. Ellie finally chooses a wizard saint that she will fight just before the match. Surprisingly, she doesn't choose Ben or Jura, and it makes Ben very disappointed. Damn, I proposed this tournament so I can fight someone strong, but she doesn't choose me, God damn it. She doesn't choose Jura either, but the man who became a wizard saint after I refused this position in the past, thinks Ben. Ben ponders why Ellie chooses this guy out of all wizard saints. He checks their official data and finds out that both of them are from the same nation. They are from the land of Isvan, which is located far from Fiori. They are from the same nation, so they might have met before. Sigh, maybe she has a grudge against him or something. Well, whatever, says Ben. The wizard saint that gets chosen doesn't have any choice but to come to Fiori. He uses the council's teleportation device, which takes some minutes to get activated. The teleportation is connected to the device that Fiori's council branch set in the royal capital. After waiting for some time, the man finally arrives at the arena. Ben's guess seems to be right because Ellie shows a sign of hostility toward the man. The man, Mike, also seems to be hostile toward Ellie. Ben doesn't really care though because it's not his problem. He just wants this to end soon now that he doesn't get challenged. At least he gets good data throughout this tournament, so it's not that bad for him. Too bad though, no one uses law. I really need it right now, but the data from all libraries that I've explored is limited. The data is enough, but I'll reach my goal faster if I have more data, thinks Ben regretfully. Anyway, the match starts soon and it's more intense than the final. Mike uses Lost Magic, Art of Paint. This magic allows him to turn everything he draws into real things as long as he has sufficient magic power. It's similar to Arc of Embodiment, but Art of Paint needs a picture drawn by its user. This is not a good magic for those who can't draw, thinks Ben. While he is disappointed that he can't fight in the title match, Ben is very curious about Art of Paint. It's a powerful magic that can create everything as long as the user can draw it and has sufficient magic power, after all. Mike can draw really fast using a magical pen to draw in the air. He draws magical beasts and also some magic attacks of different elements. All his creations are very powerful, much stronger than what Rusty Rose made. This guy is levels above Rusty Rose in magic power nor imagination. That Rusty Rose guy is not so smart at using his overpower magic. But this guy is smarter at using his magic. Still, it's not enough to defeat Ellie, who has grown a lot in this tournament, thinks Ben. Ellie cuts everything that Mike made easily. She could even cut space in the final match against Matt. So cutting some beasts and magic attacks is easy for the current her. The problem is she can't land a hit on Mike because he flies around on a very fast white wyvern that he created. He flies around while drawing beasts and elemental attacks. It seems his specialties are beasts and elements. Ellie can't fly, so she can't chase Mike. She can only attack from the ground using Ling range cut magic attacks. But her attacks aren't fast, so Mike can dodge them by riding his fast wyvern. The battle gets into a stalemate with both of them unable to land any attack. All of Mike's attacks have been destroyed by Ellie's cut magic. Even when Mike created strong beasts and magic attacks, she could destroy them rather easily. Their battle keeps going on like that for an hour, making the audience bored. But then something incredible happens. Ellie suddenly stops moving and attacking, making everyone confuses. Mike's beasts and magic attacks are coming toward Ellie, but she just stands in her position. She sheaths her sword and then spreads her arms while pouring magic power into her arms. A moment later, she claps her hands and a shocking scene happens. Countless sharp magical slashes appear all over the arena, literally everywhere. They appear from right above the ground to the upper boundary of the barrier that Ben made. After they appear, the slashes fly around, cutting everything in their paths. Of course, Mike and his magic get slashed too without any room to dodge. In an instant, the battle turns around, and Mike, who was leading the battle, suddenly loses. Ellie has cut Mike into several parts, rendering him unable to fight anymore. Everyone is confused about what happened, including Ben. He knew that Ellie has something up her sleeve, but he doesn't know how she did this attack. His knowledge of cut magic is limited to what he saw in this tournament, after all. It must be her ultimate spell. But the fact that she didn't use it earlier means that it needs time and preparations to activate. Whatever, I will try to learn what she used in the future. For now, let's finish this tournament. Too bad that I can't find the magic that I looked for. But I still get valuable data, thinks Ben. Jura announces the winner and asks the other wizard saints about the result. No one object to it and they agree to appoint Ellie as the new wizard saint, replacing Mike. Ellie is stronger, so she has the right to be the wizard saint instead of Mike. Mike will surely hold a grudge, but it's not their problem. He can try to take his position again next year if he wants. That is if he can surpass the growth of the other wizard saints. With Mike's loss, the other wizard saints will get alerted. They'll realize that their positions can be taken from them through this tournament. So they will train and improve themselves in the next 1 year to prepare for the next tournament. Ben is satisfied with this result because he knows that a tragedy like what happened on Tenro Island can happen again. He doesn't know when Acknowledge will appear again, so he needs strong allies to help him before he becomes strong enough to face Acknowledge. I need to surpass even Serena if I want to face Acknowledge by myself. That bastard is super strong. I'm not sure that even the combination of all 10 wizard saints' power will be enough to defeat him. Also, if AI chip's analysis is correct, then he will be immune to all magic except Dragon Slayer magic. When he attacked, only me, Natsu, Wendy, Gajeel, and Laxus could damage him, albeit slightly. Maybe God Slayer magic can injure him too because it's of higher rank. So among all wizard saints, only Serena and I can fight him. But Serena's personality is known to be shit, so I don't want to work together with him. That's why I will just improve myself to an unimaginable height so I can fight Aknologia by myself. But it will take time, so I need the others to be strong in that period, thinks Ben. Ben's goal is difficult to accomplish, but he will do everything he can to reach it. This is just a step of many steps that he'll take. As for the other steps, he is preparing them all and he swears that he'll succeed. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 298 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 309 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 264. The game. Days pass normally after the Wizard Saint tournament ended. Well, there were some problems in the guild, but Ben took care of them already. Most of the problems are about jobs and clashes with other guilds, just small problems. Later that year, Fiori holds another tournament for their legal guilds. It is the Grand Magic Games, which was made with the purpose to find the best guild in Fiori. They hold it on the day of the Dragon King Festival. A.N. In the early chapter I've mentioned that Grand Magic Games have been held before, but it was a mistake on my part. This even is made in the 7 years time skip if my info is correct. Well, doesn't matter, let's just think this is the case, lol. Almost every guild in Fiori is excited by this event that determines the strongest guild in Fiori. Fairy Tail members are also excited by this, especially because of the reward. But Ben is not that interested in this competition. For Ben, the best guild is the one that can do its jobs properly and ensure its members' safety. Fairy Tail is currently the guild with the highest job completion rate and number. They finished more jobs than any other guild in Fiori, so they are the #1 guild now. It's still not on the level of when Makarov was the guild master though. The problem is they don't have many S-class mages and other high-level mages now. Ben and Myra are their only S-classes, and the only ones who can handle other difficult jobs are Ben's students and senior members who need to go together to finish those jobs. Even so, they still finish more jobs than other guilds. Their development is also better than the previous generation. The remaining Fairy Tail mages are improving at a faster rate than in Makarov's era, so it's a big achievement in itself. Ben might not interested in Grand Magic Games, but he can't ignore his guild members. So he decides that Fairy Tail will participate in this competition. However, they will only send their young members, and the weaker ones at that. Only 5 guild members can join this competition as a group. So Ben chooses the weakest ones among the young members who are qualified to take jobs. The ones who will join are Loki, Vegeta, Max, and 2 of Ben's students, Dee and Hans. It's not without reason why Ben sends young and weaker members. This competition is a chance for them to gain experience by competing against other mages. He isn't interested in victory, their mage's development is more important to him. For Ben, this competition is just a game, just like what its name implies. In the end, people will believe more in a guild that can finish more jobs than other guilds. Still, he knows that this game will have an effect after it ends. Many guilds join this competition, be they small, medium, or big guilds. There are hundreds of mages that will compete in this tournament. The euphoria is almost the same as the Wizard Saint tournament. Most people think that this will be another fighting tournament, but it's not. The kingdom made the guilds compete in some types of competition. They are just like games, truly living up to the competition's name. For preliminaries, they just measure the participants' magic power using a device. Every participant will measure their magic attack. The top 64 teams with the highest total magic attack will proceed to the next round. Fairy Tail passes the preliminary and goes to the next round. The first round is a detective game. They are given a problem to solve and they can find clues to solve the problem all over the city. There is no time limit, but 16 teams that finish first will pass. In this round, Fairy Tail almost fail, but they still take 15th position. Loki and Guy contribute a lot in this round because they are the only ones who can use their brain properly. Well, at least they can pass, so it's not bad. The next round is a team tag match. It's just like a game of tag, with the arena being the west part of Royal Capital. They don't use an elimination system but a point system. Each person is given 3 red ribbons which represent their points, and they need to steal each other's ribbons. The 8 teams with the most ribbons will continue to the next round. Fairy Tail is number 3 in this match because they are quite good with their hands. Well, they are also quite cunning as they use the others' battles to steal their ribbons. Ben is the one who teaches them this strategy using their magic as the biggest factor. He isn't interested in victory, but he wants to reach the semi-final at the very least. The next round is a team match. All members of each team will fight against other teams in the arena. This is a league system, not a knockout system, so they will fight against all teams in the top 8. Each team will fight twice per day, so this round will last for 4 days. Ben doesn't need to give any instruction because their team members are capable enough. The previous rounds have increased their teamwork, so there will be no problem. They can switch any team member that gets injured in this round. But Fairy Tail doesn't switch anyone because no one gets seriously injured. Some light injuries are normal in their line of job, so they can't switch members just because of light injuries. But because they don't switch any members, they can't take the first position. They still get the third position though, so they pass to the semi-final. It's a good result considering the ones who participate are not the best members. Fairy Tail is ready to lose in the next round because they don't plan on switching any team member at all. However, the next round is surprisingly the final round, even though there are still 4 teams competing. The final round's match is also quite surprising because it's not a fighting match like everyone thought. The final will be a racing tournament, with the circuit being the royal capital and its surrounding mountain area. Each team is allowed to have 3 land magic vehicles. They can also use one if they are confident to win with just one. Of course, attacking other teams using magic is allowed as long as they don't kill anyone. They are given 3 days to prepare their magic vehicles and strategy. It doesn't matter what they'll do. They can buy, rent, build, or modify their magic vehicles. The only requirement is that their magic vehicles aren't illegal based on Magic Council's regulations. Ben didn't really want to win at first, but it's different now. If there is something that he doesn't want to lose from others in this world, is his passion for car racing. He has been defeated in a magic vehicle race in the past, so now he wants to win. He has built some cars since he becomes guild master with the help of some magic engineers. Those are magic vehicles that they made for the guild members' transportation and for selling. Magic vehicles with advanced engines are expensive, so they can earn good profits. Also, Ben still holds the patent for the new generation engines. Currently, the only ones that can sell magic vehicles using Ben's engines are those who have bought the right in him. So it's safe to assume that other guilds don't have the new generation engines like Fairy Tail. Well, they can buy or rent the new generation magic vehicles. But Ben can always modify their magic vehicles to be faster. He works together with Fairy Tail's magic engineers to modify 3 of their magic cars into race cars. The modified cars are very fast, not as fast as Ben's Light Runner, but they are still very fast. Lamia Scale, which also competes in the final round, actually has 2 new generation cars. Those are gifts that Ben gave to them. Sly bastards. They are using my gift to go against me, says Ben pissly. There's no rule that says we can't use them, says Jura, who approaches Ben from behind. Ben clicks his tongue but doesn't say anything else because Jura is right. They just stand next to each other as they watch the race starts. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 299 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 310 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 265. Final game. In the final round of the Grand Magic Games, the magic vehicle race has started. 4 guilds are competing with 10 magic vehicles in total. 2 guilds use 3 vehicles while the other 2 use 2 vehicles. Fairy Tail uses 3 vehicles and all 3 are cars that have been modified. Their designs are based on Ben's preference because he was the one who made and modified them with the help of some engineers. The first car is designed based on Batmobile that has wings on its rear side. Ben doesn't change much of the design because he really likes the Batmobile as it is. Well, there will be some difference from the Batmobile in Batman because Ben doesn't really know the details and just know its basic design. The second car is Herbie, a car based on the old Volkswagen Beetle. It may look small and cute, but the power hidden under its cover is that of a monster. Its exterior just looks like Herbie except for the number which had been changed into the Fairy Tail symbol. Lastly, the third car doesn't look like a racing car at all. It is a truck, after all, with the design of Optimus Prime's car form. This car is bigger than any other magic vehicle in this race. Ben still has some other project cars that he wants to make based on his favorite movies and games. But making them will need time and money, so he will do it slowly. These 3 plus his Light Runner are enough for now. The one who drives Batmobile is Max. Loki and Guy are driving Herbie. Optimus Prime is driven by Vegeta and Hans. Each car has its role in this race, which has been planned by Ben in the 3 days of preparation. The 3 cars lined up with Batmobile in the front, Herbie in the middle, and Prime in the back. The other guilds are lining up beside them, so there are 4 lines. They all are prepared to race with their uniquely designed magic vehicles. Soon, the race starts and Fairy Tail's team moves at full speed immediately. They are really fast because their cars' engines are more powerful than the other teams. Even the Big Prime is faster than the old generation magic vehicles. The only team that can keep up with them is Lamia Scale, which uses 2 new generation cars too. Those cars are Ben's gift for their help when he wanted to become a wizard saint. Their designs are like that of a Jeep Wrangler Rubicon and a Mini Cooper. Ben designed the cars that his company makes based on commercial cars. These 2 cars that he gave to Lamia Scale are the first products of his company. They will be mass-produced, but these 2 have special engines and they are fast. Now Ben starts to regret giving them fast cars that can move as fast as his guild's cars. He should have just given them normal cars that his company will produce. A little about Ben's car company. It has been just built last December and hasn't sold any cars. They still train their workers and secure materials supply. There are other things to prepare too, so they haven't sold anything. But everything goes well so far, and if nothing goes wrong, then they'll be able to sell their products at the end of this year. If his business goes well, then Ben can secure his and his family's future. Back to the race, Fairy Tail and Lamia Scale are competing in the front. The other 2 guilds can't catch up to them with their old generation magic vehicles. Their speed is too far apart, so these 2 guilds can only compete for the 3rd position. Fairy Tail and Lamia Scale that race in the front is attacking each other just like the 2 guilds behind them. They use their magic to attack the other team's cars. But Lamia Scale's attacks are futile because Ben has installed magic barriers on his guild's cars. Ha ha ha, those feeble spells won't be able to break our car's barriers, says Ben while laughing evilly. Damn, you've planned this thoroughly. But don't be too happy yet, Ben, says Jura while smirking. Fairy Tail's team attacks Lamia Scale's team too, but their attacks are also blocked by magic shields. Just like Fairy Tail, Lamia Scale has prepared thoroughly for this race. Besides, Ben has installed defense mechanisms on these cars before he gave them to Lamia Scale. Ben gets very pissed and says, "Damn, ungrateful bastards. You really use everything I gave you to go against me." "Hehe, that's your own fault," says Jura while smirking. Ben just clicks his tongue and looks at the screen again. He suddenly smirks because this is still within his prediction. He knows the cars he made the best, so of course, he knows their defense mechanisms. Now, the 2 teams that competing in the front can't attack each other because it's useless. So they try to disturb each other using their cars. Lamia Scale uses their Rubicon while Fairy Tail uses Optimus Prime. Size-wise, Optimus Prime is bigger so it can push Rubicon easily. While the 2 cars attack each other, the other 3 are rushing, and leave the 2 behind. But then Batmobile attacks the Mini Cooper by slamming its body from the side. It gives Herbie a chance to move faster and leaves the other cars behind. Now their number advantage has shown a result. But there's nothing that Lamia Scale can do because they only have 2 new generation cars. If they use the old generation, they will not be able to catch up to Fairy Tail's speed. The speed of the new and old generation cars is too far apart. So Lamia Scale can only use the 2 cars that they got from Ben if they want to win, because their opponent is the one who made the new generation cars. The cars keep moving along the route. The route of this race is from the city to the desert, then the forest, Rocky Mountain, crossing rivers, another forest, and back to the city. It is truly an off-road race. As Optimus and Rubicon disturb each other, their speed reduces significantly. It allows the 2 guilds behind them to catch up. They can't let it happen, so Optimus releases some balls that release thick smoke. The cars behind can't see forward and they slowed down. But then they suddenly slip because there is a lot of oil on the track. Optimus released the oil after the smoke bombs. The ones on Rubicon are impressed, but then their car also slips because Optimus also shoots oil to the ground in front of the Rubicon. Vegeta and Hans, who drive Optimus, laugh mischievously as they leave Rubicon behind. Ben smirks as he watches this and Jura's mouth's corner twitches pissly. He gets more depressed when Max, who drives Batmobile, also shoots some smoke bombs to obstruct the Mini Cooper's driver's sight and leave it. The defense mechanisms will block direct attacks aimed at the cars. But they won't block an indirect attack that isn't aimed at the cars. So Ben added the smoke bombs and oil shooter to their 3 cars. Now, Herbie, that never gets disturbed, has created a long distance with the 2nd place. Batmobile, that has stopped Mini Cooper's pace, is moving fast and leaving it behind. Optimus, that has left Rubicon, is chasing after Mini Cooper to disturb it. Fairy Tail's drivers don't use another indirect attack anymore and just drive as fast as they can for the rest of the race. Then after driving through the rest of the route, they win the race. Herbie in the 1st position, Batmobile 2nd, and Mini Cooper 3rd. Optimus couldn't chase Mini Cooper because it is too big, so it can't move freely in some areas. But it still takes 4th position and secures high points for the team. So for this Grand Magic Games, Fairy Tail becomes the winner and Lamia Scale is the runner-up. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 300 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 311 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 266. In coming days. After winning the first Grand Magic Games, Fairy Tail becomes very busy. Job quests flooded into their guild and they need to keep taking them or their guild's reputation will plummet. There are too many quests including S-class jobs, so Ben needs to take them and leaves the guild management to the officials. Only Ben and Myra can take S-class jobs, so they are very busy. They take some young mages in their jobs to give them experience. It will also make the young mages realize just how difficult S-class jobs are. Not only the jobs that increase, but also mages who applied to their guild. A lot of mages want to join Fairy Tail, so Ben is super busy. He needs to take jobs while also screening the applicants. He needs to be thorough at the screening because he doesn't want any spies to enter the guild. There are tens of applicants, but Ben only accepts 13 young mages. He has checked them thoroughly from their background and history. He also uses lie detector magic to check if they lie in the screening and if they are clean. Furthermore, he only accepts young mages because they still have time to grow. Most of them are weak, far weaker than the older applicants with a lot of experience. But they have a higher potential to grow as they are still young. Their mage's growth potential is important for Fairy Tail's future. These young mages are the ones who will carry Fairy Tail's name in the future. Older mages might retire in a few years, but the young ones might stay for more than 20 years before they retire. The jobs and applicants number finally returned to normal after 3 months. Ben needs to admit that he underestimated the Grand Magic Games effect too much. Luckily, it doesn't last for a whole year or they will collapse while their guild grows. Time passes and later that year, Bisksa gives birth to a daughter. Altsak and Bisksa name her Asuka Connell. They take the name from Altsak and Bisksa, but it sounds Japanese. Well, maybe it is, whatever. A.N. I made Asuka's birth a year later than the canon. She is 6Y.0 at year X791, so she was born at X785, but the current year is X786. Think of it as an effect of the changes that were made. Certainly not because I messed up, remember that. After Asuka gets born, Myra carries her very often and keeps showing her to Ben while saying that a baby is cute. He knows why she does that, but he acts as if he doesn't know and just agrees that Asuka is cute. It makes Myra disappointed and Ben is sorry for that. But he still won't agree to have a baby now even if Myra asks him directly. They haven't even married yet, so having a baby now is out of the question. Ben is still 19 now while Myra is 21. For him, they are still too young to have a kid. At the very least, he wants to be 21Y.0 before he has a kid. Besides, they are still very busy managing their guild, so they can't take care of a kid yet. Time passes again and the next year, the Wizard Saint competition is being held again. But now it is held in another nation, the country of Seven. The tournament winner is the plant mage woman who competed against Ben for the Wizard Saint position 2 years ago. She challenges Ben for the title match and as predicted, she lost again. He only needs 5 minutes to win the match and he is still holding back. Both of them have improved in the last 2 years, but Ben's improvement is faster than hers. A month after the Wizard Saint tournament, Ben opens his magic car manufacturing company. His company's name is simple, it's Cooper Corp. Yeah, very simple and uncreative. But well, it will be his family's business, so he just uses his family name. Sometime after that, the second Grand Magic Games start again. For this second competition, Fairy Tail just sends their youngest mages, literally. They send Romeo, the 3 kids that Ben and Myra saved 2 years ago, and believe it or not, Bella. Bella has trained seriously since the Tenro Island incident. She can use various magic now with support type magic as her specialty. Not only magic, but Ben has also taught her strategies. Everyone with a brain knows that Fairy Tail isn't serious about this competition. But surprisingly, the kids almost enter the top 8, showing that they aren't as weak as the people thought. Fairy Tail has trained their young mages very well, after all. Well, it's not only their training that levels above the other guilds. Their environment is also levels above the others. The high ether nano density around Fairy Tail's building has boosted their mages' growth. Many guilds and even Magic Council have tried to investigate the reason for the high ether nano density around the Fairy Tail building. But no one finds the answer to this day. Some of them even tried to use violence to find the answer, but they didn't meet a good ending. Ben really hates those who tried to harm those who are close to him. So he didn't show them any mercy and destroyed them thoroughly. He didn't kill them, but he made sure that they won't have a happy future. Most of them get their magic power sealed by Ben, so they won't be able to use magic. He used high-level seal art that he made together with AI chip using many seal arts. It is very complex that even seal masters will need years to break the seal. After Ben sealed many mages' magic, no one except idiots dares to mess with Fairy Tail. The Magic Council can't do anything to him too because Ben has their weaknesses. He has many records of corruption in the Magic Council, so they can only let Ben does it. Besides, he also has a lot of evidence that justifies his actions. What he did was just self-defense. If he wanted, he could even kill those people who threaten his guild members. But he didn't kill them and just make them live as normal people, so he is still kind enough. Then at the end of the year, on December 25th year X787, all Fairy Tail members didn't take any jobs. Ben has instructed them to stop taking any job for a week because they have something important to do. They've also announced that, so there's no incoming job for a week. All Fairy Tail members go to the river behind their guild. Then suddenly, the water in the center rises and big waves spread everywhere. As the rising water fall, a massive black square metal block can be seen standing on the river. It's a building made out of metal. A square door opens on the side of the metal building. Then a bridge also rises up from the riverbed and connects the land with the metal building. Most fairy tale members cross the bridge and enter the building, only a few stay behind. Soon, the upper part of the metal building splits open. Then Fairy Tale's airship comes out from the metal building and floats above it. Everyone on the ground waves their hands and then the airship flies away at a high speed. The white golden airship flies to the south, toward the sea. It keeps flying before it stops in the middle of the sea. Ben suddenly jumps down from the airship. Strangely, he doesn't show any symptoms of motion sickness even though he was just inside a vehicle other than a car. Ben floats in the air and looks at the sea below before he closes his eyes. He takes a deep breath and flows his magic power as he extends his hands to the side. His body suddenly glows golden bright and a wide area of the sea below him also glows brightly. The airship also glows brightly as everyone on it transfers their magic power to Ben. Then Ben clasps his hands and the bright water below him flares up violently. The water level in the bright area suddenly rises and creates big waves that spread everywhere. Ben then chants, "Fairy Sphere, deactivate." You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 301 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 312 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 267. Reunion. Fairy Sphere, deactivate. After Ben chanted it, a massive bright golden magic barrier with a fairy tale symbol comes out of the sea. The barrier is a little transparent and everyone can see it's inside. There is a massive tree standing on an island. It is without a doubt Tenro Island. It's really Tenro Island, says Myra with tears on the corners of her eyes. The others also start to tear up when they see the golden barrier starts to disappear. They've waited for 3 years and finally, they can save their friends on the island. In a short time, Tenro Island's original appearance can be seen again. Ben is very happy too. He was very nervous before because he might fail. Everyone depends on him to deactivate the fairy sphere and save their friends, after all. So he has a lot of expectations on his shoulders. He actually found Fairy Sphere magic book some months after he became a guild master. When he found the book, he realizes that it was the magic used on Tenro Island. Learning it wasn't too difficult for him but there's a big problem, he wasn't the one who activated it. Fairy Sphere is high-level magic and it has some level too. The one used on Tenro Island is the highest level because it can hide the island. So Ben knows it's the highest level with the manipulation of space and time. He needs a few months to fully understand the magic. Even so, he couldn't immediately use it to deactivate the one used on Tenro Island. It's because he wasn't the one who activated it, but someone else did. Deactivating someone else's magic is difficult already. Even more so when the magic is a high-level one with the manipulation of space and time. He needed to research it thoroughly and learn more about space and time. Even with AI Chip's help, it takes him more than 2 years to find the answer. He also needs to have a lot of magic power to deactivate the magic that could hide a whole island in another dimension. The one who activated it must have used a lot of magic power, so he who tried to deactivate it needs to use more magic power. But all that problem has been solved now and they have succeeded. Ben teleports to the airship and they immediately go to the island. They can see where their friends that they've missed a lot in these 3 years in an open area. Without waiting any longer, the airship goes down and lands in the open area. The ones who were trapped on Tenro Island are looking at the airship warily. But they get very surprised when they see their guild symbol on the airship. They get even more surprised when they see the ones who come out of the airship. Before anyone can say anything, Ben, Bella, and Myra runs to the Tenro Island group. Ben and Bella immediately hug Wendy and Carla while Myra hugs Elfman and Lysina. They are crying as they hug their family that they haven't seen for 3 years. "Be Ben Nii-san?" asks Wendy with a surprised voice. "Yeah, it's me," says Ben while sobbing. Wendy also cries and hugs him back. It might have been 3 years for Ben and Seo, but it's just a moment ago for Wendy and Seo. So Wendy has just seen Ben, Myra, and Bella getting blasted by Acknowledge's attack. She is still confused by the situation because an airship suddenly appeared and her guildmates came out of it. But she is also very relieved that Ben, Myra, and Bella are fine. The others also think the same as her. "Ben, just what happens here?" asks Makarov with relief but a confused voice. "Master, long time no see." "Well, it might just be a few minutes for you," says Ben before he explains what happened so far. After Ben explained what happened 3 years ago and the Tenro Island group gets very surprised. They have survived from Acknowledge and 3 years have been passed in mere seconds for them. But they are also confused about how it could happen. "I wonder who casted that magic?" ponders Makarov. It's not you?" asks Ben with a surprised tone. "No, I am not good with fairy sphere. I can't make one that can cover this whole island, says Makarov. Then who was it? Ponders Ben deeply. It was me, an unknown female voice suddenly replies to Ben's question. Everyone looks at where the voice comes from, which is above them. They see a little girl with blonde hair floating above them and she comes down slowly. All of them get surprised seeing her, that some even get on their guards. You are First Master, says Makarov with a surprised tone. Ooh, First Master, says Kana calmly as if she has met the First Master. Kana-chan, long time no see, says the First Master, confirming that both of them have met at some point. Everyone else is confused though, because from what they know, the First Master, Mavis, has passed away. Ben is the same as everyone else, but he is also surprised by something else. Oh, how can you be here? I'm sure your body is wait. This feeling, are you a spirit? Asks Ben. That's right, I am just a spirit. But you've just mentioned my body. It seems you've seen it. Also, you could deactivate the fairy sphere that I made. I know you are an incredible mage when you came here and fought that dragon 3 years ago. But you are actually more amazing than I thought, says Mavis while looking at Ben curiously. First Master's body? Asks Makarov with wide eyes. Ben just remembers that Mavis's body under their guild building is a secret. Let's talk about it later, Masters. I will also explain everything that happens in these 3 years. For now, we need to go back to the guild. The ones who stay behind must have been waiting for us, says Ben, changing the topic. Alright, there's nothing to do here anymore, so we should go back, says Makarov while nodding. They all get on the airship, including Mavis. The Tenro Island group is looking at the airship very curiously. But they also feel rather familiar with the airship's shape. This was Grimoire Heart's airship, I stole and modified it, says Ben. That short explanation is enough for them. They don't need to ask for the details on how Ben stole this airship. They know that to steal this airship, Ben must have destroyed Grimoire Heart, and they know he is capable to do it. The airship takes off and flies at high speed toward Magnolia. As it moves, Natsu and Gajeel suddenly collapse because of their motion sickness. Wendy forgot to cast her spell to remove their motion sickness even though she casted it on herself. But then she realizes that Ben doesn't get motion sickness too. She asks about it, but Ben just rubs her hair without saying anything. Wendy knows that Ben must have found a way and wants to keep it a secret for now, so she doesn't ask anymore. The Tenro Island group is looking around the airship as it flies. They never thought that their guild will have an airship. This airship is also big, bigger than Blue Pegasus's airship, Christina. It's also very fast and they arrive on Magnolia just in 10 minutes. The airship docks in its hangar, which is the massive square metal building. The Tenro Island group looks at the hangar like country bumpkins, even the always oh so cool Laxus. Then they cross the bridge and meet with the ones who stay behind. The new members who never met them don't react much, but the more senior members cheer happily, and even cry. Poor Lyusika, who comes, also tears up happily. They all have waited for this day to come since 3 years ago. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 302 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 313 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 268. Fairy Heart. What? Ben is the current guild master. The Tenro Island group gets very surprised when they hear about it. But when they think about Ben's capability and compare it to the others, it really makes sense for them to choose Ben as the guild master. They all then talk about what happened in these 3 years. But then Ben leaves with Makarov and Mavis because they have to talk about other things. Ben takes Makarov and Mavis to the underground room to show them something. This is the anima room. I modified the anima that I learned from Mist Ogden in Edelas and applied it here. All these small magic rune formations are the modified animus. They take ether nano from another parallel universe of our universe that has abundant ether nano. I've also built rune formations on the guild building and the whole Magnolia town to keep the ether nano that we take here. We also didn't waste the excess ether nano. That device in the middle collects the excess ether nano and creates lacrima crystal using it, says Ben. No wonder I felt the atmosphere in the town and guild was very different. In mere 3 years, you have achieved many great feats that I couldn't achieve. Sigh, it seems I've become too old for this job, says Makarov. Mavis looks around curiously while inspecting the anima. Such complex rune formations. I can't fully understand them, truly amazing. Makarov gets surprised when he hears Mavis can't understand Ben's anima. She has a vast knowledge of magic letters and runes, so it's very surprising that she can't understand some rune formations. Well, Ben and AI Chip made anima's rune formation to be very complex so that no one else can steal it. There are fake runes inserted in the formation which don't have any function too. Their sole purpose is to confuse and fool others. It seems that they can even fool Mavis, an expert in this field. These fakes look very real, after all, because they connect to the formation, and seem to have a function. The runes also overlapped with each other, making the formation even more difficult to decipher. How can the runes overlap with each other but still work? It should be impossible because their function will also overlap, so they won't work as they should be, says Mavis with eyes full of amazement. Mavis looks at Ben with sparkling eyes, making Ben takes a step back. I will teach you about it later, for now, I want to show you something else. Ben goes to the inner wall and touches it before flowing his magic power onto it. Suddenly, circling lines that form into something like a maze glows on the wall. Then a door appears on the wall and it opens. Makarov gets speechless while Mavis gets even more amazed. They pass the door with Ben carrying the stunned Makarov. This is the room where Mavis's body, which is encased inside a crystal, is located. So you really know about this place? I've had a hunch since you seem to recognize the first master. But how did you find this place? Asks Makarov. I found it by a coincidence when I inspected the guild's building. I felt an empty space with a lot of ether nano from here. Then I found the old door but I couldn't open it. So I used teleportation and it worked. That's why I replaced the defense system of this room, so now even teleportation can't be used to enter. But master, what's all this? Asks Ben. Makarov ponders for a moment before he asks, what do you know about all of this? Nothing except that this is the first master's body and that this is a top secret, says Ben. Alright, I will explain it to you because you are the guild master now, so you have the right to know, says Makarov. No, I will explain it, says Mavis. Without waiting for a response, Mavis starts to talk. This whole object is called as Fairy Heart, also known as Lumen Histoire. It is a source of infinite magic power, stemming from a combination of residual magic power left in my body due to Angsaram's curse and decades of failed experiments by Precht in an attempt to resurrect me. Ben gets surprised when he hears Angsaram's curse. He knows about it and how someone can get that curse. Did you learn black arts? Asks Ben. Yes, I tried to resurrect my dead friend, and received the curse because of that, says Mavis. So that's why you live as a spirit. Angsaram's curse makes people immortal, after all. But being separated from your physical body means that you were dead, right? Precht tried to resurrect you, after all, says Ben. I don't want to talk about the details, but it happened, says Mavis. Ben knows she doesn't want to talk about it, so he doesn't pursue the matter further. Makarov then continues, I don't want to say this in front of the first master, but you need to know about this. Lumen Histoire is Fairy Tail's strongest weapon and those who know it will try to seize it. Ah, because it has infinite magic power, says Ben in realization. That's right. One of such people is my son, Laxus's father, Ivan Driar. He wants to use Lumen Histoire as a weapon, says Makarov. But why did he never attack us to take it? Asks Ben. He doesn't know the location, he just knows of its existence. From what I know, he is still amassing power to take Lumen Histoire from us, says Makarov. Makarov then continues to explain about his son who has built a guild, Raven Tail. Ben gets surprised when Makarov says that he has planted a spy there. Gajeel is the one that Makarov sent as a double agent. Making Gajeel a double agent is a good move because of his past as Phantom Lord's mage. He has attacked and fought against Fairy Tail then gets defeated. So normally, he would have resentment toward Fairy Tail. Ivan saw that as a chance and uses it, but Makarov knew that Ivan would make that move and used it back. Having a double agent is risky, but Ben chooses to believe Makarov's judgment and leave this matter to him. Wow, you are smarter than I thought, says Ben before Makarov punches him with a gigantic hand out of annoyance. Ben crashes onto the wall, but he returns immediately without any injury. Well, you can't blame me to think like that. After the Tenro Island incident, I found some spies on our guild. I rooted them and kept making sure that there's no spy here to this day. I let them in on purpose. They were fed by fake or just superficial information, says Makarov. Oh, that was a good strategy. Wisdom really comes with age, says Ben. It is, but young people always have fresh ideas that old people like me never thought of. The guild's development in these 3 years is all thanks to you. It must be very difficult, but you have led everyone to reach a new height. You are a great guild master, Ben, says Makarov while smiling. Of course, I am, says Ben while nodding narcously. Makarov's sweat drops while Mavis is giggling while nodding too. They talk more about the guild's development and Ben's vision for their future. The two old masters give him advice regarding his ideas and their talk becomes a discussion about their guild's future in an instant. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 303 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 314 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 269. Contest. Fairy Tail holds a big party to celebrate their friend's return. It lasted for a whole day and they still celebrate it even after 1 week by drinking and feasting every day. They also hold a strength contest to show off their progress in these 3 years to the Tenro Island team. The strength contest that they choose is arm wrestling, which they hold on the training ground. The Tenro Island boys plus Urza are dominating the contest. They were S-class candidates for a reason. However, they all get defeated when they face Myra. There's no need for them to face Ben if they can't even defeat Myra in arm wrestling. The only one who can defeat Myra in arm wrestling is Gildarts. Even Laxus lost by a small margin after holding his ground for 5 minutes. Urza can give the fight against Myra, but she still loses in a minute. No one uses magic in this contest, so Myra is physically stronger than almost all of them. Before Gildarts faces Ben, the Tenro boys and even the girls want to try first. As expected, none of them can move Ben's arm even by an inch. Even after Ben allowed them to use their magic power, only Laxus is stronger enough to push Ben's arm, and that's just for 3 inches. Ben only uses a bit of his magic power, so it shows just how ridiculous his physical strength is. Physical strength is one thing that Ben has always trained since he arrived in this world. If he has a strong physique, then he will still be able to fight well when his magic power gets depleted. Also, a stronger physique can increase the maximum capacity of a mage's magic power. But training physical strength to Ben's level is very difficult. Not everyone can achieve what Ben does because most people would give up before getting results considering how hard his training is. Anyway, Ben's arm wrestling match against Gildarts finally starts. Everyone has distanced themselves and it is a correct move to take. When the match starts, a big shockwave caused by their clash appears. Just them pushing each other's arms has the same effect as 2 mages attacking each other with strong spells. Some people even take some steps back because of the clash effect. "Ha, not bad, old man," says Ben while smirking. "I should be the one saying that, kid," says Gildarts as he exerts more power. Ben's arm gets pushed a little but then doesn't move even further. "Well, I have my reason to say that. It's because you really are not bad," says Ben as he also exerts more power. When Ben uses more power, Gildarts' arm gets pushed back a lot. Gildarts tries to use more power but he can't push Ben back at all. He just slows Ben's push and destroys the table, so now they need to do arm wrestling without a table. "It seems I can't play around anymore," says Gildarts as he uses all his power. Ben also goes all out because he will lose if he doesn't. Their massive magic power clash against each other, creating a big impact. Almost everyone falls on their knees because of the pressure of the clash. Only Makarov and the S-classes can stand under strong pressure. They immediately use their magic to block the pressure to protect the others. The young ones who are still weak will get hurt if they don't protect them, after all. Boom! A massive explosion appears on the spot where Ben and Gildarts fight. The magic power pressure disappears, so the arm wrestling must have finished. Dust scattered everywhere, blocking everyone's sight. Wendy uses her wind magic to remove the dust per Myra's instruction. After the dust is gone, almost all mages there have their jaws dropped. They all see Gildarts lying on the ground while Ben is standing while grinning. "Gi Gildarts lost," says Natsu with a very shocked expression. The others are shocked too, even the ones who have seen Ben's progress in these 3 years. Only Myra and Bella who aren't seem surprised by this result. Both of them are the ones who know Ben's power the best. Ben smirks as he looks at Gildarts. "You don't have much strength in your muscle, aren't you, old man?" Gildarts smiles bitterly when hearing that. "You are the one who has ridiculous physical strength. My physical strength is on par with a high-level beast, you know. Your physical strength is enough to make you an S-class fighter. If you add your strong magic power, then I can only say that you'll be a monster." "Oi, calling me a monster is too much. Just because I get stronger than you doesn't mean that I am a monster. It just shows that I've worked very hard in the last 3 years, says Ben. Well, Ben has really worked very hard to reach this level in mere 3 years. He has trained every day, collecting data and knowledge from some libraries, and even the data from other mages' magic. The high amount of magic power that he gets using anima has made his magic power grow very fast. He almost doubled his magic power in mere 3 years. But without proper knowledge and training, he won't be able to use his strong magic power. Name, Ben Cooper. Moniker, Karna, the Sun's Child. Title, Youngest Wizard Saint. Age, 20. Status, Alive. MP, 856,173/856,173. STR, 562. AGI, 523. STA, 652. INT, 1142. Ben's overall stats have surpassed Gildarts, who didn't grow at all in 3 years because he was trapped in Fairy Sphere. This is possible thanks to the anima that provide a lot of magic power for him to grow fast. By almost doubling his overall stats means that he gets the same result of his 7 years of training in 3 years. If he can keep doing this, then he might truly be able to reach Acknowledge's level one day. He doesn't know when though, because even with his current power, he knows that there is still a big gap between him and Aknologia. He hasn't even reached God Serena's power yet, not to mention Aknologia. Last year, he has met God Serena personally, so he knows Serena's rough power after he scanned the man with AI chip's ability and his magic sense. Serena's magic power is almost twice stronger than Ben, so around 1.5 million points. The gap between Serena and the second-ranked Draculos is quite big too. Draculos has around 1 million magic power points. Wolfheim and Warrod, who ranked 3rd and 4th, however, has similar magic power to Draculos. Ben has the confidence to win a fight against Draculos, Wolfheim, or Warrod in a 1vs1 battle because the amount of magic power isn't everything. But it will be a different story if he faces God Serena. That guy is arrogant, but it's backed up by his power. Furthermore, Ben doesn't know Serena's combat power. But by being first-ranked Wizard Saint, Serena must have high combat power, so it will be very difficult to fight him even if Ben has similar raw power. Combat power is a big factor in battles, bigger than raw power. Even with lower raw power, a mage can still win a battle if they have higher combat power. That's why human mages can defeat stronger magical creature who has lower intelligence with their strategy and skills. Guildarts who have been in that situation multiple times know it very well. He knows that Ben has stronger physical and magical power. But he doesn't know about Ben's current combat power yet. That's why he says, "Kid, you have grown a lot stronger in these 3 years. But can you wield that power well enough? High power without good control is just a waste." Ben looks at Guildarts before saying, "Just say that you want to fight me, old man. Your wise words sound empty with that grin on your face." You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 304 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 315 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 270. Against Guildarts again. Ben and Guildarts decide to spar after having an arm wrestling match. They go to an empty land quite far from Magnolia to avoid damaging anything in the town. A battle of 2 high-level mages like them is very destructive, after all. Coincidentally, when they go to the empty land, Blue Pegasus and Lamia Scale mages arrived. The news of the Tenro team's return has spread, so the 2 allied guilds decided to visit Fairy Tale. They come together using Blue Pegasus's airship, Christina. The ones who come are the usual people: Master Bob, Babababas Aama, Jura, Team Lion, and Team Ichia. But, there are new faces as well. A little girl around Wendy's age named Sherry, a Blendy who is Sherry's cousin in the Lamia Scale group, and a blonde girl named Jenny Reolite in Blue Pegasus's group. When they hear that Ben and Guildarts will spar, the 2 guilds mages decided to watch. They all want to see the battle of Fairy Tale's Wizard Saint against Fairy Tale's Ace. Guildarts was famous for being incredibly strong, after all, so they all are curious. They arrive on the empty land after walking for a few minutes. Both Guildarts and Ben get into their positions while the 3 guild masters, Jura, and Fairy Tale's S-class mages stand in front of the others to protect them from stray spells or other damages. "Who do you think will win?" asks Grey. "I don't know. Both of them are ridiculously strong, after all," says Gajeel. "What do you mean you don't know?" "Guildarts will obviously win," says Natsu confidently. "But he lost in the arm wrestling match," says Elfman. That's. "A real battle is different from a contest of strength," says Natsu stubbornly. Carla smirks when she hears that. "You are underestimating Ben too much. As someone who has grown while seeing him, I can assure you that he will win. I heard that he lost in their spar before, but that's because Ben didn't have enough power. Now he has higher power than Guildarts, so he will surely win." We'll see then. "That old man has more experience, so the result hasn't been set yet," says Kana, defending her father. Everyone watches Ben and Guildarts seriously because the result of this spar will decide the ace of their guild. The boys are also more focused now. They always chase after Guildarts and wanted to surpass him, after all. If Ben wins this match, then he will be their new goal. Chasing after Guildarts is difficult enough, so it will be even more difficult to chase after Ben if he can defeat Guildarts. But they are also excited by this battle because they want to see Guildarts and Ben use their full power. Both of them start the match after everyone else gets quite far. They rush at each other and coat their fists with their magic. Guildarts' fist glows brightly white while Ben's fist glows golden bright as he uses his Sun Dragon Slayer's solar power. They meet in the middle and send punches at each other. A booming sound and strong shockwave get created by their clash. The shockwave is very strong that it will push the audience if not for the high-rank mages in the front blocking the shockwave. They are already amazed by the first clash and get even more amazed by the next ones. Ben and Guildarts have a close combat fight with their bodies coated by their magic. Strong shockwaves keep appearing as they exchange moves. With his current power, Ben doesn't need to be very wary of Guildarts' magic. He has enough power to prevent Guildarts' magic from crushing him or his magic. In these 3 years, Ben also has learned many types of magic including crush magic, although he just learned the theories, and never used them. By learning them, Ben now knows the method to counter them. Close combat using concentrated magic power is the best way to face crush magic. Concentrating magic power will make the attack power increase a lot. In the end, all clashes of magic spells will be decided by their attack power. The one with higher attack power will surely win. It applies to all kinds of magic and spells. By concentrating his magic power on his attacks, Ben can increase his attack power without wasting too much magic power. He will need a lot more magic power to get the same attack power if he uses long-range spells because his magic power will spread. Their battle continues as they move around to attack their opponent from other angles. The strong clashes of their battle destroy their surroundings. The ground cracks, the trees break, the grasses get uprooted, and the air turns turbulent because of the shockwaves. Their match seems to be even but slowly, Gildarts's original hand starts to get burnt, and his prosthetic hand starts to melt. Even the audience is sweating buckets because the air gets very hot. Ben's magic is very hot that it raises the temperature around him to a high degree. The vegetations around them also start to die and burnt by the heat. If not for the S-class's magic protection, the mage's clothes will also be burnt or melted. Gildarts feel even worse than the audience though. He gets in contact with the source of the heat directly. His clothes even start to burn so he throws some of them and only keeps his pants. Slowly, Gildarts gets pushed by Ben and receive more attacks. Then he destroys the ground to break Ben's footing. But Ben reacts to it very fast by melting the ground, making it into lava. Now Gildarts is the one in trouble because he can't stand on lava. So he jumps away to get out of the lava zone that keeps spreading. But his move gives Ben a chance to attack him while he is too focused on getting away. Ben suddenly turns into a streak of light and appears before Gildarts in an instant. It's not even teleportation, but his speed has matched the teleportation spell. Light is the fastest thing in the world, after all, and he can use its potential very well now. When he gets in front of Gildarts, Ben immediately punches the half-naked man's body. Gildarts can't even defend because he is too fast for Gildarts to react. So Gildarts gets flung to the ground and the impact breaks it, creating a big crater. Gildarts coughs some blood upon the impact and has a pained expression. Ben descends and crouches beside the fallen Gildarts with his flaming right hand placed a few centimeters in front of Gildarts's face. "So?" asks Ben while smirking. Gildarts smiles bitterly as he says, "You win." Ben grins and dispels his magic before calling Wendy to heal Gildarts. She rushes there and immediately heals Gildarts's injuries. Ben supplies her with his magic power to make the healing process faster. Soon, all of Gildarts's injuries finally get healed, including internal injuries and burns. Wendy isn't exhausted too even though she spent a lot of magic power because Ben supplied her with a lot of magic power. Gildarts is talking happily with Ben about their match. He wants to discuss some things with Ben because he wants to improve himself. Losing to Ben isn't shameful and it doesn't destroy his confidence. It makes him even more passionate to improve himself instead. Gildarts actually found a lot of room for improvement in the previous battle. He found his shortcomings and weaknesses that he didn't know before so he can improve himself by taking care of those problems. Meanwhile, the ones who have known Gildarts for a long time are still in disbelief. They never thought that Gildarts will actually lose to a 20Y.0 mage. But it also burns the passion in their hearts to improve themselves and chase after Ben. Ben smiles when he sees their expressions, "Be strong so that the same tragedy that fallen upon us won't repeat." You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 305 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 316 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 271. Resign. After the spar ends, Fairy Tale mages hold a party with the mages from Lamia Scale and Blue Pegasus. These two guilds have helped them a lot in these 3 years. Ben told them the news about the Tenro team's return before anyone else. They talk happily while drinking all kinds of liquors that Fairy Tale has. They even take the ones that Ben saved. He doesn't know how they know where he saved those but they'll pay the price for stealing his treasures. Ben beats the ones who stole his liquors and it causes the others to brawl too. The joyous party turns into a battleground in an instant, just like how it usually was in the past. This looks more like Fairy Tale's party now. Of course, Ben is undefeated in the brawl, but he lost in the drinking match after the brawl. Kaina defeats him and everyone else. She still can drink more after that too, it was not even a match, just Kaina trying to show off. Then at night, the drunkards sing and dance to their heart's content. No one stops them, even the always so strict Urza. Well, it's not that she doesn't want to stop them, but she can't because Ichia is there. Even Urza can't do anything about Ichia and can only give up. The next day, the mages of Lamia Scale and Blue Pegasus return to their guilds. They've stayed all night here so they need to return. But then some other guilds' representatives that are close with Fairy Tale come for the next few days. They don't stay for long though because they are just congratulating Fairy Tail. Well, some guilds and organizations who are hostile to them also send people to check if the news is correct. Things will change because of the Tenro team's return, after all. After things calm down, Ben has a private talk with Makarov. Mavis also joins them by herself without their consent. There's nothing they can do because they can't tell or force her to leave. So, what do you want to talk about? Asks Makarov. I want to resign from the guild master position, so please take it back, says Ben casually. Makarov gets stunned and so is Mavis. They thought that Ben will want to continue being the guild master. He has brought many positive changes in the guild in these 3 years and he has great leadership ability. Why do you want to resign? Asks Makarov after calming down. I still want to take jobs and gain experience by going around places. You know that I want to explore the world, right? Being a guild master will make me unable to do it because I need to stay in the guild all the time. There are many things that I still haven't seen and experienced. I don't want to hole up in one place. Also, I've met my limit. I've done everything I could to improve my power, but lately, it becomes harder, and I didn't grow anymore. If I keep staying here, then I won't grow anymore, says Ben with a serious expression. Makarov and Mavis get silent after hearing that. Sure, Ben is a good guild master, but he is still too young to be tied up with that position. He needs to gain more experience. His magic talent will be wasted if he just stays in the guild all the time. Alright, you can resign, but it won't be me who will be the guild master, says Makarov. Then who? Asks Ben. Gildarts, I've planned to make him the next guild master for a long time, anyway, says Makarov. Ben gets surprised but then he frowns. I don't think that's a good idea. He is a strong mage and everyone in the guild respects him. But I doubt he is willing to be a guild master if we consider his personality. I've only known him for a short time but even I know that he is a guy who will do what he wants. That's why I doubt that he will accept the guild master position. I know that, but he is the most suitable one. Don't worry, I will take care of it, so you can relax, says Makarov. Ben shrugs his shoulders and leaves the matter to Makarov. He is sure that Makarov can handle this because the old man has more experience in managing the guild than him. He just needs to focus on what he'll do from now on. Of course, Ben already has a plan for what he'll do after he steps down from the guild master position. But he will take a rather long rest for now and enjoy the days with his little sisters. Myra also thinks the same as him because they haven't met for 3 years. It might be a moment for the Tenro team but it has been 3 years for everyone else. Ben, Myra, and Bella were always thinking about them. It was really tiring, but their wait has ended now, so they want to relax for some time. Ben, his sisters, and the Strauss siblings are living together now. It's because Ben gets a free mansion some days ago from Jura when the guy visited Fairy Tail along with his guild. Well, it's not really free because Ben gets it after winning many bets against Jura. They were betting on many things but never really specify the stakes. Ben always won their bet because he could accurately predict the results with AI Chip's help. So some days ago, he asked for his reward, which is a mansion made of Jura's earth magic. Jura is the best earth magician that Ben knows and the mansion that he builds will be very sturdy. The mansion gets built on the outskirts of the town, at the border of the forest. This is the only place with an empty wide area and cheap price, after all. Of course, there are many preparations because all Jura did was make the building. They need to decorate it with paint, furniture, etc. So the mansion has just fully ready to use yesterday and today they all are moving there. Unsurprisingly, everyone from the guild follows them to their new house. It's easy to guess what these guys think of now. Seeing Ben and Co.'s new house isn't the first thing they think of, it's the celebration party where they can eat and drink for free. Luckily, Ben has a lot of money from his S-class jobs, Wizard Saint's wage, and his new business. Ben's car company has started operating and it's very successful. They've just sold 10 cars but they've profited a lot. Those 10 cars aren't normal cars, but luxurious cars with high performance. They were made for big shots like nobles, rich people, guild masters, etc. Ben copied Rolls-Royce's designs and concepts, after all. His cars are very popular because most big shots know that he was the one who made the new engine type that can be used by anyone, not just mages. Luckily, he doesn't need to worry about copyright because this is another world. He still gives his personal touches on his cars though. Ben actually wants to sell normal cars at a cheaper price too so that normal people can buy them. But it's not an easy thing to achieve because the materials and labor cost themselves are expensive. Well, that will surely be solved with time as more magic vehicles are being produced and used. He just needs to focus on the present and gains more profits. Being one of the wealthiest people in Fiori or Ishgar or even the world doesn't sound so bad, after all. Ben, your smile is terrifying, says Elfman when he sees Ben smiles creepily while imagining the money that he can get from his business. Ben gets to his sense and look at his guildmates who are spending his money by partying in his new house now. It makes him smile bitterly. I hope I don't run out of money before I can even make more. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 306 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 317 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 272. Family Job. The year has passed because it was at the end of the year when Ben dispelled the fairy sphere. It's year X788 now, and it's Ben's last year as Fairy Tale's 4th guild master. He can finally resign from this position and be freed. Makarov will be the guild master again after Gildarts runs away after the talk with Makarov. Gildarts doesn't want to be a guild master, so he runs away under the pretext of doing a job. He even brings Kana to his job, saying he will train her while working. There's no ceremony or a party when Ben passes the guild master position. They've spent too much on the Tenro team's return celebration. Their finance will be in danger if they keep spending money on this kind of thing. Ben has worked hard to solve their financial problems and secure them. When Ben has just started as a guild master, the guild's finance was very bad. They didn't have enough funds even though they were said to be the best magic guild. The reason is just one: their mages were causing too much damage to their jobs, so the guild needed to use their money as compensation. So Ben set a rule that the involved mages will pay the compensation fully. The guild will only help by lending money to them if they don't have enough money. They need to take responsibility for the problems they cause, after all. That rule is very effective and everyone tries their best to not destroy things. The Tenro team that has just returned also needs to follow this rule. It will be very difficult for them though because they were the ones who caused the most destruction while doing jobs in the past, especially the boys. Anyway, now he doesn't work as a guild master anymore, so Ben has a lot of free time. He immediately takes a job together with Myra, Wendy, Elfman, Lysina, Bella, and Carla. They just take an S-class job so their lineup is overkill. But their goal isn't the job itself, they just want to go together. This is more like a trip for them instead of working. Only someone of Ben's caliber can treat an S-class job as a vacation. Also, Ben and Myra want to train their siblings, so they want to know what these guys are capable of. The job that they take is magical beasts subjugation. They will subjugate a lot of magical beasts so each of them will be able to show their capabilities. Their job location is a forest on the border with a neighboring nation. There is a raise in magical beasts number there. No one knows the cause yet, but they can't let the number keep rising because it will endanger the people who live near the forest. That's why they need to thin out the number, and because there are many strong magical beasts, this job is classified as an S-class job. The number of magical beasts is also a reason why Ben and Myra bring their siblings with them. Also, they need more people for this job. They go there using 2 cars, Light Runner and Herbie. Ben drives Light Runner with his sisters while Myra drives Herbie with her siblings. She is a very good driver now, very good that she becomes the fastest driver after Ben in the guild. "Bye big sis, slow down, please," says Lysina scaredly while holding onto the front seat. "Hee, don't worry, this car is very safe," says Myra calmly. "But you still need to drive safely," says Lysina. Elfman, who sits in the front passenger seat, then says, "Lysina, a man needs to be brave." "I am not a man and your legs are shaking," says Lysina while pointing at Elfman's shaking legs. In contrast to the frightened Strausses, Wendy and the cats are enjoying their ride. They are used to high-speed driving because Ben likes to drive very fast since he has his first car. Bella even asks Ben to go faster, but he can't because they need to match the other car's speed. They arrive at their destination in 4 hours safely, but Elfman and Lysina seem like they've lost their souls. So they rest for a bit before proceeding to do their job. They enter the forest with Ben at the front, the girls in the middle, and Elfman at the rear. What an atmosphere! I can feel so many sources of magic power even though I'm not that good at sensing, says Lysina. Yeah, this number is not normal for a forest of this size. But, strangely, they all are gathering deep in the forest with their number. Usually, magical beasts will spread to all areas. Gathering in one spot means more competition for food, so the weaker ones won't survive. But all of them are gathering, no matter if they are weak or strong, says Ben. Maybe there's something that lured them there, says Elfman. Or they have a leader, a very strong one that can suppress them all, making them submissive and obedient. That's why there's no infighting or battles for territories, says Myra. Well, there's no need to assume things. We will find out when we get there, says Lysina. But won't it be dangerous if they all attack us at once? Asks Wendy. That's right, their number is a very big problem. Then, let's lure some of them so we can fight a smaller number. We'll repeat the process to thin out their number, says Ben. How will you lure them? Asks Carla. Ben just grins and then takes out an item. It's a grenade. This is not a magic grenade, it's a normal grenade filled with gunpowder. Ben made this in his free time after finding gunpowder. It exists in this world but they usually just use it for fireworks because magic is more powerful so they don't use it as a weapon. After giving orders to the others and they get into positions, Ben throws the grenade, and it explodes. The explosion is quite loud and can be heard from deep in the forest. But because it doesn't have magic power in it, the magical beasts aren't too agitated. Still, the loud explosion piqued their interest, and they all look at a shadow on top of a cliff. Just like what Myra said, there is a beast that leads these magical beasts like a king. It just moves its head a bit and some beasts leave the horde to check the explosion site. 20 weak magical beasts, 10 with decent power, and a rather high level one go to check. They walk in a circle formation with the strongest in the middle. These beasts are systematic, showing that they are quite intelligent. Going in a formation like this is normal, but that only applies to magical beasts of the same kind. These guys, however, are from different species, and some of them are hostile to each other. Even the same species will fight if they aren't from the same pack. It makes no sense for them to walk together peacefully like this. So Ben comes to a conclusion that they have a strong and intelligent leader that can unify and organize them. This job might be more difficult than they thought. But it's not a problem because they are ready for any kind of situation. This is an S-class job, after all, which should be very difficult, so they should be ready for unexpected things. Sometimes the job is far more difficult than anyone thought, that's why being an S-class mage is not easy. Ben gives his signal and everyone immediately attacks the beasts. They still have a lot of energy so they can defeat the beasts in a short time. It will get harder as more beasts come so they need to get ready. Ben suddenly gets smug and says, "This job is harder than we thought, but don't worry. For I am here." You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 307 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 318 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 273, 273. Monster Horde. Ben and Co move to another place after defeating the first group of beasts. They use a grenade again to lure some beasts at a time. They can't use the same spot because the intelligent beast leader might realize that something is wrong. In the second attempt, the ones that come aren't just magical beasts but also animals. So there are many kinds of magical creatures there. There are even ghost-like magical creatures that attack the group. Anyway, this strategy works very well so they keep repeating it. It won't work forever but they have succeeded 12 times before the magical creatures realize that something is wrong because the ones who have been sent in the beginning still haven't returned. So when the 13th explosion happens, a lot of magical creatures come. Almost half of the remaining creatures move to attack Ben's group. There are more than 100 magical creatures in this group. Ben orders everyone except Myra to fight first to see their full capabilities. He and Myra will stay at the back and provide support if needed. Both of them won't interfere unless the others can't handle it anymore. The horde of magical creatures finally arrives and they all have prepared themselves. Wendy stands on the far left with Carla getting ready on her back. Lysina has transformed into a humanoid tiger and stands in the middle with Bella on her back too. While Elfman is alone on the far right. He has transformed into a creature similar to a wyvern. It's the creature that Rusty Rose made using the Ark of Embodiment, Belfast, that has been absorbed by Elfman. When the horde of magical creatures arrives, Wendy and Elfman immediately cast their spells. Wendy uses Sky Dragon's Roar while Elfman uses a similar spell. He shoots a strong wind breath with similar power as Wendy's spell. Their attacks destroy the trees and take out many magical creatures. Almost a third of the magical creatures get killed by their attacks and a lot are injured. Now they need to deal with the remaining ones. Elfman transforms again into Belcuses, another beast that Rusty Rose made. It's a big humanoid heavy armored beast with high physical power. Belcuses and Belfast are good loots from his fight against Rusty Rose. Anyway, the three mages then get into a formation while the magical creatures are in disarray after the first attack. Elfman stands in the front as a vanguard, Lysina stands behind him, Bella flies above Lysina, while Wendy flies even higher with Carla's assistance. They attack immediately before the magical creatures attack them. Elfman just runs around while attacking the creatures. There are so many magical creatures there, so he always hit them anywhere he runs and attacks. Lysina attacks the ones that could evade Elfman's attacks. Wendy provides support to Lysina by shooting wind blades from the sky. She just swings his hands and wind blades are flying anywhere she wants. These wind blades are the variation of Sky Dragon's Claw. The original spell needs the use of her feet but it's too troublesome. So Ben and AI Chip modified it and the hand version of Sky Dragon's Claw gets created. When he taught it to Wendy in the past, she learned it in an hour. Well, it's just a different usage of Sky Dragon's Claw, after all. Still, it is more flexible and easier to use in battles, just like now. Wendy can easily attack the enemies on the ground and air. She can move her hands easier than her feet. She can even make smaller blades using her fingers that she shaped like claws. The three's teamwork is quite good and they take out a lot of magical creatures while getting little damage. Wendy hasn't even healed them yet because they aren't that injured. Healing them too much will just drain her magic power and disturb their attack. After the magical creatures get reduced to a quarter of their initial number, Elfman and Lysina transform again. Elfman transforms into his king of beast form while Lysina into her cat form. Wendy is still flying but she starts to move around to chase the scattered magical creatures. Their attacks become better now because they don't need to mind their defense too much. The enemy's number is already low so the danger also gets lowered. They just need to attack the enemies that have gotten scared, making it easier. It doesn't take long for them to subjugate the remaining magical creatures. They gather in their initial location again to rest because they've spent a lot of energy. Wendy heals Elfman and Lysina who lay on the ground tiredly. "How is it?" asks Ben. Elfman pants and says, Easy. "Ooh, that's good. Then you're good to go again, right?" "It's easy, after all," says Ben while smiling. "See, can we rest for a minute first?" asks Lysina. "Well, I want to allow it, but those creatures won't let you rest any longer," says Ben while pointing toward the forest. "There are so many creatures there, a lot more than before. They are the remaining creatures of the big group that was deep in the forest before. These creatures seem stronger than the previous horde." Elfman, Lysina, and Wendy immediately get ready to fight but the creatures aren't attacking. They just show hostility and growl while looking at them. Suddenly, the creatures move aside to make a way in the middle, and a big creature walks through it. The creature has 4 legs with pure black fur covering its whole body. Its head is similar to that of a tiger with white stripes on its black fur. It has a mane like a lion, but its mane is thicker, and longer than normal lions as it is also far bigger. Those traits make this creature seems normal actually. Nothing unusual can be seen on its body that makes the mages wonder if it's really the leader. But their opinions change instantly when the black beast releases its magic power. It has a lot of magic power, enough to pressure Myra. Now it makes sense why it can unify all these creatures and command them. It also has high intelligence for a beast, although it doesn't seem to be as high as a human. "Ben, I think we need to step up now," says Myra. "I know. It is too dangerous for them. I will take care of this, you guys step back and get on your guards," says Ben as he walks forward. The others step back and Myra stands in front of them. "Well, I think it's time to show you my new power. I've only shown this to Myra and Bella because this is my secret weapon. You know what I mean, right?" asks Ben with a finger in front of his mouth. They all nod so Ben looks at the magical creatures while cracking his neck and grinning. "Then, let's end this game," says Ben as he takes a deep breath. A black magic circle with red outlines appears in front of his mouth and he chants, "Sun God's Bellow." Ben shoots a black solar energy beam that has a blood-red color in the center. It has a wide range and shots at high speed. The beam hits the targets in a short time and engulfs most of them. When the beam is gone, a big and long path of destruction can be seen in front of Ben. Everything there disappears, be it trees or magical creatures. Well, everything except one, the boss. It is still alive even though it has a lot of injuries, including losing a limb and an eye. Still, it shows just how powerful Ben's Sun God Slayer magic is. Even a high-level S-class creature almost died just from a basic spell. Elfman, Lysina, Wendy, and Carla are speechless and have their jaws dropped. Myra only smiles as if it's a normal thing and Bella is cheering him. The remaining creatures are looking at Ben with frightened expressions. But then Ben says, "Damn, I overdid it." You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 308 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 319 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 274. Explanation. What was that black beam?" asks Elfman with a shocked expression. "I will explain it later. For now, go and take over that beast. You need to increase your beast souls because your beast souls have limited abilities," says Ben. Alright, says Elfman before he goes to the dying beast leader. "Lysina, you can also choose any animals that you want to add to your arsenal," says Ben. "Aye sir," says Lysina playfully before she leaves too. Elfman and Lysina immediately take over their targets' bodies. Lysina chooses Armadillo because she lacks defense. The armadillo is different from the one on Earth, its skin color is red with black armor on its back. After Elfman and Lysina are done, they collect the dead magical creatures' bodies. These bodies are needed as proof of their job and they can sell them too for a good price. There are so many carcasses, after all, so they can't waste this chance. Then they leave the forest and go to the nearest town where they can get the job completion approval from the mayor. It doesn't take long because they have proof and Ben is a wizard saint so he is trustworthy. After that, they return to Magnolia and report their job to Makarov before going home. They rest for the rest of the day so they'll be ready for tomorrow's plan. Ben has understood the others' power level so they will start training tomorrow. However, they don't start training right away the next day. Elfman, Lysina, Wendy, and Carla are interrogating Ben. They want to know the magic he used to defeat the magic creatures yesterday, so he needs to explain it first. Sun God Slayer magic. And you made it yourself. The four of them say that with a very surprised tone. They all know that Ben is smart, a genius even, but this is beyond their expectation. He has created new magic in 3 years, very powerful magic from the lost magic category at that. Even great mages like the 4 gods of Ishgar might not be able to do that. Well, they don't have Ben's secret weapon, after all, the AI chip. If Ben doesn't have it, then he won't be able to achieve this too. It might take more years or even decades to create Sun God Slayer magic by himself. AI chip is without a doubt the one that helps Ben the most in this life. It has helped Ben grow to this point faster than anyone else. He might achieve it without AI chip, but it will take a far longer time. Well, it's not easy though because I need a lot of data to make this magic, says Ben. So you got the data from Fire and Wind God Slayer magic, right? Can Wendy also learn that Wind God Slayer magic? Asks Elfman curiously, making the others curious too. I don't know, maybe in the future, but for now, no. Having more than one type of Slayer magic is almost impossible. The magic will clash against each other because Slayer magic can be said to be alive. The strong one will suppress the weaker one and maybe destroy it. Their clash can destroy the mage's body too. Unless your body is as strong as mine, then it is impossible. But to reach this level of physical strength is also theoretically impossible unless you turn into a dragon. It is possible for me because of my dragon seed, says Ben. Dragon seed? What's that? Asks Lysina. It's a seed that will turn someone into a dragon if they overuse their dragon slayer magic. All dragon slayers who learned their magic from real dragons have it. That means me, Wendy, Natsu, and Gajeel. Laxus who uses a dragon lacrima doesn't have it, says Ben. Then, you guys might turn into a dragon. Asks Lysina worriedly. Well, it was the case for me, but it won't happen to the 3 of them, says Ben while patting Wendy's head because she looks down. She has known all of this because Ben has explained it to her and the cats. Myra also knew this already because he has told her before. Now he just needs to explain everything to Elfman and Lysina. Why won't they turn into dragons while you will? But it was the case for you. Asks Lysina. I don't know for sure, but the 3 of them might have been helped in some ways by their dragon parents. As you know, my dragon parent never really taught me anything. So whatever it was that their dragon parents did to stop the dragonization on them, I never get it. That's why I need to find a way myself, and the only way that I can think of is by learning Devil and God Slayer magic to suppress the dragon seed. But, to learn 2 more types of Slayer magic, or even just one, you need a very strong body like mine. I can achieve this thanks to the dragon seed, which makes my body grow stronger like a dragon. But I might turn into a dragon if I'm not very careful. It's a high turn high risk situation, says Ben. Ben tells them the truth but not everything. He doesn't say that he can seal a dragon in his body to suppress the dragon seed. But that dragon needs to be at the level of dragon gods, and the only dragon he knows that meets that criteria is Aknologia. Capturing and sealing Aknologia is many times harder than creating Sun God Slayer magic. That's why he never tells anyone except for Rubal about this. It will just make them worried because now all of them know just how strong Aknologia is. Having more than one type of Slayer magic is also not an advantage. You must train them all at the same time, so it will be a lot more difficult than training just one type. If someone who has a type of Slayer magic needs an amount of effort to reach a certain level, then I will need 3 times that effort or even more to reach the same level, says Ben. So it's just you who can have 3 types of Slayer magic? Asks Lysina. I don't know, maybe someone else can, but I never see them. At least I never heard someone who has Devil, Dragon, and God Slayer magic at once like me. However, I know someone who has more than one type of Dragon Slayer magic. It's the first rank wizard saint, God Serena. He was already a quite powerful mage before having 8 types of Dragon Slayer magic, says Ben. 8. He has 8 Dragon Lacrima in his body. Using Dragon Lacrima is less burdensome to the user's bodies. All 8 magic also have a low probability of clashing against each other because they all are dragons and they are different. None of Serena's Dragon Slayer magic is from the same category. He only has 1 fire type, 1 earth type, 1 wind type, etc. So all of them are different, that's why they don't clash against each other. But my Slayer magic is all about sun and they are for different creatures. Of course, they will try to gain dominance over each other. It's like if Natsu learns other Fire Dragon Slayer magic, then it will be useless because he has the Fire Dragon King's magic, so it's already the strongest, making the other one useless, says Ben before giving a lot more explanation that takes minutes before he finishes. Ben's long explanation only makes them more confused, just like he planned. They just need to understand that it is difficult to do what he does and it's not beneficial. It will just be a lot more difficult to get stronger. Ben said all those things because he doesn't want Wendy to do what he does. It's better for her to just use her Sky Dragon Slayer magic and improve it. Learning other types of Slayer magic will surely make her improve slower. Her power will be half-assed, which is not good. Ben knows he is special because he has AI chip and his body is made directly by gods. That's why he is capable of achieving what others can't with his body. Learning the 3 types of Slayer magic actually doesn't burden his body, but AI chip assumes that it might be the case for others, so he doesn't recommend others to do it, and said all those bullshits. Ben suddenly pats Wendy's head, "Don't worry, I will help you to be very strong. So strong that your Sky Dragon Slayer magic won't lose to Wind God Slayer magic. I'll make sure you become stronger than God Serena with only your Sky Dragon Slayer magic." The others look at each other and think that it's a bit too much. But they realize that Ben is serious when they see his face. They won't believe that claim if it's someone else, but they feel like Ben can really make it happen. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 309 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 320 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 275. Training the Younger. Ben and Myra finally start training their little siblings after knowing their capabilities. Of course, their training is different. Ben takes Lysina, Wendy, and Carla to the magic library while Myra goes to the guild training ground with Elfman and Bella. Even though they go to different places, they will learn the same thing, magic theories. They will learn more about their magic to gain more understanding. But while Lysina, Wendy, and Carla can read books to do it, Elfman can't, so Myra will explain it to him directly while showing examples. Ben gives them the books that the 3 girls need to learn. He explains the things that they don't understand and even simplifies some complex theories. Of course, he shows them examples every once in a while to make them understand more. He also gives lessons to others who are reading books in the magic library. Most of them are the new members and his students in magic school. Levy, Lucy, and Fried also ask him a few things. They are the only ones who will read books and not stop after opening some pages, after all. Learning from magic books will increase their understanding of their magic. They can also interpret the knowledge in their own way and apply it with their own styles. There are many books of the same magic, so they can get many references. Ben gives them all Gale Read Force glasses to increase their reading speed. He also makes clones to help him explain stuff to them while he reads some books himself. He hasn't finished scanning all the books in the magic library because of his tight schedule before, so he uses this chance to scan more books. Meanwhile, Myra is teaching Elfman while practicing. He is one of those who have book allergies, so he can't read books. The only way is by teaching him directly while practicing, and Myra is the best teacher for takeover magic. Bella is accompanying and helping them, as moral support. She just stays there while drinking milk and occasionally cheering Elfman. In another word, she is just having fun watching Elfman being beaten up by Myra in their training. Mina, one of Ben's students in magic school who uses takeover magic, also joins Elfman's training. She has read the books in the library for the last 3 years, so she only needs practice. Myra has also taught her for quite some time, so they are quite close. Their theoretical lessons last for a week before they start practical training. Well, Elfman just resumes his previous training. The girls who read books have just started their practical training though. They need to use what they've learned in the last week into practice. Myra is teaching Lysina now while Elfman is being trained by Ben's clone. Ben is teaching him control while also training Elfman's power. The real Ben is training Wendy and Carla right now. He gives them pointers while they try to apply what they've learned into practice. He has scanned almost all the magic books in the library, so AI chip has a lot of data and can help him find problems with the girls' magic training. Actually, he has planned how to improve Wendy's magic and even create new spells for her. He didn't know what magic Carla will learn, so he just made a plan to increase her magic power and control. He also has made a plan for Lysina and Elfman. However, he didn't immediately tell them all of his plans. He wants them to know their magic and find the path that they'll take. Then he will help them using what he has. They keep training every day and soon the Wizard Saint tournament comes. A week before the tournament start, Ben and Myra take their siblings to do a job. They don't go together though. The Strausses go on their own while Ben and his sisters also go on their own. Their jobs aren't S-classes because it's just to test their progress. The results are very good for a month of training. They have a deeper understanding of their magic. That's why they can improve faster than in the past. Then, a day before the Wizard Saint tournament begins, Fairy Tale go to the venue using their magic airship. This year's tournament is in the land of Isvan. Many of them haven't gone to this country, including Ben, so this will be a good vacation. Normal people and guilds will need to go a few days in advance to book hotels or tickets. But they don't need to do all those things because Ben is a Wizard Saint. He can just book everything through Magic Council, he has privilege. Their next destination, the land of Isvan, is a winter country. It is cold for almost a full year and a lot of places are covered by snow all year round. That's why there are many ice mage here, but strangely their wizard saint isn't an ice mage. The land of Isvan only has one wizard saint. It's the woman who won the first wizard saint tournament and defeated a wizard saint from the land of Isvan. She still holds her title to this day, and the man who got defeated by her hasn't tried to take that title again. Just like the previous years, almost all wizard saints are absent. The only one who comes from another country is Ben. So the wizard saints who come are just him and the woman who uses cut magic, Ellie. "Thank you for coming, Master Ben," says Ellie after Ben comes out of the airship. She comes to meet him personally because he is a fellow wizard saint, an important figure. Ben shakes her hand and says, "Well, I'm not the master anymore, so you can just call me Ben." What do you mean?" asks Ellie. "I've stepped down from the guild master position and returned it to the previous master," says Ben. Ellie seems to remember something and says, "Ah. That's right, Master Makarov, a former wizard saint. I don't really understand what happened 3 years ago, but I'm glad that they are fine and have returned." Ellie looks at Makarov before approaching and shaking his hands. Then she guides them to their hotel so they can rest. Ben and Ellie talk while they walk to the hotel. "I guess that guy will make a move at this tournament," says Ben. "Yes, it's been 2 years, and we hold the tournament in our country, so this is the best chance for him to take it back." "I doubt he will let go of this chance," says Ellie. "Well, you and Mike seem to have a deep history, so the possibility of him going after you is high," says Ben. They arrive at the hotel after some minutes of walking. Ellie leaves them on their own and the fairy tale mages go to their rooms. But Ben realizes that Gray isn't looking good, so he asks the guy. "Don't worry, I'm fine," says Gray before entering his room. Ben just shrugs his shoulders off. He won't force Gray to tell him anything, so he leaves. But then Myra tells him that Gray was from Isvan and it's enough explanation for Ben. Well, can't do anything about it. This is a problem that he needs to solve himself. Also, I am not that close to Gray, so I can't really help him. He should be fine too. "He won't come here if he isn't," says Ben. "I hope so," says Myra. The fairy tale mages then rest and the tournament finally start the next day. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 310 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 322 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 276, 276. Learning by watching. The third Wizard Saint tournament finally starts and it's still as popular as ever. There are so many people who come to watch it, just like when it was held for the first time in Fiori. It's a continental event, after all, so people from all nations in Ishgar want to participate. Ben has taken Fairy Tale Mages on the previous 2 events and this year's event as well. He asked Makarov to bring all young members and only left some senior members in the guild. This is a good chance for the young members to learn because they can watch the battles of high-level mages here. "Arg, I want to join this tournament and fight strong people too," says Natsu in frustration while they walk to the stadium. "You can't, we have a wizard saint in our guild, so we aren't allowed to join," says Lucy. "Well, it's not like you can't join at all," says Ben. The Tenro boys' ears twitched excitedly. "Really?" Ben grins and looks at them. "Yeah, but there's something that you need to do first." "What is it?" asks Gajeel. "You need to defeat me. If you can do it, then I will resign from my position and you'll be able to join the tournament because we won't have any wizard saint anymore," says Ben while still grinning. The boys' smiles disappear and they all look away while sweating. Then they continue their walk without saying anything. They've tried to fight Ben many times since they returned from Tenro Island, but he always defeats them with mere flicks on their foreheads. Their gaps in power have grown a lot wider in these 3 years because Ben keeps growing while they didn't. They couldn't even defeat him 3 years ago, not to mention now. He has even surpassed Gildarts, so they don't have any chance. With the boys get silenced, Fairy Tale can watch the tournament happily. They have seats in the front rows because of Ben's privilege. Ben was invited to watch from a special room with Ellie and some high-ranked people, but he refused because his guildmates are there. The first round finally starts at 9 AM and it's still a battle royale like usual. But different from the tournament in Fiori and 7, this battle royale round has just 4 groups, not 8. They will just choose 4 winners from each group, so there will be 16 people for the next round. That's why the size of each group is big with more than 300 participants in each group. The arena looks very cramped with more than 300 people fighting in it. But it will also make the contestants work harder to defend themselves and attack their opponents. The battles in this round are quite interesting and the Fairy Tale Mages learn a lot of things from this round. Well, Ben explains a few things to them like the right and wrong things that the contestants do in this kind of battle. They also can see mages who use the same or similar magic as them. But these mages can utilize their magic better or have stronger spells. The ways these mages use their magic in battles have inspired the young fairy tale mages. Even Ben can learn a lot of things in this tournament. Each person has a unique fighting style even if they learn from the same teacher. That's why there are always things to learn from other mages even though Ben has seen them fought before. In the third battle royale group, Ben sees an interesting thing. Mike, the former wizard saint who got his title taken by Ellie, is fighting in this round. He becomes the favorite contestant in this tournament instantly because he was a former wizard saint. Of course, Mike passes the first round and then the fourth group is up. Ben sighs when he sees a familiar face. It's the plant mage woman who won the last tournament but lost against Ben in the title match. She joins all wizard saint tournaments so far, truly a persistent woman. Ben doesn't know whether she will target him again this time, but she is surely a top winner candidate. By the way, her name is Jessica Mile, and of course, she passes the first round. The next day, they start the second round which uses a knockout duel system. There are 16 people in this round, so there will be 8 battles in a day. Mike and Jessica pass this round easily and go to the next round. For the next round, they use a point system, not knockout again. They all will fight against each other one at a time, each person will fight against 7 people, so there will be 28 matches. Each battle has 20 minutes time limit. The winner of each battle gets 3 points and the loser doesn't get any points. If the 2 fighters still stand when the time is up, it will be counted as a draw and each of them will get 1 point. After the 28 matches finish, the 2 mages with the highest points will fight against each other for the final. It's an interesting system because the audience can see all 8 mages fight against each other. It is also fairer even though it's very time consuming. There will be 7 matches in a day, so this round needs 4 days to finish. For the next 4 days, the audience can see different kinds of battles. It's quite interesting to see someone lose to an opponent who lost against a mage that they defeated before. The compatibility of their magic is bad, after all. At the end of this round, Jessica and Mike get the highest point. Jessica has full point as she won all her matches while Mike lost against Jessica. So for the final, Jessica becomes the favorite winner candidate. She lives up to that expectation and wins the final match that gets held 2 days after the previous round. It's an overwhelming victory and Mike's Art of Paint's magic gets destroyed easily by her plants. Jessica wins the match just in 5 minutes because she has understood Mike's magic in their previous match. Ben thought she will challenge him again, but she chooses another wizard saint. It seems she has given up on challenging him because she knows it will be useless. She doesn't even have confidence she can defeat the last year's Ben with her current power, not to mention the current Ben who obviously has gotten stronger. Jessica challenges a man who is the oldest among the wizard saints below gods of Ishgar rank. The man's name is Armin, a mage who uses bending magic. He can bend objects and magic but he can't bend living beings. Armin is 53Y.0 but his body is big and muscular like a bodybuilder. They fight the next day because Armin isn't here so he needs to come through a teleportation device. Their fight is quite intense because Armin can't bend Jessica's plants. They are considered living beings, after all, so he can't bend them. Armin can only bend the arena ground and wall, making it looks like he uses earth magic. His use of earth isn't as good as Jura but it's better than average earth mages. However, it's not good enough to be used against Jessica. In the end, Armin gets defeated after an hour. He is still a veteran and a strong mage. So he can hold his ground against Jessica despite all the disadvantages. But when he gets defeated, Armin seems happy instead. Good for you, old man, says Ben after he teleports beside Armin. Oh, little Ben, what are you talking about? Asks Armin while smiling. No need to hide it, I know you want to retire as a wizard saint, says Ben. He, I really can't hide it from you, says Armin. Well, everyone knows it already, even Ellie, says Ben. Armin has a surprised look, really? Sigh, it seems I've gotten too old to not realize it. Well, I really want to retire and live a peaceful life. But I can't let anyone weaker than I take over my title. That's why I went all out, but I lost, so I'm happy with the result. Yeah, good for you. Anyway, Master wants to meet you after this, so hurry up and get healed, says Ben. Hey, I am not you who can heal in mere seconds. But well, I want to talk with Master Makarov too. It's been a long time since I saw him, says Armin. There are some plots happening here, but the tournament finally ends. Ishgar now has a new wizard saint, Jessica the plant mage. The fairy tale young mages also learned a lot by watching this tournament, so Ben is very satisfied. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 311 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 322 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 277. Pissed. Fairy Tail returns to Magnolia after the third Wizard Saint tournament finished. Many of them get a lot of inspiration and immediately go to train. Ben and Makarov are satisfied by this, but they are happier by the fact that their mages didn't make any problem in the land of Isvan. For the next few days, Fairy Tail's young mages are busy training themselves. Ben is still training his sisters and the Strausses including Myra. He is the only one who can handle a spar with Myra because the others can't match her power. Well, Makarov can match her but he is too old to spar with a young mage. Laxus and Urza have tried to spar with Myra, but none of them can make her use her full power. Only Ben can make her use her full power while also pointing out her mistakes. Days pass by with Ben busy training himself, his sisters and the Strausses. They also take jobs every once in a while. Ben and Myra take their siblings to do S-class jobs sometimes to give them experience. A few months later, the third Grand Magic Games is held again. Just like last year, Fairy Tail send their youngest members. Bella and Carla join their team along with Romeo, Helen, and Jack who are two of the kids that Ben and Myra saved 3 years ago. Of course, the Tenro boys wanted to join the event. But Ben and Makarov agreed to not let them join because this is a good chance to give the youngest members some experience. Their guild has won the first Grand Magic Games, so they aren't too interested in winning anymore. The Tenro boys can't do anything about it too because Ben will give them a piece of his mind if they don't give up. So they can only watch as their youngest members get defeated just right before even entering the top 8. The other guilds have trained hard for the last year and the youngest members can't handle them anymore. It's still a good experience though because the youngest members can learn a lot in this event. But then some unknown guilds mock Fairy Tail for sending children. Natsu, Gajeel, and the other hotheads get angry but Ben just laughs, making everyone look at him. They are wondering why he laughs when his guild is being mocked. Oi, what's funny? Asks a guy who looks like a wannabe gangster. Ben stops laughing and looks at the ones who mock his guild while smirking, you are mocking us for sending children. But these children almost enter the top 8 this year and last year as well. Doesn't that mean that you are mocking the guilds that can't even get close to the top 8 to be weaker than these children? Oh, wait. Your guild can't enter the top 8 either. So you are weaker than these children. The guilds that mock Fairy Tail get silent because all of them didn't pass the top 8. Those that enter the top 8 don't even bother to talk nonsense. These guilds are just using Fairy Tail to release their frustration. The guy who talked to Ben earlier gets stared at by everyone in the stadium. He gets very embarrassed before getting angry. Stupidly, he gets angry at Ben out of everyone in Fairy Tail or even the whole stadium. Damn, you son of a BCH. You are just sending those children because you aren't confident you can win. Your victory at the first Grand Magic Games was just luck, says the guy arrogantly. The audience murmurs when they hear it. They all think that the guy is an idiot. Doesn't he recognize who he's talking to? Whispers someone. I don't think he knows. Otherwise, he would just shut up when he heard that man laugh, whispers someone else. Well, he looks like an idiot, so it's possible, whispers another man. Just like what they thought, he is an idiot who doesn't recognize Ben. He even thought that the audience is supporting him and ridicules Ben because they keep glancing at Ben. Well, he's never been so wrong, but it boosted his confidence though. Haha, speechless aren't you? Then why don't you prove to us that you are that great? I guess having a wizard saint doesn't guarantee the guild to be strong, says the guy, not noticing that he is talking to that wizard saint. Seeing Ben just stays silent, he smirks before approaching Fairy Tail. The Fairy Tail mages get nervous, but not because of him. They get away, clearing the path between the guy and Ben, making him think that they are scared of him. Ha ha ha, Fairy Tail doesn't live up to its reputation, isn't it? They all just get away and this guy just stands like a statue after talking that haughty, says the punk while looking at Ben who stays silent. He is a lot shorter than Ben but he is still very confident. Everyone there is nervously watching the punk poking Ben's chest and face with his finger. Even the royalties, nobles and the Magic Council are nervous. But the punk is still clueless and gets even more insolent. You'll just stand like a statue? Fine, I will make you move, and insert my words right to your brain, says the punk before he punches Ben with a lightning-cladded punch. Bam! The effect is quite big but nothing changes. Ben is still standing on his spot, not moving even a milli. The punk feels as if he punches a mountain and he looks at Ben nervously now because he uses a lot of power, but Ben doesn't get affected. Then finally, Ben speaks, "Oi punk. Let me tell you something." Ben says that as he grabs the punk's face. The punk tries to break free, but he can't, so Ben resumes his speech. Never curse in front of kids. And never call my mother BCH, you asshole. Ben throws the punk to his guildmates and hits them. They all fall and scattered like bowling pins. The punk himself keeps flying to the wall and crashes onto it, destroying it. Jura, fix that for me, I will upgrade your car's speed for free, says Ben while looking at Jura who watches from afar. He then leaves without waiting for Jura's answer. The fairy tale mages follow him out of the stadium. No one dares to say anything and just watch them leave because they don't want to be the next person to be embedded on a wall. Aren't you going too far? I don't like it too when our guild is being insulted, but I think this is too far, says Makarov. I don't think so. This is still a light punishment, he should be grateful that I didn't hurt him more than this. Someone like Serena will kill him on the spot just for pointing his finger, so I was still nice enough. If he was just cursing, then I won't go this far, but he called me son of a beep. That is something that I'll never forgive no matter what. No one can call my parents using that word, says Ben. Sigh, well, I guess you've protected our guild's honor, so it's fine, says Makarov. They return to their hotel and watch the tournament again the next day. Now, no one dares to mess with them, making it peaceful for them. Well, Ben still gets an earful from Jura, so it's not really peaceful. The third Grand Magic Games go well and the winner is actually Blue Pegasus. There aren't many battle rounds this year and most of the rounds need intelligence and teamwork more than power. With Hibiki in the group, Blue Pegasus can dominate the games. You're second again, for the third time, says Ben while smirking at Jura. Sigh, maybe it's some kind of curse, says Jura dejectedly. Let's confirm it next year, says Ben happily. Oi, don't be happy about that, we also want to be the winner, says Jura. Ben just laughs before he leaves the stadium and walks alone. He goes to a big mansion and enters it. A middle-aged man has been waiting for him and they go to a room that looks like a personal office. The middle-aged man is Ben's old acquaintance, Joseph the merchant. Joseph puts a small box on the table and says, "Here's your order. It's the best that I could find." Ben opens the box and smiles widely, "Great, this is better than I thought. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 312 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 323 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 278. Surprise! Ben goes back to meet his guildmates who are preparing to return to Magnolia. They return after finishing their business here. The airship flies at a high speed and they arrive on Magnolia in an hour. There's nothing happened and they all return to their home. The next day, everything goes as usual. Mages are gathering in the guild, taking jobs, training, or just lazying around somewhere. But Ben isn't training or taking a job today, he goes on a date with Myra. He doesn't even take Bella with them because he just wants to be alone with Myra today. Bella is training with Carla, Wendy, Elfman, and Lysina. Ben and Myra walk around the bustling town. This town is very different than 3 years ago. It has developed so much since Ben became Fairy Tale's guild master. He has affected the town one way or another. The Anima plan has affected the whole town because it increases the ether nano there. It makes the environment a lot better than before. The air and water get fresher, the ground gets more fertile, and the plants, animals, and humans get a lot healthier. But the biggest change that Ben made is his car company. It increases the town's income while providing them with more employment chances. Almost all the workers in Ben's company are the town locals, that's why the town folks are happy because he gives them a job while they also put quests for Fairy Tale mages. Now, whenever Ben walks around the town, people will greet him happily. They call him boss, young master, sir wizard, etc. Some people even still call him guild master even though he has retired from that position. Myra also gets recognized as she is Ben's girlfriend. Many young ladies envy her but they know they can't replace her. Not only she is one of the prettiest women mages, she has been with Ben for a long time too. This doesn't feel like a date at all. Not even the town mayor will be watched and greeted like this when he walks around. They even give us free stuff and refuse our payment, says Ben. Myra laughs a little and says, but it feels nice, isn't it? We are like celebrities. Also, I like this situation because it means that people recognize our hard work. Yeah, but this is a date, it's supposed to be just us enjoying our time, says Ben tiredly. But we enjoy this, so there's nothing wrong, says Myra. Well, that's true, but that's not what I mean. Sigh, anyway, let's go to a restaurant, I am hungry. All their kindnesses are tiring me and making my stomach empty, says Ben. Myra laughs as they walk to a restaurant. This is the restaurant that they used on their first date when Ben asked Myra to date him. They become regulars here after that because the menus here taste very good. Isn't this the table that we used back then? Asks Myra, realizing that their table is the one they used on their first date. Ooh, what a coincidence. We never get this table again since that time even though we've come here many times, says Ben. Phew, it must be a good day, says Myra happily. I'm sure it is, says Ben. They order some food and drinks before talking while waiting for the food to come. Then they eat after their food comes and they really enjoy their time. But suddenly, everything gets dark even though it's still day. What happens? Asks Myra with an alerted tone while looking around. Calm down, I think they're just closing the curtains and turning off the lamp, says Ben in the dark. Really? But why? Asks Myra confusedly. Because of this, says Ben while flicking his fingers. Many dim light spots suddenly appear around them and the other tables have vanished. It looks like they are surrounded by fireflies and it's really beautiful. Myra tries to touch a light spot and she can feel that it's Ben's magic. So she looks at Ben but he has disappeared from his spot. Then she sees him in the middle of the room with many fireflies around him. The fireflies move and create a path between Ben and Myra while shoving her to move. Myra smiles as she walks and when she arrives in front of him, Ben kneels. Many fireflies gather on his palm and then they disappear. But they are replaced by a small golden box and Ben opens it, showing the content to Myra. Myra, will you marry me? Asks Ben as a pair of silver rings shine inside the box. Myra closes her mouth with her hands and tears flow down her cheeks. She sees Ben smiling widely before she nods while smiling too. Ben pulls her left hand and puts the smaller silver ring on her middle finger as it is an engagement ring. She wants to hug him, but she knows she needs to do something first. So Myra takes the bigger ring and does the same to Ben. Only after doing it that Myra jumps to hug Ben tightly while crying happily. Ben hugs her back and the curtains finally get opened. Many people are clapping while standing around the room. Ben's and Myra's siblings are there too, along with their guildmates because Ben has told them his plan. He asked for their assistance and they were the ones who made this room darkened just now. The fireflies stuff was his magic though. He has prepared this scenario for a long time and this is the best thing that he could come up with. It wasn't that good but I hope you like this surprise, says Ben while still hugging Myra. Myra sniffles while saying, what do you mean it's not that good? It's the best that I can hope for. It's good that you like it, says Ben satisfiedly. Everyone there congratulates the two of them for their engagement. These two have been lovebirds for a long time so they are happy that they've gone this far. Many things have happened to them and they can finally be happy for themselves. They haven't lived for themselves after the Tenro Island incident. They lived for their siblings and friends while pushing aside their happiness. Now, they can stop that and pursue their own happiness, so everyone who knows their struggle is genuinely happy. This is a happy day for many of us, but also a sad day for many girls who get their hearts broken, says Bisksa playfully. Why would they? Asks Ben confusedly. Don't act ignorant. I know you know that many girls out there like you. There are even fan clubs that fawn over you. The most handsome wizard saint, the strongest mage with the most handsome face, etc. If you agreed to become a model back then, you will have more fans than now. Even the top models like the Tri-Man from Blue Pegasus can't match your fame. Sigh, many girls will cry when this news spread, says Bisksa. You're exaggerating, says Ben. Ben knows he is quite famous, but not to the extent that Bisksa talks about. Bisksa sighs at his ignorance and points at the outside of the restaurant. Everyone looks at it and sees many girls are crying while looking at Ben. It makes Ben speechless because he never knows that it will be this bad. He knows people, especially girls like him, but not to the extent that they'll cry over his engagement like this. The number of the girls is also beyond his expectation. Ben doesn't say anything for a while before he finally speaks, they won't kill me, right? I don't know about that, girls can be crazy most of the time, says Laxus with fear in his eyes while trembling. Ben knows Laxus must have had some bad experience about this, so he doesn't say anything else. He just hopes that he will be fine until the wedding. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 313 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 324 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 279. Visitation. Some days after Ben proposed to Myra, he goes to his old village. He takes Wendy, Bella, Carla, and the Strauss siblings with him to see their old home. They go to a crystal monument with the shape of Kate Shelter Guild mark on the plaza that Ben made some time ago which has the villagers' names written on it. Gramps, everyone, I'm back. I've finally saved Wendy and Carla after 3 years. I will still protect my sisters, just like what I've promised you, says Ben while putting a flower bouquet in front of the monument. Master, we've come back. Ben Nii-san and Bella have worked hard to save us, to keep his promise. I'm sorry that I've made you worried. Ah, that's right, Carla and I have bought something for you. It's not what you usually drank, but it's still liquor. We couldn't buy it ourselves because we are too young to enter the store, so Ben Nii-san bought it for us. But we use our own money that we got from finishing jobs, says Wendy. That's right, now we have our own savings from the money that we get ourselves, not what Ben gave, says Carla. Grandpa, Ben Pop, Poro, Pasro, says Bella in confusion. Propose, says Carla, correcting Bella's words. Bella smiles after being reminded and says, "Yeah, Pororopo." "Sigh, whatever," says Carla tiredly. The others laugh before Ben talks again, just like what they said. "I've proposed Myra, you've known her, right? We'll get married in a few months, so don't forget your blessing. It's a very big shame that you can't attend it, but that's all right. I've received a lot from you, so I can overlook this." They laugh a little before Myra comes forward. "Everyone, I will take care of Ben and his sisters. I know that he is a reliable man, but he is also quite clumsy and vulnerable at times. That's why I will be his strength and cover his weaknesses, always support him anytime he needs it, and stay by his side as we grow old." He promised to protect his sisters, but no one promised to protect him, so I will do that, says Myra while bowing. "Hey, we also promised to protect him," says Carla in protest. That's right, says Bella while nodding, supporting Carla. "Carla, Bella, don't be rude," says Wendy. Phew, it's all right, I will protect all of you then. Also, if you want to protect him, then you need to get stronger. I also need to be stronger, but if we all get stronger, then we can combine our strength and protect him," says Myra. Wendy and the cats look at each other before looking at Myra again, and Carla says, I guess you're right. You're in the team now." "Team," says Bella happily as she jumps to hug Myra. Wendy just giggles while Ben, Elfman, and Lysina are getting speechless. They don't know what kind of drama that Myra and the kids did just now. They all have known each other for a long time and even lived together, so it's really strange that they suddenly fight over a promise. Well, it's not a problem, so Ben leaves it at that and talks about a few more things. He reports what he and his sisters have done so far. They don't know if the messages will reach Rubal and the villagers' spirits, but they just want to report all they've done. It's what they've always done in the past, after all. After finishing their business in the village, they return to Magnolia. Things don't go as usual though, because everyone is talking about Ben and Myra. The fairy tale mages keep asking Ben about his plan for the wedding or what he'll do on his last day as a free man. "Ben, let me tell you something. Marriage is not the start of a happy life, it's just the entrance of hell," says a drunk Macau. "Sigh, Macau, just because yours is hell doesn't mean that mine is one too. Just look at Al and Bisksa, they are better now after getting married than when they weren't," says Ben before sipping his rum. "Oi, I'm serious, women change after they get married. If we just stay at home, they told us to work, but if we work too much, they say we didn't care for them," says Macau. "Yeah, I'm sure they are. But I will be able to adapt to that change, unlike you," says Ben while smirking. "TCH, don't say that I never warned you," says Macau pissly. "Ignore him, Ben, he is too drunk," says Wakaba. "Well, that was a good lesson though. I need to learn from his mistake. Just like what people said, experience is the best teacher. That experience doesn't need to be mine, it can be from others," says Ben. "You talk like an old man," says Laxus as he approaches Ben. "Oh, you finished your job?" asks Ben. "Of course, that's why I return. Anyway, Ben, can I ask you a favor?" asks Laxus. The next day, all fairy tale mages are gathering on the training ground. They are watching Laxus and Ben sparring there with a barrier surrounding them. The favor that Laxus asked for was this sparring. "Faster, Laxus. Faster. You are lightning, so you can go faster. Don't hesitate, you are a dragon slayer, your body can withstand that speed, and your brain will adapt to it. Your mind is blocking you from reaching your highest potential," says Ben while blocking Laxus's attacks. Laxus tries to get faster, but he still can't do it. He can travel at a very high speed, but he can't reach that speed when he fights. "Are you worried that you might kill me?" "What a joke, Laxus," says Ben as he sends a light speed jab at Laxus's chest. Laxus is sent flying back and crashes onto the barrier. But he doesn't receive significant injury and it confuses him. "That is what you need, control. You need to have good control over your speed. I know you have it already because you can travel at high speed. But you can't use it in a fight, right? Do you know why?" asks Ben. "Because it needs a greater control," says Laxus. "Correct, moving a long distance at high speed is easier than moving at a very short distance with the same speed. It's because when you move for a long distance, you will have more time to see your path and control your movement. Your control is good but it's not good enough. You mostly move a straight path in battle but you need to be able to change your direction if needed because mages with great senses will be able to see your path and counter it," says Ben. "How do I train it?" asks Laxus. "Try to move around obstacles. In the past, I moved around the trees in the forest, preferably the area where the trees are very close to each other," says Ben. "Alright, thanks, I will try it later," says Laxus. Also, lightning has another great property, heat. Natural lightning has a very high temperature. You are immune to it, so that means your body is immune to that level of heat. Try to make your lightning reach that high temperature. That is my advice to you, learn your element more, says Ben. I see, I don't fully understand my power it seems. Thanks, Ben, I learned a lot from you. You really deserve that Wizard Saint title, I owe you one, says Laxus while smiling as he walks away. The others are bewildered seeing Laxus being humble to someone his age. They are still under the impression that Laxus is a prideful guy, after all. In the past, he looked down on everyone, but now, he actually looked up to someone and asked for advice himself. He has changed, says Lucy. Is he? For me, this is the real Laxus. The Laxus that caused trouble in the past was the one who changed from his original self, says Urza while smiling. It's good, isn't it, Master? Asks Myra. Makarov smiles and says, yeah. He has grown up a lot. They all then look at Ben and he also looks at them before grinning evilly. Now, Natsu, Gajeel, it's your turn. Let's start our Dragon Slayer class. Natsu and Gajeel suddenly turn pale and they try to run away. But who are they to try running away from Ben, the fastest mage in Ishgar? They get captured and dragged to the training ground as they scream. Everyone can only pray for their safety. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 314 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 325 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 280. Getting married. Fairy Tale Guild building is empty today, the door is even closed. No one takes any job today and they all are gathering in the cathedral. They are wearing nice suits and dresses because today is the wedding day of Ben and Myra. It's been 2 months since Ben proposed Myra. Ben is sitting in the front with the boys from the guild, wearing a black suit. He has a new haircut too, a rather short undercut style. He hasn't cut his hair for a few months so he looks very fresh now. When Al and Bisksa get married, he told Al to not be nervous, but he is quite nervous now. The pressure is stronger than he thought. He was never this nervous even when he fought life and death battles. Some time later, the ceremony starts, and the priest calls him to stand on the altar. The priest gives a short speech before calling the bride to enter. Myra enters the room while holding Elfman's hand with Lysina and his sisters behind them as bridesmaids along with some girls. Ben always thought that grooms are exaggerating their reactions when they see their brides. But now he understands why they react like that because now he becomes like them. Myra wears a veil, but he can see that she is just too beautiful today. His eyes are glued on Myra as she walks down the aisle. Everything other than Myra has disappeared from his sight. She wears a simple and normal wedding dress, but it is enough to take Ben's breath. The priest even needs to wake him up to his sense when Myra arrives at the altar. I know what you feel, but don't be overwhelmed. This is a once-in-a-lifetime moment, so you can't mess it up, says the priest. All right, I was just too stunned. The beautiful girl has become a stunning woman, says Ben while smiling. Myra blushes and pinches Ben's waist because it is too embarrassing. He flinches in pain and everyone there laughs at the scene. But it removes Ben's nervousness and so is Myra who nervous too. The ceremony resumes and it proceeds without any problem. Both groom and bride accept each other as husband and wife obviously. Everyone claps their hands and congratulates both of them as they kiss. After finishing the ceremony in the cathedral, they go outside. There are so many people outside, mostly the town folks. Some of Ben's and Myra's acquaintances from other guilds, organizations, etc. also come. Ben and Myra waves their hands and everybody cheers happily. Though many men and women are crying seeing both of them. Ben is famous and many women like him. Myra is also the same because she is a popular model, so many men have a crush on her. They are jealous but they are also happy that their idols have found happiness. Well, they have just realized that what they feel wasn't love, but admiration, and purely idolizing the two. That's why they feel jealous but also happy for Ben and Myra. Suddenly, some booming sound can be heard, and people are panicking. But they all calm down immediately and even smile when they see colorful flower petals fall from the sky. Myra looks at Ben who is smiling and winks his left eye. Why didn't you tell me? Asks Myra. It's not a surprise if I told you, isn't it? Asks Ben back. But those explosions might gave me a heart attack. I thought we were getting attacked for real, says Myra. As if the S-class mage, Myra Jane will get a heart attack by those kinds of explosions. Also, only idiots will attack us right now, says Ben. Well, some old people might actually get heart attacks, you know, says Myra. Sigh, just tell me if you like this surprise or not, says Ben tiredly. I love it, says Myra while smiling. The flower petals rain ends after some minutes and then she wants to throw a flower bouquet. Many girls run forward to compete for the bouquet while their boyfriends try to stop them but to no avail. Myra turns around before she throws the bouquet behind. The girls are rampaging as they try to catch the bouquet. They transform from pretty girls into hideous-looking creatures who trample over their competitors. Ben even needs to teleport and covers his sister's eyes. This is not an appropriate sight for these little girls. He doesn't want his sisters to be like that in the future. Ladies need to act and appear like ladies. In the end, Kaina is the one who gets that bouquet, trampling over even Titania, and she is very happy about it even though she is single. Gildarts who sees it doesn't seem happy though. He stands behind his daughter while looking at every guy on there with menacing eyes. Anyway, after that, they start a parade with the newlywed couple touring around the town. It's not Ben's idea, but the request of the town folks. Not everyone can come to the cathedral, there's not enough space. So the town folks and even the mayor asked Ben and Myra to go around the town with a decorated vehicle. But they can't just go alone using one car. That's why they go with the other mages of Fairy Tail using a lot of decorated cars, making this into a parade. Words of congratulation can be heard or read along the way. Almost everyone in the town knows Ben and Myra, after all. Well, who won't know the previous guild master who has improved this town and the most famous model in their town? They go around for a few hours because they move slowly. If Ben, Myra, and the others aren't mages, then they would have collapsed from exhaustion. But they are fine and they will start another event after resting for a bit. In the town plaza, there is a big stage being set there. It's a round stage without any roof so it can be seen from every angle. It's quite high but not too high so people can see the ones on stage clearly. This stage is used for entertainment, just like what a stage should be used for. Ben has poured a lot of money into this, but he thinks it is necessary because there are so many people who come to bless him and Myra, so he needs to give them some entertainment. Ben and Myra sits on a seat positioned rather high in the middle of the stage. Then some sort of performances are being presented on stage. Musicians, dancers, comedians, theater, and even random performances from fairy tale mages and random people who are allowed to perform on the stage. The people are enjoying it while eating the food prepared by food stalls and restaurants. All the food and drinks are free today because they're gifts from the town folks for Ben and Myra. They didn't let the two pay them but both of them provide all the meat and some ingredients. Everyone is happy at the wedding party that becomes like a festival. It is just like a royal wedding of a prince and a princess. Ben is happy seeing his friends and acquaintances happy. But he is crying inside because his pocket has become thinner. Sigh, let's not be stingy. I was a guild master, am a wizard saint, an S-class mage, a rising company owner, and one of the most wealthy mages on Ishgar. My current wealth is on par with high-ranking nobles so this level of wedding party is appropriate, thinks Ben to calm himself. When the party almost ends at night, Ben and Myra give a speech to show their gratitude. People claps and they're just about to return to their seat. But Ben suddenly stops Myra while smiling and he suddenly sings. Wise men say. Only fools rush in. But I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin? If I can't help falling in love with you. Song, Can't Help Falling in Love Elvis Presley. Myra gets surprised but then she smiles and holds Ben's hand as he sings. The audience also smiles and waves their hands. Take my hand. Take my whole life, too. For I can't help falling in love with you. For I can't help falling in love with you. Everyone claps as Ben finishes the song and then he tells them he has another song for Myra. He flicks his fingers and the band starts to play the music. Song, Beautiful in White Shane Fillon. Not sure if you know this. But when we first met, I got so nervous I couldn't speak. In that very moment, I found the one end. My life had found its missing piece. So as long as I live I love you. Will have and hold you. You look so beautiful in white. And from now till my very last breath. This day I'll cherish. You look so beautiful in white, tonight. He finishes the song and people are clapping again. Myra also praises him for his performance and he just smiles while thanking Elvis and Shane in his heart. After that, they end the wedding party with a dancing session for the newlywed couple and other couples there. Then the tiring but fun day on Magnolia finally ends. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 315 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 326 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 281. Honeymoon. After the wedding, Ben and Myra have a passionate first night. It's not their first intercourse so it shouldn't be different, but it is. It can't be described clearly but it's just different from usual and it is more incredible in every way. The town of Magnolia is still busy even after a week since the wedding. A lot of people who have come didn't return immediately. They stay there and enjoy the things in the town because it will be a waste to just come here for a day and return. So the wedding increased the town's economy for a week. Although it decreased Ben's economy a lot. But with a lot of people here, his company also gets free advertisement as many people tried the company's demo cars, so they will spread their impression of the cars. And a week after the wedding, Ben and Myra go on a honeymoon. They don't have any specific destination and just go on an adventure. This is what Ben always likes and Myra eventually like his style of adventuring. Of course, they use a car, not walking like what Ben did when he was 16. They go to the place that Ben hasn't visited in his one-year journey in the past. He thought he has covered the whole Fiori, but now when he has more information, he finds out that he hasn't. So they go to those places and set up a camp to rest at night. They cook their food themselves and get the ingredients themselves by hunting or collecting. Normal people won't see this as a honeymoon, but both of them feel it to be better than just going to tourist spots because this type of honeymoon makes them feel closer. Now I truly understand why you like adventuring like this. I can see the world to be bigger than I thought. Even similar locations are different and have their own beauty, says Myra while they gaze at the stars at night. Right? There are many things that we don't know in this world. Human life is too short to discover everything, but it will be nice to see a lot of things that this world has before we die, says Ben while smiling. Then, let's see those things together, says Myra while getting on top of Ben. Of course, Mrs. Cooper, says Ben playfully, making Myra blush. They kiss and Ben teleports them inside the tent before they do the naughty thing. The next day, they resume their journey and enter a desert. Exploring a desert is quite difficult for most people because of the temperature. Ben doesn't feel anything though because he is heat resistant. Instead, he feels quite comfortable in the desert because he can feel the sun more than in other places here. He even takes off his shirt to feel the sunlight more through his car's windows. On the other hand, Myra is sitting on the rear passenger seat and covers the rear windows with a cloth to block the sunlight. She also turns the AC to its lowest temperature. To help her, Ben puts a barrier to separate the front and rear rows so the temperature on both sides can be different. Why does this desert hotter than other deserts that I've ever visited? This is the first time I can't stand a desert's heat, says Myra. Really? I can't really tell the difference. All deserts are the same for me, says Ben. That's because you get more comfortable in hotter places with more sunlight. I can assure you that this place is hotter than other deserts, says Myra. Maybe there's a reason for that. It smells adventure, says Ben excitedly. Myra doesn't know what Ben thinks but she knows that they might stay in this desert longer than they've planned. She just sighs because there's nothing she can do about it. Ben will still do whatever it is that he wants to do no matter what she says because he gets very stubborn on things like this. So Myra just watches as Ben uses his sharp senses to scan his surroundings. But moving on the ground is limiting his visibility, so he chooses to fly. Light Runner transforms into a flying car and it flies 1 kilometer above the ground. With Ben's sharp eyes, it's easy to see everything on the ground. As a devil dragon god slayer, all his senses are sharper than anyone. He can even see a pair of scorpions fighting near a rock. Then after flying for a few minutes, Ben sees something in a faraway location. He sees rocky mountains with sharp peaks. His super strong sense can feel a familiar yet unknown magic power from the Rocky Mountains. Without any hesitation, Ben controls the Light Runner to fly as fast as it can to the Rocky Mountains. They arrive near the Rocky Mountain and fly over them. The things that they find there are quite surprising. Trees grow in the area in the center of the formation of the Rocky Mountains. But that's not the surprising thing. The Rocky Mountains are surrounding a civilization. And not just any civilization, it's a one-of-a-kind civilization. Massive buildings can be seen there and so are massive people. Yes, giants are living in this place. Real and living giants. There's no record about this location, so they may be the first who find this place or the kingdom is hiding this place. Ben and Myra look at each other before they nod and Ben controls the Light Runner to go down. They land in front of what appears to be a town gate, or a village gate if they consider the size of the residents here. A pair of giant guards approach them as they come out of their vehicle. Ben and Myra look at the giants that stand in front of them. They are astonished by the giants' sizes. Ben is tall for a human, but even he is still lower than the giants' ankles. Oh, human visitors. It's been a long time since humans from outside come, says a giant. So there were humans who have come here before. That means this place's existence is being kept a secret. Or maybe it's been too long so the record has disappeared. The possibility is high because I never found any record even though I am a wizard saint. Giants' lifespan is very long so it's understandable that they still remember it, but humans don't, thinks Ben. Now I wonder how that child is doing after leaving the village. Ponders one of the giants. Hey, we have guests, it's rude to talk about another thing in front of them, says the other giant. A child leaving the village. Are there humans living here, ponders Ben. Ben thinks about many possibilities, but he stops thinking about those things after Myra pulls his sleeve. He then looks at the giants who also look at them and decides to talk. Good afternoon, Sir Giants. I'm sorry for coming here without any prior notice. My name is Ben Cooper and this is my wife, Myra Jane Cooper. We are mages from Fairy Tale Guild, a magic guild located in the kingdom of Fiori. We were on our way across the desert when we found this place. Please excuse our intrusion, says Ben while bowing a little. Myra also bows while smiling happily when she heard Ben introduce her as Myra Jane Cooper. The giants are pleased by their manner. It's not that the giants care too much about the manner, but they still prefer polite guests. It's okay, little friends. Humans are welcomed here, says one of the giants. Yes, you are free to enter as long as you follow the rules here and don't cause trouble, says the other giant. We understand, says Ben. Suddenly, Ben sniffs something familiar, and the familiar magic that he sensed before gets stronger. He is sure he never smelled this smell or sensed this magic before. But it just feels familiar and soon he realizes it. A dragon. Is there a dragon here? Asks Ben hastily to the giants with a hopeful tone. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 316 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 327 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 282. Atlas Flame. The giants look at each other again and want to say something to Ben. But before they can, some giants come out of the village. A dragon, you ask? Why are you asking that? Asks a giant that looks to be the oldest because of his white hair and beard. I am a dragon slayer, so I can smell it. But don't misunderstand it, I'm not here to slay the dragon. I just want to meet and ask some questions, says Ben hastily to avoid misunderstanding. What dragon slayer magic that you use? Asks the elder giant. Sun Dragon Slayer magic. I am Ben, son of the Sun Dragon Escanor. I swear upon mine and my father's name that I mean no harm. As long as we don't get attacked, I won't attack anyone, says Ben while putting his right hand on his left chest. Follow me, says the elder giant as he turns around and walks. Ben and Myra follow him and the other giants except the guards walk behind them. They enter the village and see that everything there is gigantic. Ben and Myra are astonished by the sight of this giant village. It is truly a strange coincidence, says the elder giant. Pardon? Asks Ben unsurely. Our village's name is Sun Village and one of our guests is a Sun Dragon Slayer, says the elder giant. Sun Village, hey? Can I ask you a question? I am a mage that holds a rather high position on this continent, so I have access to a lot of information. But I never read or hear anything about this village. This is a village of giants, so it should be quite famous if people know it. Why is it remain unknown? Asks Ben. It's because we purposely hide it. That's why we build this village among these mountains in the middle of a desert. We want to stay neutral among all races so we hide ourselves. There hasn't been any kingdom that discovered this place, that's why you didn't find anything, says the elder giant. But the guards mentioned about a child who left the village before. And it also seems that the child is a human, says Ben. We'll talk about that later, we'll arrive soon, says the elder giant. Ben was too focused and doesn't realize that the dragon's presence is getting closer. They walk through some tall spiky rocks and the heat gets stronger. Bright light can be seen from afar and soon they arrive at their destination. In front of them is a massive fiery flame that is guarded by some giants. Ben can now feel the dragon's presence clearly, but there's no dragon figure at all. The source of its presence is the flame in front of him and he knows this feeling very well. So it's not a living dragon, it's a dragon's soul, says Ben. Correct, as I thought of Lord Escanor's son, you realized it immediately, a voice comes out of the flame as a facial feature appears on the flame. Myra is surprised but Ben doesn't have much reaction. He has experienced it once with Smog's soul, so this is not too surprising. It has been 400 years, son of Escanor, says the flame dragon. 400 years? What do you mean? I haven't lived for 400 years, you know. Also, I'm sure this is the first time we met, says Ben confusedly. It might be the first for you, but not me. It might be confusing for you now, but you'll know the reason in the future. It's better if you don't know much because it will just confuse you, says the flame dragon. Yeah, right. I've never gotten this confused, so let's end it at that. Anyway, let me introduce myself properly even though you seem to have known me. My name is Ben Cooper, son of Sun Dragon Escanor, says Ben. And I am his wife, Myra Jane Cooper. Nice to meet you, Sir Dragon, says Myra while bowing. I am the Fire Dragon, Atlas Flame. The people in this village call me Eternal Flame, the guardian of this village, says Atlas Flame. Fire Dragon? So you are the same type of dragon as Igneal, says Ben. Yes, I am a close friend of the Fire Dragon King, Igneal. Though I am weaker than him, but even he is still weaker than the ancient dragon god Escanor, says Atlas. Ben hesitates for a bit before asking, Atlas, can you tell me more about Escanor? To tell you the truth, I don't know much about him. He just picked me and gave me his magic before he entered eternal slumber. Yes, of course, little one, says Atlas. Atlas then starts to tell Ben what he knows about Escanor. He himself doesn't know much about the sun dragon Escanor, who is considered a legend among dragons. Escanor isn't someone that Atlas can meet as he wanted, so Atlas can only tell Ben what he knows. Based on Atlas's story, Escanor was respected by every dragon. He was the strongest dragon even among 5 ancient dragon gods. His strength was even feared by the real gods, and there was even a story about him fighting a god. The truth is still not confirmed though. He has the presence of a true king, respected by all races, that is dragon god Escanor. His steps carry dignity, his words carry the truth, and his anger carries disaster. One shot of his breath could melt a mountain, and he has the power to split a continent in half. Those things were being passed down between dragons, says Atlas. Escanor is one of the few dragons that remained neutral in every war in the past. He just watched over them and make a move to stop them when things got too far. Sun Dragon Escanor was also known as World's Guardian because he prevented from getting destroyed by its own residents through wars. He is a peace-loving entity, but it doesn't mean that he is a pushover or meek individual. He is actually a battle-hunger individual that enjoys battles. Though he doesn't like fighting without reason or conquering and controlling anything through his power. One of his most famous battles was his battle against the sun demon, Midas. The story is just the same as what Ben read on Midas's coffin that he found a few years ago. The record on the coffin was even more detailed than Atlas's story. Lord Escanor disappeared one day without anyone noticing it. That's why I was very surprised when knowing he took a human child and teach the child his magic in his last days. He was neutral, so it's very surprising to know that he taught you, a human, his magic, says Atlas. Is that all you know? Asks Ben. Unfortunately, yes. I'm sorry if it can't satisfy your curiosity, says Atlas. No, it's fine. I'm not hoping much about his legend. But I'm hoping a lot about something else. He has tremendous power, so I also have the chance to reach that too. Thanks for the information. This is the most information I've ever heard about him, says Ben. You're welcome. Ah, I also have a message for you, says Atlas. Message? How could someone leave a message for me to you as if they knew that we'll meet, says Ben suspiciously. Well, of course, they knew. It's because the one who gave me the message is you from your future, says Atlas. Ben now gets more confused rather than suspicious. He can tell that Atlas is not lying, but it just doesn't make sense to him. Until AI Chip tells him that it might be possible with the use of time magic. Ben widens his eyes and smiles widely. Hey, Atlas, that means the past you met the future me, right? So that means I can use time magic in the future. I must be skilled enough to have the power to go 400 years to the past. Sorry to disappoint you, but it's not you who returned to the past, but me who went to the future. It's, says Atlas before Ben interrupts him. Wait. Someone is here, someone with hostility. I can feel their bloodlust, says Ben as he looks back while raising his guard. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 317 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 328 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 283. Ice Devil Slayer. Ben is looking around to find the source of bloodlust that he felt. But he doesn't need to wait long because the person that released it comes out from hiding. It's a black-haired man wearing a set of armor with Absolute Zero embedded on the left chest part. Who are you, old man? Asks Ben. You don't need to know who I am, you demon worshipper. Just know that this will be your last day, says the man with a strong hatred-filled voice. Suddenly, the ground where the man stands froze, and strangely, the ice is quite purplish. Then the purple ice spread at high speed in every direction. It almost freezes the giants, but suddenly the ice stops spreading and the already frozen area starts to melt. The bluish ice becomes purple because it mixed with red color. Red-colored magic with a familiar feeling, a devil slayer, says Ben while releasing strong heat that cancels the freezing. The man gets very surprised to see someone overpower his magic easily. He can even feel his body getting hotter because Ben points his heat at him. So now he uses his ice magic to cool his body. It's the first time I meet another devil slayer, but to think that you will attack us out of the blue. What is your intention, Ice Devil Slayer? Says Ben while walking toward the man. Ben uses his gravity magic as he approaches the man. Every time he takes a step, Ben increases the gravity on the man. As Ben gets closer, the man feels more pressure and falls to his knees. Then when Ben gets right in front of him, the man's whole body has slumped to the ground. Ben crouches in front of the man and says, I am not someone that will take provocation easily. You almost kill these people and hurt the woman I love. So I won't hesitate to kill you, but I am not that barbaric. Let me hear your reason, old man. Don't try to deceive me because you won't be able to handle the consequence. After saying that, Ben releases the gravity on the man. But then chains of solar energy come out of his body and tie the man. It doesn't feel hot, but the man's magic gets suppressed because of the strong magic power in the chains. The man knows he can't do anything now, so he decides to talk. I just did my job as a devil slayer. What's wrong with a devil slayer trying to slay a demon? This is not the answer that Ben expected, so he is quite stunned. But the man isn't lying, so he must have really wanted to slay a demon. Ben looks around and tries to find the demon that the man means, but he can't find any even with his strong senses. Where is the demon? Are you sure there is one here? I can't see or sense any. Ah, if it's Myra that you mean, then I will really kill you. She is a takeover magic user who transforms into demon. She isn't the demon itself, though her beauty is indeed like a succubus, says Ben before getting his head knocked by the embarrassed Myra. Humph, look at you, feigning ignorance. As expected of a demon worshipper. Although it's quite surprising that you didn't proudly introduce the demon you worship, says the man while smirking even though he is in a hopeless situation. Everyone there is getting more confused by what the man said. But then they look at the eternal flame before realizing what the man means. He must have mistaken the eternal flame for a demon and it makes Ben laughs. Wahahaha, oi Atlas, he thinks you are a demon, says Ben while laughing at the hilarious situation. Of course, Atlas gets angry, arg, human, how dare you think of me as a demon? My body might have perished, leaving my soul behind. But I am a proud fire dragon, Atlas Flame. Atlas's fire gets bigger and the giants get scared, so Ben calms him down, while still giggling. Oi, old man, this massive campfire isn't a demon, it is a dragon soul. Just like what he said before, his body has died, and only his soul is left. That's why he doesn't look like a dragon, says Ben. The man isn't convinced yet, so Ben says something else. Is it that difficult to believe that a soul can exist and has a physical appearance like this? Well, it's not a problem whether you believe me or not. It's not like you have any choice. And don't forget, you almost killed everybody here, says Ben coldly. Ben stands in front of the man and sends a magically enhanced vertical kick to the man's body. The kick makes the man coughs air before sending the man flying into the sky. Sometime later, he falls and Ben punches him lightly to stop his momentum so the ground won't break because of the impact. The man coughs up a lot of blood and Ben lets him fall to the ground. Ben grabs his hair and pulls him up before tying him with the solar chains again. Ben only uses his Dragon Slayer magic because it's enough to suppress this guy. That is a little payback for what you did before. I don't kill you because I am not a crazy guy who kills anyone just because they piss me off. Now, let's have a talk, a real talk. First, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Ben Cooper, a wizard saint. You can search for it later if you think I'm lying. There's no point to lie, after all, says Ben. The guy is surprised to know that Ben is a wizard saint. Now he understands why Ben could suppress him easily. He then looks at Atlas and sighs before apologizing. I'm sorry for my previous action, says the man. It seems you finally believe me after knowing my identity, says Ben while smiling because the guy's hostility has gone. He releases the man and asks for the man's name. My name is Silver, also known as Absolute Zero. As you've said, I am an Ice Devil Slayer mage. I'm roaming around to slay demons. Also, I'm sorry, but I am only allowed to say this much, says Silver with a tone full of hatred. Ben can guess that this man must have had a bad past with demons. But he can't let this man slay demons indiscriminately. Just like humans, demons have personalities, and not all of them are evil like what people thought. That's why Ben explains it to Silver even though the man might not truly listen to it. Ben has met quite a lot of demons and he even befriends one on his past journey. He doesn't have any obligation to protect demons, but he also can't just let them get killed because they are still people. Well, if you're hell-bent on slaying demons, then I advise you to slay Aetherius, the demons from Book of Zeref. I can confirm that all of them are evil because that's the purpose of their creation. Their real purpose is actually to kill Zeref, but they also worship him. They were made with negative emotions, so they only have evil things in their mind, says Ben. How can you know that much? Asks Silver with a surprised tone. You see, I've slain quite a lot of Aetherius in the last 10 years. Most of them are low-ranked ones that can't even think and only have instinct like beasts. The only Aetherius that can think and talk like people that I've fought are an eyeball Aetherius called Mrai, a black one with a name that I can't remember, and a gigantic ape like one named Deliura, says Ben. Silver widens his eyes when he hears Deliura and immediately asks its whereabouts. Of course, Ben tells Silver that Deliura is dead because he killed it himself. Silver seems happy but also disappointed because he wants to kill it himself. Thanks for killing that bastard. I want to do it myself, but I guess this is good enough for my revenge, says Silver. What will you do now that Deliura is dead? Asks Ben. I will still hunt demons. But I'll follow your advice and hunt the evil ones, especially Aetherius, says Silver. Silver then leaves after making a vow in the name of magic that he won't attack Sun Village and its residents. Violating this vow will give him pain worse than death. Ben is glad that he has learned the procedure to make this vow. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 318 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 329 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 284. Message. After Silver leave, Ben continues his talk with Atlas Flame. The Fire Dragon's soul has a message from the future him. So, what's the message from me to myself? Asks Ben. Actually, I don't remember everything because it's been 400 years. But I remember the point of the message. He said that you need to grow even faster because the calamity will come soon, says Atlas. Ben widens his eyes because he knows clearly what the message is about, Acknowledge. That damn black dragon will appear again soon just after he saved his friends and family. So, of course, Ben is worried now, and so is Myra. Damn, I thought my progress is fast enough, but it is not enough, hey? I don't know what to do though. This is already the best I can do because doing more training won't be that effective. It will decrease the effectiveness instead, says Ben while gritting his teeth. Sir Dragon, do you know when Acknowledge will appear again? Asks Myra. Regretfully, I don't. I was summoned to the future, but I don't know the exact time because it was just for a short time. Although it doesn't seem like it will happen that soon, says Atlas. Why is that? Asks Ben. It's because you have long hair when we met, unlike now, says Atlas while looking at Ben. Ben's hair is very short now after he cut it for his wedding. So it will take a few years for his hair to become long. How long was my future hair? Asks Ben. I think it reached your waist while being tied on the back, says Atlas. Being tied on the back? Is it like this? Asks Ben while shaping Myra's hair into a ponytail. Yeah, I think that's how you tied it, says Atlas. AI chip, calculate the time for my hair to reach that length, commands Ben while getting pinched by Myra because he ruins her hair. Calculating. Finished. Estimated time is 3 to 4 years. So I have that much time after calculating my hair growth rate. 3 years is a short time. I need to do all I can to grow even stronger. I also need to make the others grow stronger, especially the Dragon Slayers, thinks Ben. Ben thinks of a way to hasten his already fast growth. It is easy for him to set effective training for the others. But it is very difficult to improve his training method. Even increasing his training time won't give a significant effect. Right now, even by doing nothing, Ben keeps increasing his magic power. He has placed an anima magic circle on his body. So just by breathing, he can absorb a lot of magic power that also seeps through his pores. Myra also has one anima magic circle on her body. But he didn't put it on the others because not everyone can handle the high amount of ether nano around them and might waste a lot of ether nano because their absorption ability is not high enough. There's also a danger of attracting hostile magic creatures and mages as the magic power around them is high. It will put them in danger if they aren't strong enough. That's why Ben only placed it on him and Myra. Son of Escanor, what is it that to trouble you? Asks Atlas. Sigh, I can't think of a way to improve my training. Do you have any advice, Atlas? Asks Ben. Can you tell me what magic you use? I know that you use Dragon Slayer magic, but it also seems that you use other types of magic. I've seen the future you use magic with black and red colors, which do not seem to be normal magic. Even now, I can sense them in your body, says Atlas. You're right, I have 2 other Slayer magic. Sun Devil and God Slayer magic. So I have 3 types of Slayer magic, says Ben while making 3 small sun balls with those 3 types of magic. Atlas seems surprised when he knows that, so he asks, why are you learning the other 2 magic? Isn't your Sun Dragon Slayer magic strong enough? It is, but I need them to suppress the dragon seed caused by my Dragon Slayer magic, says Ben. Dragon seed? Isn't that the thing that can transform Dragon Slayer into a dragon like Acknowledge? I understand now. So you can remove the effect like that. You must be very smart to be able to learn those 2 magic while you have Sun Dragon Slayer magic and your body must be very strong, says Atlas. Well, I have high confidence in my brain and physique, says Ben. Atlas thinks for a while before saying, Son of Escanor, do your 3 Slayer magic clash against each other? Yeah, that's why the dragon seed gets suppressed, says Ben. I think that is the main problem. You need to make them harmonize with each other. If they keep clashing, then when one of them gets stronger than the others, it will destroy the other 2, and possibly destroy your body, says Atlas. Harmonizing them, Hey? It's not like I haven't thought about that, but I don't know how, says Ben. They all get silent because none of them know how to do it. This might be the first case of someone learning 3 types of Slayer magic at once. Even someone like Serena learns 8 magic of the same type, Dragon Slayer magic, not Devil Dragon God Slayer magic. Ben's 3 Slayer magic are different in type and tier, so they are clashing against each other even though all 3 are sun magic. It's like how gods, dragons, and demons are not in a good relationship, their magic becomes like that too. Son of Escanor, you will surely find a way to do it. A human like you capable of using these 3 types of different magic will surely be able to harmonize them. You are the first human, well, the first creature that has achieved this feat. So you will surely find the answer, says Atlas. Yeah, I will try, says Ben. The elder giant who was silent since they arrived here suddenly talked too. You humans are indeed incredible. You just can learn anything, even magical creatures' magic. Even gods might not be able to learn dragons or demons' magic like you. Well, maybe it's because humans' adaptability is higher than any creature, says Ben. They all then talk about many things, especially the past events that aren't explained detailedly in history. Giants can live for a long time, so they have witnessed many events, just like dragons. It's just that they aren't as strong as dragons. Ben then asks Atlas about Acnologia because he needs more information about that black dragon. So Atlas tells Ben what he knows, which isn't that much because Atlas didn't interact with humans that often. What Atlas knows is just that Acnologia was a human who learned Dragon Slayer magic. The black dragon Acnologia actually took that name from a dragon that existed in the past. He killed the original Acnologia and took that name to mock the dragons. The original Acnologia was actually a kind dragon, a divine guardian of the hidden land, Montes Secreta. He became evil after investigating the war between humans and dragons. But in his investigation, he got wounded badly by humans, which made him assume that humans are bad. After that, he massacred the people of the land that he protected. The current Acnologia's origin wasn't fully known by Atlas. But Atlas thinks that he was a survivor from Montes Secreta or someone who survived a dragon attack. He must have had a deep hatred toward dragons, so he learned Dragon Slayer magic to slay dragons. Through years of slaying dragons, he bathed in their blood, and become stronger. No one knows how many dragons he killed, but it must be a lot because now dragon is almost extinct. There's always a bad past that changed someone into a cold-hearted villain. But it's not just him that can be this cold-hearted and ruthless. I almost lose my loved ones because of this bastard. So I will make sure to rip him apart as revenge and to protect this world, says Ben very seriously. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 319 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 330 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 285. Giant's Request. The Giants hold a feast for Ben and Myra because they have saved the Giants from a hostile mage. Ben's talk with Atlas has finished and he learned some new things about Acnologia. He also has a new mission, to improve his training, and get stronger at a faster rate. While they all eat big portions of food, the elder giant calls Ben and Myra. Human mages, you said you are doing commissioned jobs, right? That's right, but we only take jobs requested through our guild, says Myra. Is that so? Asks the elder giant with a rather disappointed tone. Do you have a job request for us? Asks Ben. The elder nods, so Ben says, then you can just give it to us. We will process it in our guild for you later. This is just an administrative procedure, so it can be handled easily. But please bear in mind, that we won't do jobs that are against the law, as we are mages from a legal guild. I don't know much about human laws, but I don't think our job request is against the law, says the elder hastily. Well, let's hear it first, says Ben. The elder giant then tells them the giant's job request. It is to find and take care of a human girl who was raised by the giants. She was found at a young age and grew among the giants, but she left some time ago because she knew she was different from the ones who raised her. Her name is Flare, a teenage girl with dark red hair color. Unfortunately, the giants don't have any pictures of her. But they tell Ben and Myra that Flare can manipulate her hair as a blessing from eternal flame. Ben asks more about her physical traits and the giants explain them in detail. They are very worried about her because she never socializes with other humans. The human world is full of danger, so the giants can't help but be worried about the child they've raised. The giants want Ben and Myra to find Flare and then take care of her. They know they can trust Ben and Myra because the two of them are trusted by their guardian deity, Eternal Flame. That's why they want the two to help Flare who didn't know anything about the human world. Ben and Myra accept the job because it's something they can do. Having a good relationship with the giants is quite important. They might need the giants' help one day, so this can be viewed as an investment. Leave it to us. With my position in mage society, I will be able to find her quite easily, says Ben. Thank you, young humans, says the elder giant. Ben and Myra stay there for a night and decide to leave the next day. Before they leave, Ben gives some of his fire magic to Eternal Flame. Atlas's power has gotten weaker through the years, so Ben's magic restored a lot of it. So this is Lord Escanor's fire, truly magnificent, says Atlas as his flame appearance got bigger and the heat around him increases. Then, Atlas, giants, it's time for us to leave. We will do and finish the job you've requested as soon as possible. If you need our help, then call us through this communication lacrima, says Ben while taking out a lacrima crystal ball. It's very small compared to the giants. But it can project the image to a wall and make it bigger, just like projectors on Earth. It is one of Ben's experiment results that he did when he was bored. After bidding farewell to the giants, Ben and Myra leave using Light Runner. They want to continue their honeymoon and return home soon. It's been a few days since they left, after all, so they need to go home soon. While they are on the way, Ben calls his acquaintance in the Magic Council to search for Flare. With Magic Council helping him, it will be easy to find her. And he gets the information just an hour after he called. Raventail? Sigh, so annoying, says Ben. Isn't that Master's son's guild? Asks Myra. Yeah, it's that annoying Ivan's guild. Let's call Master first, says Ben. Ben calls Makarov and explains the job that he took. Makarov hasn't made any direct confrontation against Raventail. But now, Ben might need to do it, and it will surely cause problems. That's why he calls Makarov first. Do you really need to do that job? Asks Makarov. Master, the giants, or Raventail, which do you think is more important to us? Asks Ben back. Makarov gets silent before saying, just don't kill anyone. I can't promise that. They are still a dark guild now because their request to be turned into a legal guild hasn't been accepted yet. So it's not illegal for me to kill anyone. But I can promise you that as long as they don't try to kill me, then I won't kill them, says Ben very seriously. Makarov knows that Ben isn't joking. He is someone who won't let those who threatened his and his companions' lives leave in one piece if he can. Ben doesn't care if his target is his guild master's son and his friend's father. Ivan is no one for him. What should we do, Myra? Asks Ben after closing the call with Makarov. Let's do the job after we finished our honeymoon, says Myra. All right, says Ben while smiling. Ben and Myra continue their honeymoon by going around places. They visit places that they've never visited before and mostly, these places are wilderness. It's an unusual honeymoon, but it's also a fun one for them. 4 days later, they finish their honeymoon, and they go to Raventail's base location. As a dark guild, their base is hidden far from civilization, although the Magic Council knows it already. The council just hasn't taken any action toward the guild. I don't know why they like to build their guilds in dark places like this just because they are called dark guilds. They took the name too literally, says Ben while looking at the eerie dark building in a barren land. It matches their personalities, maybe, says Myra. Sigh, doesn't matter, let's finish this fast. I don't like this place, says Ben. Both of them walk toward the eerie guild building and suddenly a lot of people surround them. Ben sighs again because this is just another typical form of attack by dark guild. Myra giggles seeing Ben getting annoyed by the small fries of Raventail. Intruder, do you know, a man wants to say something, but Ben interrupts him. Stop. I don't want to hear your typical villain lines. Just call Ivan here. Tell him that I have a business with him, says Ben while showing the Fairy Tail Guild mark on his forearm. The small fries get surprised seeing the Fairy Tail mark and get into battle stances. The man who asked before, runs to the guild building to inform Ivan and their guild's elites. Soon, Ivan and their guild's elites come to meet Ben and Myra. Ben Cooper, I never thought that you would come here yourself. What's your business here? Asks Ivan rather warily. Ivan has prepared a lot of things to go against Fairy Tail since he built Raventail. He is confident that his guild members can defeat all Fairy Tail members, all but one, Ben. Ben's power and growth are not something that Ivan and Raventail can handle. I come here for one reason, Flare Corona, says Ben while looking at the red-haired girl who stands among the elites. Why are you looking for her? Asks Ivan again. It's none of your business, but I'll tell you so we can finish this fast. Flare Corona, we are sent by Sun Village and Eternal Flame to find you. They are very worried about you, so they asked us to take care of you, says Ben. But everyone here is taking care of me, says Flare rather shyly. Ben is dumbfounded by her statement. Taking care of her? More like taking advantage of her because she doesn't know the norms in this world. It makes Ben speechless. Luckily, Myra knows what to say. Flare-chan, do you trust them? Asks Myra. Flare nods, so Myra asks another thing, then, which one that you trust more? The more Eternal Flame and Sun Village. Oh, of course, it's Eternal Flame and everyone in Sun Village, says Flare immediately. It hasn't long since Flare joined Raventail, so, of course, she isn't that attached to them yet. Then you should go with us, as we are the ones trusted by Eternal Flame, not them, says Myra. Ben is impressed, but then he also thinks, damn, does this mean I will never be able to win an argument against her? You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 320 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 331 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 286. Stupid ravens. Flare looks down and decides to follow Ben and Myra. But then Yvonne stops them. Wait. How can we know that you are really sent by this Eternal Flame? The other Raventail Guild members join Yvonne and ask them to show proof. So Ben takes out a communication lacrima and calls the giants. Some seconds later, the giants picked up the call, and Flare recognized them immediately. But she doesn't dare to talk with them because she left the village at her whims. So she thought the giants will hate her. It's not true, of course, or they won't ask Ben and Myra to find and take care of her. The giants also show the Eternal Flame to them and Atlas himself tells Flare to follow Ben and Myra. Now, Flare is sure that she needs to follow Ben and Myra. As a villager of Sun Village, Flare believes in any of Eternal Flame's words. Flare tells Yvonne that she will quit Raventail to follow Ben and Myra, just like what Eternal Flame said. Of course, Yvonne and Raventail don't like it, but there's nothing they can do, not until they can find a way to defeat Ben. The only thing Yvonne can do now is run his mouth. But that's a very fatal mistake because he made a big blunder out of rage. Yvonne insults the Eternal Flame out of anger because Flare leaves his guild. Ha, so you'll just leave and do what you want after everything I did for you. I don't know why you and those villagers listen to a stupid flame. It must be a demon, a fire demon. You all must be demon worshippers, says Yvonne angrily. Flare doesn't take Ivan's insult toward Eternal Flame kindly. She finally realizes that Yvonne isn't a kind man like she thought he was. He knows that Eternal Flame is her benefactor, but he still insults Eternal Flame nonetheless. Don't insult the Eternal Flame! Shouts Flare angrily while controlling her hair to attack Yvonne. However, before her hair can touch Yvonne, it drops to the ground, and she falls weakly too, so weak that she almost faints. Myra catches Flare and supports her to stand while Ben stands in front of the girl. He can't let the girl entrusted to him get hurt. I wanted to just let it slide and leave quietly if you just stay silent because you are Master's son. But you just have to do something unnecessary, Yvonne Driar, says Ben with a threatening tone. Yvonne grits his teeth and commands his men to attack. There's nothing he can do but attack Ben in the current situation if he wants to survive. He still has hope that his whole guild will be able to suppress Ben. You are too full of yourselves, says Ben as he activates his Sun God Slayer's gravity magic. All Raventail members including Yvonne and the elites fall to the ground. They even start sinking into the ground because of the super strong gravity. Ben's Sun God Slayer's gravity has a pitch black color, so the whole area becomes very dark. A familiar with magic cancelling ability, quite a good one you have there, Yvonne, says Ben. Familiar? What are you talking about? Asks Yvonne very slowly because he is pressured by gravity, but he is obviously confused. Ben frowns before he smirks, so it's not your familiar. Yvonne is still very confused, so Ben uses GI's gravity magic's pulling power. He pulls a small creature from a big guy with blue hair and skin. The guy is called Abra, but he is actually just a puppet, the real Abra is the little creature pulled by Ben. Ben uses his sword to create flying slash attacks that rip Abra's puppet's body. The reveal surprises everyone in Raventail, including Yvonne. Abra has fooled him very well and he genuinely thought that the puppet is Abra's real body. Sniff sniff Ben smells something on Abra and it feels familiar, so he tries to smell it again. Well, what a surprise. This is a smell that I still remember. So you are Ziref's familiar, hey? Ziref, the coward who ran away before Aknologia came. I've thought about it and I know that he knew about Aknologia's appearance on Tenro Island. But he ran away even though I'm sure he was one of the reasons why Aknologia got attracted to Tenro Island. I don't know why dark mages worship someone like him who is an immortal but doesn't even have the guts to fight Aknologia. But I'll make sure that he and Aknologia perish from this world. I don't care if he has a sad past like Aknologia. Those who hurt my loved ones won't have a good life, says Ben before burning Abra's body. Abra can't even scream before his body gets burnt into ashes. As a familiar, Abra must be connected to Ziref. So he will know that Abra has died. It is a way for Ben to warn Ziref that he is one of Ben's targets now. Ben leaves the location immediately because Ziref might come soon. He might want to kill Ziref but he knows he isn't ready yet. Myra and Flare will also be in danger if Ziref comes while they're still here. In the past, before Aknologia's appearance, Ben has seen Ziref's magic. That magic is too dangerous because it will kill any living being around Zeref. So Ben needs to do research first before he can confront Zeref. Before he leaves, Ben knocks out and teleports all Raventail mages to the Magic Council branch. He placed a paper note on Ivan's body to notify them that he is the one who sent them. He asks the council to detain Raventail because they have a connection with Zeref. With his title as a wizard saint, the council will do as he requested. They will surely ask some questions to him later, but it doesn't matter. He just needs to show some proof and they will believe him. After that, Ben throws a lot of black balls on the ground. Then he leaves with Myra and the now unconscious Flare. Abra has erased her magic power, making her lose consciousness. They will go to Sun Village first before going back to Magnolia. Sometime after Ben's group leave, Zeref really appears through a black orb. He looks around the place and there's no one left there. The only thing that remains is Abra's puppet's broken body that Ben left for him. Zeref then sees that there are many metal black balls the size of fists. He doesn't know what they are so he ignores them and checks the puppet. He tries to find out what happened here and how Abra died. But suddenly, boom! 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 Some big explosions suddenly happen there and engulf Zeref. The black balls are explosives made of gunpowder, not magic. That's why Zeref didn't feel anything from them. Ben made them himself and the only magical thing on them is a simple enchantment. He puts a simple enchantment on them to explode when a massive source of magic power appears near them. They are traps that Ben left for Zeref. Some time later, Zeref comes out of the explosion site, battered, and injured. The immortal Zeref still can get hurt if he received massive damage, after all. Ben's explosives can be compared to high-level magic spells, so they can injure Zeref. Also, these explosives didn't use magic power, but physics. So they can't be blocked by magic resistance ability. That's why Zeref still gets injured badly. If he doesn't have his immortality, he will surely die. Have a taste of that science power, Zeref, says Ben while smirking in his car. Will that be enough to defeat him? Asks Myra. No way. If that's enough, then I won't need to leave that place. His injuries are most likely superficial and he will heal fast. Forget about him, how's Flare? Asks Ben. She will be fine after recovering her magic power, says Myra. Good, let's finish things up in Sun Village and go home. I missed those little troubles already, says Ben as he drives faster. Their trip is really going to an end now. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 321 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 332 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 287. Return to Magnolia. Some hours after leaving Raventail Base, Ben's group arrives at Sun Village. Flare comes out of the car timidly because she feels guilty for leaving the village. But the giants welcome her back happily. No one blames her, they are just happy that she is fine. It makes her happy too and she finally has the courage to talk. She apologizes to them for making them worry and promises to not repeat it again. The group stays for a night because the giants want to hear Flare's stories. They get angry when knowing that Raventail was taking advantage of Flare's innocence. She was very oblivious to the outside world, so he thought what the Raventail Guild did was normal. In the end, the giants agree that Flare needs to learn more about the world. So following Ben and Myra will be the right thing to do. The two of them are trusted by Eternal Flame and that's enough for the giants to trust them too. The next morning, Ben and Myra decides to leave, and Flare will follow them as planned. But before they leave, the giants reward them for finishing the job request. They even give more for Flare's living cost in the human world. The giants give them a lot of gold and pieces of jewelry from the village's treasury. All the gold and pieces of jewelry are hundreds of years in age, so they will be very expensive when being sold. But they're nothing for the giants who don't have any use of them. Ben and Myra can take as much as they want, but they just take a moderate amount. They don't want the giants to see them as greedy people. Besides, all of these are for Flare's living cost, so it's not fully theirs. Also, Ben doesn't need others' money, he can always make his own money. Money gained through his own sweat and blood is sweeter than money given by others freely. There's a unique sense of accomplishment if he can get what he wants through his own effort, after all. Ben's group finally leaves Sun Village after bidding farewell to the giants. They return to Magnolia using Light Runner even though Ben has installed a teleportation door in the village. But he wants to enjoy the trip back home and Myra wants to show Flare the route to Magnolia. Flare is still shy and awkward with Ben and Myra, but they don't mind it. Even though her expression is quite peculiar, both of them aren't bothered by it. They've seen many kinds of people, so this is something usual for them. On their way to Magnolia, they talk a lot to make Flare comfortable with them. Ben and Myra teach Flare some common senses too in the meanwhile. They know and understand her situation, but others won't, so they need to teach her before she interacts with people. Flare-chan, Your magic is hair manipulation, right? Do you mind showing it to us later? Asks Myra with a friendly tone. Flare nods shyly and wants to show it immediately. But Myra stops her because they are still inside the car. I mean later after we arrived in the town and go to the training ground, says Myra hastily. Flare realizes her mistake and immediately apologizes. Myra tells her to not mind it and then they talk about Flare's magic. Just like what they have thought, she lacks experience, and Yvonne didn't teach her correctly. Yvonne taught Flare and other Raventail members to fight dirty. It's not that Ben is against the dirty fighting method. He is someone who believes that there's no right or wrong in the battle of survival, so dirty tricks are not wrong for him, it's also a form of strategy, after all. However, relying on dirty tricks has its limit, and that limit is low. Knowing how to fight properly is more important than knowing how to use tricks. These petty tricks are useless in front of sheer overwhelming power. Alright then, Flare, aside from teaching you about society, we will train your magic too. Don't worry, you will have a lot of friends, real friends, not fake ones like those guys in Raventail who have ulterior motives, says Ben. Why yes, thank you, says Flare. They keep having a friendly conversation on their way to Magnolia. Slowly, Flare starts to get used to them and talks more. She even calls Myra a big sister and Ben as a big brother because she wants to have siblings. Flare is still 15 now, while Ben is 21 and Myra is 23. So it's true that she is their younger sister by age. She is even younger than Lysina, but still older than Wendy if they don't count the time when Wendy and Lysina were trapped on Tenro Island. Even if they count it, she is still the same age as Wendy. Some hours later, they arrive at Magnolia, and Flare is amazed by it. The current Magnolia has a very fascinating appearance. It is very bright and colorful, the exact opposite of Raventail Base's dark and gloomy location. Ben drives slowly after they enter the town because there are many people on the streets. The town folks recognize Ben's car so they all wave at them. Ben and Myra open the windows to greet the town folks. Flare lowers her body to hide from the people's sight. She is surprised by this situation and she is too shy to show up. But she still takes a peek every once in a while to see the people of Magnolia. Why are they shouting at us? Asks Flare rather scaredly. Don't worry, Flare-chan, they aren't angry at us, they are just greeting us with a loud voice. Look, they are smiling, aren't they? Asks Myra. Flare takes a better look at the people and realizes that they aren't angry. But she is still too shy to come out of her hiding. She still peeks every so often like a curious little kid though. Some time later, they arrive in front of the fairy tale building. The mages inside are just as rowdy as usual and there is a big brawl on the side. Myra tells Flare to not worry about that as they just have a friendly match. Everyone finally sees that Ben and Myra have returned so they all rush to the entrance. All of them ask about the two's honeymoon but Ben says that he won't tell them anything. A honeymoon is a couple's business, after all, so it shouldn't be shared with the public. However, Myra doesn't think the same and she starts to tell them about the places that she and Ben visited in the last few days. Ben's expression turns dark as everyone leaves him to hear Myra's story. He just sighs as he gives up on even try stopping Myra because she won't stop. While everyone's attention is on Myra's story, Ben takes Flare to meet Makarov. The old man is waiting at the bar like usual and the waitress places 2 glasses of water as Ben and Flare get closer. You still look good, master, says Ben. What's with that greeting? Did you hope something happened to me? Asks Makarov while raising an eyebrow. Of course, not. I am just worried that someone your age will hurt his back because he sits for too long, says Ben while smirking. Sigh, whatever. So, this is the girl that you mentioned before? Asks Makarov. Yeah, she was in Ivan's guild. She has agreed to leave Raventail and follow me. I want her to join Fairy Tail, says Ben. Alright, I can't refuse the 4th guild master's recommendation. You won't let just anyone join our guild anyway, says Makarov. Makarov then puts a fairy tail mark on Flare's right shoulder. The raven tail mark on her right breast has been removed and replaced with the Sun Village mark. Ben had told Flare that she doesn't need to remove the village mark and she is happy with it. What about Yvonne? Asks Makarov. I sent him and the whole Raventail to Magic Council. Sorry about it, but I couldn't just let him go. I've found a trace of Ziref's involvement in Raventail. It will be too dangerous to let them go, says Ben. Makarov gets surprised to know that Ziref has a play in Raventail. He knows that Ben won't lie about something like this. His expression turns bitter because, in the end, Yvonne is still his son. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 322 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 333 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 288. 10 Years Quest. After Flare joins Fairy Tail, Ben and Myra train her magic. They also teach her many things about the world, especially common sense. She doesn't know much about the world, so they need to teach her like they teach a child. But after a few days, they finally know that Flare is quite mischievous. She likes to tease the others using her rather scary expression and hair. The one that she likes to tease the most is Lucy because her reaction is the best. Other than training Flare, Ben is researching to improve his training. He has finished scanning all the magic books in Magic Library. So now he wants to learn magic from other nations in Ishgar. Luckily, with his position as a wizard saint, it is quite easy to get a lot of magic books. He asks Magic Council and other wizard saint for help. It needs a high amount of money and it is one thing that he has a lot of. The books will need a lot of time to gather, so he will take jobs while waiting. But normal S-class jobs are easy for the current him, so he needs to take 10 years quest. He can't leave right away though because he needs to make sure that Flare can be left alone in the guild. Ben finally dares to leave Flare on her own after a month. Then he takes a 10-year quest with Myra because they always want to do it. But in the past, they couldn't do it because they needed to save the Tenro team first. The quest that they take is an exploration of a cave in the country of Deserto. Many mages have taken this quest but no one succeeded. Only a few could return alive and they all said that the cave is a giant maze full of demons from the Book of Zeref. There isn't enough information about the cave, but it's not a problem for Ben. As a devil slayer, he has high confidence that he can defeat those demons. Myra's power is also very effective against demons and she can take over a demon if they find a strong one. Ben and Myra go to Deserto using Light Runner as usual. They need to cross some nations, but it's not a problem with Light Runner's speed. It still takes 5 days even though Ben drives very fast, but it's still faster than other modes of transportation. The cave is located in the middle of a desert as Deserto's land is mainly desert. Its entrance is on a big red rock mountain. Ben can feel the ominous aura and magic power even when the cave entrance hasn't appeared in sight. No wonder that many mages failed this quest. Just from this high amount of magic power, I can predict that there are hundreds or even thousands of them, says Ben. Are they strong? Asks Myra. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. I think they are just low-level Aetheriuses that can't even talk the language, just a bunch of mindless creatures. But that number is still a massive threat to most S-class mages. Even Laxus and his team will struggle here and they might get annihilated, says Ben. Myra has expected that level of danger for a 10 years quest, but it's still shocking to hear that even Thunder God tribe might get annihilated here. Those guys are the strongest team after Ben's team, after all. So, what's the plan? Asks Myra. Ben smirks and says, let's just fight them until we get dead tired. Myra has a stunned expression before sighing, sigh, do you really need to do this? Of course, I haven't had a thrilling battle for so long. You know it too, that tough battles are the best way to grow stronger. But that's the biggest problem for me at this level. There aren't many opponents that can force me to use my full power so it's difficult to use this method. I need to grow stronger fast before Aknowledge appears. This is the only method that I can think of before I can improve my training, says Ben. Myra just sighs and says, just make sure to not die. Ben nods and Myra can't say anything else. She knows she can't stop Ben and there's no reason to stop him. He has set his goal and he will do anything to reach that goal. Also, he's not reckless, he has plans with high chances of success. The cave entrance finally gets into sight and there is no demon at all. All the demons seem to be inside the cave. Ben thinks that it's very strange for Aetheriuses to just stay silent inside a cave for a long time. This is a 10 years quest, so I assume that the demons have lived in this cave for at least 10 years. But there is no record of them attacking even the nearest town, says Ben. It's indeed strange. Aren't Aetherius usually very thirsty for blood? It's quite unbelievable that all of them will stay in one place for a long time, says Myra. Unless someone or something is commanding them. The only one that I can think of is higher level Aetherius. There might be a very high level one inside there. An Aetherius with a higher level than anyone that we've encountered, says Ben. Ben and Myra prepare themselves before they enter the cave. It's very dark inside and normal light magic can't even illuminate it nicely. So Ben uses his Dragon Slayer's light magic that has the brightest light to make some big and bright light balls. Sigh, the Sun God Slayer's light magic is useless for this kind of thing. It is powerful, but it's black and dark. What's the point of dark light? Complains Ben. Well, everything has its good and bad side, right? In exchange for power, God Slayer magic's elements lose their reliability, says Myra before she transforms into her Satan soul form. Ben sends his light balls ahead of them while a light ball is kept on top of them. Now they can see the cave interior and it really can't be called a cave. The correct name for this place is a dungeon or a labyrinth. The dungeon corridor is square and it's very wide even though the entrance is quite small. There are many of engraving on the floor, walls, and ceiling. Pictures, symbols, and letters are engraved all over the surface area. Ben gets interested in all these engravements, so he decides to inspect them first before going deeper. There might be secrets being hidden here. Who knows? Maybe he'll find a lost magic if he's lucky. Myra sighs when Ben tells her his intention, but she can't do anything about it. So she cancels her transformation just a moment after she activated it. She takes out a sofa of her storage space and a tea set so she can wait for Ben finishes his inspection comfortably. Strangely, there is no Aetherius that approaches them even though they don't hide their presence. But Ben and Myra realizes that there are many Aetherius that are watching them from deep inside the dungeon. None of them attacked though, and Ben find the reason after half an hour. Oh, damn, so this is why these Aetherius didn't go out to attack any town. No, it's not even the correct sentence. It's not that they didn't, they can't, says Ben while smirking. What do you mean? Asks Myra. There are some layers of enchantments here, and they all have one purpose, preventing the demons from leaving this cave. All these enchantments are very high level too, so they didn't break even after a long time. These enchantments are at least 200 years old, says Ben. But isn't this just a 10 years quest? Asks Myra. It doesn't matter, the quest just means that this cave was discovered less than 100 years ago. As you know, 10 years quests aren't actually quests that haven't been finished in 10 years, but they haven't been finished for at least 10 years. The only quest above it is 100 years quest. So, unfinished quests within 1099 years are named 10 years quests. The case with this cave is that it was discovered by a high-level enchanter far in the past. That enchanter put these layers of enchantment. Probably because they couldn't kill all the Aetherius, so they sealed the cave. The country has just found this cave tens of years ago and made this quest that hasn't been solved for years, says Ben. Oh, okay, says Myra confusedly. Ben grins and says, anyway, I've finished my inspection and got some good enchantments data. Now, let's start the subjugation. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 323 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 334 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 289. Going deeper. Ben and Myra go deeper into the dungeon with Myra using her Satan soul form. There's no engraving anymore after they get around 50 meters deep into the dungeon. Now, they can see the Aetheriuses that are looming inside the dungeon. What a merry welcome. Let's see, there are 80-90 of them just at the entrance. Do you want to take them, Myra? Asks Ben while counting the Aetheriuses' number roughly. Alright, I haven't done anything in this dungeon, so I feel stiff. I need to stretch a little, says Myra before she charges forward. The Aetheriuses also charge toward Myra and the battle starts. Myra is using her Satan claws to rip the Aetheriuses' bodies. There's a black aura on her claws because her Satan soul form can use darkness magic and she coats her arm with it to increase her attack power. These Aetheriuses are very low-leveled and super weak. Their bodies get ripped easily by Myra's claws like butter. Well, it's also because Myra has become much stronger, so these Aetheriuses seem very weak even though each one of them can kill a squad of knights. Myra is currently the third strongest mage in Fairy Tale after Ben and Gildarts. She has surpassed Makarov but is still weaker than Gildarts. However, with her current progress, Myra will catch up to Gildarts in a few years, and Ben will make sure she catches up in less than 3 years. Back to the fight, Myra is doing well against the Aetheriuses. She only uses her close combat skills because these weak things are good punching bags. Just like Ben, she often treats her battles as training, and she does it now. But even if Myra can defeat the Aetheriuses easily, their number is just too high. Many of them just move past her and rush to Ben behind her. Of course, none of them have any chance, and they just get massacred. Ben also only uses his close combat skills, but unlike Myra, he doesn't even use his magic to fight. The only magic that he uses now is the light that illuminates the cave. To fight these Aetheriuses, he uses his best melee weapon, his Pendragon sword. He swings his sword with fast movements while dodging the Aetheriuses' attacks. Ben doesn't block or parry, he keeps moving his body to dodge their attacks while attacking them with his fast swordsmanship. He is training and testing his agility and flexibility by dodging their attacks. Blood spilled on Ben's and Myra's bodies but they ignore it. They just keep fighting and killing the Aetheriuses that keep coming to them from deep inside the dungeon. It's like there's no end to these things, they just keep coming. They finally stop coming after 3 hours. An AI chip has counted that 942 Aetheriuses have attacked Ben and Myra. That is a terrifying number that can destroy some towns if these things aren't trapped here. But this number is a good thing for Ben and Myra because the more demons here, the stronger they will get. As a Devil Slayer, slaying demons will increase Ben's Devil Slayer magic power. Myra's Satan soul also gets stronger as she absorbed the dead demon's soul power without taking over their bodies. Strange, there are too many of them. From my experience, one book of Zeref can only generate one demon. But there are just too many of them, says Ben. Maybe there's a library here, says Myra. No, I don't think that's the case. I don't think Zeref would put so many books in one place. And I don't think he was bored enough to make these many weak Aetheriuses. They were far too weak compared to the ones we've ever encountered that it's suspicious, says Ben. But there's nothing we can do about it. The only way to find the answer is by clearing this quest, says Myra. Yeah, right, says Ben while nodding. Ben then burns all the Aetherius corpses into ashes using his Sun Devil Slayer magic. When he does that, he can feel his Sun Devil Slayer magic get strengthened even more. It's like the remaining magic power inside the dead demons is entering his body. Oh, this is good. My magic is sucking their magic power and turning it into mine. I guess this is why Acnology can get that strong. He absorbed the magic of the dragons that he killed. And dragons have massive magic power, so he gets a lot of it, says Ben while keeps burning the corpses. He doesn't get the full amount of magic power of these dead demons, he only gets some portions. But it's still a nice amount because there are a lot of dead demons here, even though they're weak. Having more magic power is always great and having his Devil Slayer magic strengthened is even better. Ben and Myra move forward and soon, the dungeon is branching. There are 3 paths in front of them and they don't know which one is the correct path. So Ben decides to explore all of them by creating 7 clones. 3 of the clones enter the left path, 4 enter the middle, while he and Myra enter the right path. He instructs his clones to split again if their paths branched again. They also need to keep communicating with him and report their finding. Ben and Myra walk forward and expect some Aetheriuses to attack again, but no one comes. Instead, they encounter traps that keep getting activated as they walk forward. The traps are just typical old traps like arrows, crushing walls, poison gas, spikes, etc. They destroyed all these old-style traps easily and Ben even takes his time analyzing them. These traps are activated at high speed, but Ben is much faster. His senses have increased to a very high level and his reflex is top-notch. This is fun at first, but it's getting very annoying now. We've walked for half an hour and there's nothing but traps, says Ben after getting through a lot of traps. Ben is getting bored of the traps, so he just used his gravity element to the walls around him. All the traps that get activated can't even come out because his gravity suppresses them and even deformed the wall. What's the point of using non-magical traps like these? They are demons for FK's sake. Set up curses instead of traps would you? Complains Ben in frustration. But these traps are enough to tire up and kill average S-class mages, you know. There are just too many of them that even S-classes will find them difficult and annoying. Eventually, they'll get tired and after they get injured by a trap, they'll keep getting injured, says Myra. I know, but these traps are too uncreative, says Ben. Right after he said that the traps changed into magic traps. The first magic trap is thorny vines that come out of the walls and floor. They try to catch Ben and Myra but then they get crushed by the gravity. The vines still try to struggle though, so Ben burns them after analyzing them for a bit. His mood changes into a better one because now he can see other variations of the traps. He is like a kid exploring a place full of mystery. The situations on the paths that his clones take are similar. Traps are set everywhere but some Aetheriuses also appear once in a while on the other paths. The clones have split again because their paths have branched a few times, unlike Ben's path. The second magic trap that Ben and Myra find is a windblade area. Multiple wind blades appear out of the wall and fly everywhere. But just like before, they all break when they get in contact with Ben's gravity magic. There's no enchantment or anything on the walls. So these traps must be the power of an individual, says Ben. Their path finally branches after they get through 8 magic traps. They go to the right branch and encounter a lot of Aetheriuses there. Ben and Myra slaughter them again but when they are in the middle of fighting, one of Ben's clones gets destroyed. Ben is surprised, but then he grins, found it. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 324 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 335 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 290. Dungeons Mysteries. What do you find? Asks Myra while they run to the location where one of Ben's clones gets destroyed. The boss, maybe, says Ben. So you're not sure, says Myra disappointedly. Hey, at least we get a clue. This thing is strong enough to destroy my clone. So it is far stronger than the Aetheriuses that we've met so far. Even if it's not the boss, it might lead us to the boss, says Ben. Sigh, alright, let's just hope that it's the case, says Myra. They arrive at the location in a short time because all the traps and enemies on the way have been destroyed by the destroyed clone. The other clones are still exploring their routes and Ben also made one clone to explore his route after one clone gets destroyed. Just like what Myra said, there's no guarantee that the Aetheriuses that destroyed one of Ben's clones is the boss. So they still need to explore the other routes. Besides, there are still a lot of Aetheriuses that need to be slain in this dungeon. However, there is nothing in this place, no trap, no Aetherius. It's just an empty corridor like the others. Ben and Myra are confused because they also can't sense anything around them, so there's no magical creature nearby. Just where? Says Ben before he suddenly gets alerted. Another clone gets destroyed, but now, there's no clue at all from the destroyed clone's memory. The previous clone has seen a glimpse of the creature that destroyed it, but the new destroyed clone hasn't even sensed anything that destroyed it. What the hell happened? Asks Ben while frowning. Have they started attacking us? Asks Myra. I think so, but why is there nothing here if that's the case? Wait. Don't tell me they are aiming my clones because the clones are far weaker than us, says Ben with widened eyes. Myra is also surprised. That means the enemies are smart enough to aim for the weaker ones first and made this strategy which used the split paths to their advantage. Damn. Attention to all clones, mark your locations with teleportation marks, so I can teleport there immediately, says Ben to his clones through their connection. The clones immediately do as Ben says and they are right on time before another clone gets destroyed. Ben grabs Myra and teleports them to the destroyed clone's location. He is ready to attack, but whatever it is that destroyed his clone has disappeared. Shit, they're fast, says Ben in frustration. Suggestion. Make the clones explode right when they get destroyed to injure the enemies. Oh, that's a good idea, replies Ben at AI Chip's idea in his mind. Ben sends his command and the clones execute it. They wait for some time, but the enemies aren't attacking yet. It makes them realize that the enemies know they are wary of them because of the destroyed clones. Keep going, I think they won't attack because we are on high alert, says Ben. They all walk forward while trying to look as if they're letting their guard down. But they are still on high alert, it's just a strategy to fool the enemies, and it works. Some minutes after they walked again, one clone gets destroyed, and it explodes. Ben teleports there immediately with Myra but they are still late to catch a glimpse of the enemies. However, they find a trail of blood on the floor and walls, which shows that the clone's explosion has injured the enemies. With all his attempts failing, Ben decides to dispel his clones. Now the enemies can only target him and Myra without the clones here. So both of them just stay there and get ready to fight, but nothing comes even after some time. I think we need to move, says Myra. Alright, staying here won't help us, says Ben in agreement. Both of them walk forward while looking around carefully. Ben maximizes all his senses to find the enemy's position if they come to them. But even after 2 hours, no enemy is coming toward them. Sigh, how long have we explored this place? Asks Myra. Almost 4 hours since we entered, says Ben after checking his watch. This isn't looking good. Time will be our biggest challenge if we can't find the enemies. We don't even know how big this place is, says Myra. Ben thinks for a while before saying, then, let's continue our search for 2 more hours before we rest. Myra agrees and they continue their search while going through many paths. These paths are more challenging than the traps or Aetheriuses that they need to find. But before they can find the Aetheriuses, they need to find the way there first. This maze just has too many paths. They split and then connected to each other. Many paths are also just made circling routes that make them return to their previous locations. Finding the correct paths is the most difficult part for them. That's why Ben used his clones to explore many paths at once so AI Chip can map the maze. But each time he sent his clones, they will get destroyed by unknown things one by one, and Ben still failed to catch whatever it is that destroyed his clones. So after 2 more hours, Ben and Myra decide to stop for now because they still can't find anything. Ben teleports them out of the dungeon easily using a mark he placed before entering the dungeon. He prepared it because he knew this is a maze from all the information they gathered, so they might not succeed in one go. Damn, it's almost dark already. I think we should call it a day for now and resume it tomorrow, says Ben as he sees the sun is about to set. Myra agrees and they make a camp in front of the dungeon. The night passes quickly and both of them didn't do their nightly couple activity. They are in the middle of a job and it will just tire them out. Ben and Myra enters the cave again after breakfast using teleportation. They teleport to where they were before leaving yesterday. They look around first and find that there's no enemy here, so they walk again. But then, Ben realizes something is wrong, so he stops. Myra also stops and looks at Ben who is looking around the place while frowning. She asks him what he's doing but Ben just asks her to stay silent for a moment. This place is different than yesterday, says Ben. Do you mean we teleport to a different place? Asks Myra while tilting her head. No, I teleport to the correct mark, but this place is different. It's slight, but there are some changes here, says Ben while looking at the differences that AI Chip found. The dungeon interiors have a similar appearance so it will be hard to realize if there are some slight changes. But AI Chip's supercomputer ability can find those differences easily. Without AI Chip, Ben won't find these differences even though he felt something is strange. What do you mean changes? Does someone do something last night? Or does this place move by itself? Haha, there's no way, right? I think you are just being oversensitive, says Myra jokingly. Sigh, I'm serious, and you know it too, says Ben. Well, I'm just trying to lighten up the mood. But really, what do you think happened? Asks Myra. I don't know. But I do think that someone or something was doing something here. We need to be very careful, says Ben before he pauses because something big happens. A dark magic wall suddenly comes out of the floor and separates him from Myra. He still can sense Myra behind that wall and he moves to break the hall. But suddenly, another wall appears behind him, and he feels the whole place is moving randomly at high speed. Ben gets thrown around and hit the walls, floor, ceiling, or the magic walls. So he uses his gravity to stay in one spot while the place is still moving around. It finally stops after some time and the dark magic walls disappear. Ben stands up again and looks around before he gets confused. Myra isn't here, there isn't any bit of her presence near him. But he isn't too worried because he knows what Myra is capable of. Besides, he can just teleport to her using the mark on her body. But he won't do it now because not only Myra can take care of herself, he also has something to do. There is a strong creature near his location, so he needs to do something about it first. Finally, I was about to get bored, says Ben while grinning. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 325 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 336 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 291. The Beetle. Ben senses a strong Aetherius near him, so he goes there immediately. He arrives in a rather spacious room with some glowing crystals on the walls that illuminate the room. In the opposite location of where Ben stands, a humanoid silhouette can be seen standing. The room is still quite dark, so Ben makes a light ball to increase the brightness. Now he can see things more clearly, including the Aetherius in front of him. It looks like a humanoid beetle with dark purple color. Were you the one who destroyed my clones? Asks Ben, but the beetle Aetherius doesn't answer. You can't talk? Well, doesn't matter, just come and fight me, says Ben while walking forward with a big grin. The beetle Aetherius also walks forward at the same pace as Ben, which is quite amusing. They stop in the middle of the room and stare at each other for a moment before they send a punch at each other. Bam! Their punches clash and Ben is surprised at the beetle's power. It can match his punch even if it's just his normal punch, not a serious one. But it is as strong as high-leveled mages' punches, so this beetle is strong. Ben grins and puts more power on his attacks as they exchange more punches. He is very surprised because the beetle keeps matching his attack power. It even makes the exact same attacks as him and counters his attacks perfectly. As they exchange more melee attacks, Ben gets more excited. He hasn't had this much fun while fighting in hand-to-hand combat. This style of battle is his favorite. He prefers exchanging fists rather than big and flashy spells. Ha ha ha. This is it. This is how men fight. Don't disappoint me, beetle guy. Shouts Ben excitedly. Ben uses his martial arts that have been trained since his past life. He used it often in his early years as a mage because there are a lot of strong opponents for him to use his martial arts. But as he grew stronger, he didn't have many chances to use it because his opponents often get destroyed in a short time or his martial arts weren't suitable to be used on them. But now, he finds an opponent that can make him use his martial arts again. Using spells is good, but using his fists to directly hit his opponent has a different feeling. The excitement of using his body to fight directly is unmatched. Ben enjoys his battle and keeps exchanging blows with the beetle guy. He doesn't use his Slayer magic, he only uses his magic power to strengthen his attacks. The beetle guy can always match his power and even keep using the exact same attacks as him. It feels like he fights himself, or fighting his shadow, so it feels very strange. But Ben ignores it for now so he can enjoy this battle. He only stops after fighting the beetle guy with just martial arts for half an hour. Phew, that's so satisfying, says Ben while wiping his non-existent sweat after jumping back, which gets copied by the beetle guy. I want to keep playing if I can, but my wife will kill me if I don't find her soon. So let's end this here, beetle guy. I know you can copy my movements and even power, maybe that's your curse. But I wonder if you can copy my magic too, says Ben as he coats his hands with Sun Devil Slayer Magic's red solar energy. The beetle finally does something different from Ben, it tilts its head. But then, to Ben's surprise, the beetle guy's hands are covered in red-colored flame like magic. He tries to sense it and the red flame actually has solar energy. Damn, you can even copy magic. You turned it into curse because you don't use magic, but damn, this is just too much. Just what's your curse? Is it curse of copy? Complains Ben with an angry tone, but his mouth is smiling. Ben rushes at the beetle and the beetle does the same. They meet in the middle and send their flaming fists to each other. But now, the beetle can't match Ben's attack power even though Ben knows it uses the exact same amount of power as him. The beetle gets overpowered and flung to the wall behind, crashing onto it. But the wall is very sturdy and there's no damage at all even though the crash is quite strong. But the beetle isn't as sturdy because its back carapace is cracking. Using the same amount of power doesn't mean your attack will be as strong as mine. Do you know how long I've been training and researching my magic? A beetle that just copies what it sees won't be able to match my years of effort. This is the importance of mastery, asshole, says Ben while grinning. The beetle doesn't say anything because it can't talk. But Ben can feel that it's getting nervous and there's fear in its eyes even though its expression never changed. But Ben's senses are very sharp and he can sense his enemy's feelings. You are getting scared now? It's too soon. You haven't seen anything, says Ben before he suddenly flashes in front of the beetle and punches its body from the side. The beetle gets flung to another side and almost crashes onto the wall there. But before he crashes, Ben flashes in its path and punches it from below. So it crashes onto the ceiling and then it falls to the floor while spatting green blood. It seems you can only copy what you see. That is good enough, but that's just too shallow. Maybe if you are a higher level Aetherius, you will be a very difficult opponent to fight against because your curse will be stronger too. The stronger your opponent, the stronger you will be because you can copy their power. Too bad that your level isn't that high, so your power is limited. I doubt you will be able to copy this level of magic, says Ben as he creates a miniature red sun on his right hand. The beetle's fear gets even clearer and it tries to run away. But Ben stomps it and uses his gravity to make it unable to move. He pins the beetle with his foot and he grins as the beetle looks at him with fear in its eyes. Screech. The beetle screeches loudly while wriggling around to break free, but it's useless. It even tries to copy Ben's magic, but currently, the spells that Ben uses are too high level for it. It can't copy Ben's spells with its level of curse, so it gets even more panic. Ben smirks and says, "Goodbye, beetle guy, it was fun." Sun Devil's version, Cruel Sun. Ben slams the red miniature sun at the beetle Aetherius. It can't even scream before it gets burnt and turned into ashes by the red miniature sun. The very sturdy floor even melts because of Ben's attack. He stretches his body as a lot of magic power enters his body. This beetle Aetherius is stronger than all the Aetheriuses he met in this dungeon, so he gets a lot of magic power after killing it. His Sun Devil Slayer magic also gets strengthened, making him more satisfied by this battle. His business here is done, so Ben teleports to Myra's location. Just like what he thought, she is rather angry because he didn't come sooner. She is pouting at the corner while there is a corpse of another beetle Aetherius in the middle of the room. "Are you okay?" asks Ben, but Myra doesn't answer him. "All right, I'm sorry, I was playing around because it was fun. My opponent has the same appearance as that beetle you've defeated. It copied all my attacks with the same power, so I enjoyed my fight with it," says Ben apologetically. Myra gets rather surprised and stops pouting. "It copied your attacks? That beetle also did the same? Did they have the same power?" Aetheriuses with the same curse? Never heard of that, says Ben confusedly. Suddenly, a lot of footsteps can be heard approaching them from deep in the dungeon. Ben and Myra look at it and then a lot of identical beetle Aetheriuses enter the room. "Oh, shit. Here we go again." You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 326 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 337 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 292. Maniac. A lot of identical beetle Aetherius suddenly appear from deep inside the dungeon. Ben can even sense that their magical power is the same. It's as if they are actually one individual, not many like this. "Don't tell me they have the same power as the ones we defeated before," says Myra while smiling bitterly. "I think they are, so it will be quite annoying, but it will be easy too because they will have the same weaknesses," says Ben. "Still, their number is a big problem. There might be thousands of them," says Myra. "There are just around 350 beetles or so in that group. This room is too small to accommodate 1,000 of them, it is still a problem though. But there might be more behind this group too. Still, I'm more than happy to play around with them. It's like I'm fighting against myself, at a lower level," says Ben while grinning excitedly. "Maniac," says Myra tiredly. "You can rest while I fight them," says Ben. "All right, please put a barrier around me so they won't attack me," says Myra. Ben nods and puts a barrier using enchantments around Myra. The barrier is strong enough to block one full-powered attack from Ben, so it should be safe. Ben makes a barrier of this scale so he can go all out in his fight. "Now, let's dance, bugs," says Ben while covering his hands and feet with Sun Devil Slayer's red solar element. The beetles copy his magic, but their solar energy is weaker than Ben's because they themselves are weaker. Ben grins as he rushes toward the beetle Aetheriuses. He clenches his fists as he jumps to the beetle colony. They also make the same attack as him in a packed formation. Boom! Both sides' attacks hit each other and creates a big explosion that blew away many beetles. Ben's attack is still far stronger than these bugs. He kills tens of beetles with just that one attack. Then he gets ready again because the beetles are rushing to him without any care for their dead comrades. The beetles surround Ben and half of them fly to attack from the air. These beetles even start to use different spells from the mages that they've fought in the past. It becomes more interesting and Ben really enjoys this fight now. He rushes at them and attacks them with his solar energy punches or kicks. The beetles are using many kinds of attacks, but none of them can land any hit at Ben. He is just too fast because he uses his light element to increase his speed. Each of Ben's attacks is enough to destroy the beetles' bodies. He would be bored if he could win with just one attack. But there are so many of them that he can keep attacking as they keep coming toward him. Ben punches a beetle's chest and destroys it, but another beetle has appeared behind him. It attacks him from behind and some beetles also sent attacks from other sides. He grins because he has sensed them and he takes care of them by swiping his solar energy covered hand in a spear shape to cut them in half. Then he jumps to avoid another attack from a beetle. He lands on that beetle's shoulder and grabs its jaw from above before ripping its head from its body. Ben keeps grinning throughout the battle as green blood splattered on his body. Sigh, he's like a kid, playing with bugs and all, says Myra while watching the battle. The battle goes on for almost half a day because more beetles keep coming after Ben defeated the previous bunches. Their corpses are stacked in the room, so Ben needs to burn them all with his magic. There are around 5,000 beetles that Ben has fought just now, making him wonder where they came from. What a harvest! My Devil Slayer magic gets strengthened a bit. If their levels are higher, I would get strengthened more, says Ben disappointedly. Don't be cocky. If they are stronger, then the battle will be more difficult too, says Myra. That will be better. These beetles were too weak and even 5,000 of them didn't make any difference to me, says Ben smugly. Yes, yes, you're the man. Now, let's continue, our job hasn't finished yet, says Myra while pushing Ben to move forward. They go deeper into the dungeon and now different types of Aetheriuses start to appear. The Aetheriuses attack them continuously as they walk along the path. But just like before, these Aetheriuses are weak, so Ben and Myra can defeat them easily. Some hours later, they finally reach a very big room. They've killed many Aetheriuses and handled many traps. Luckily, the path didn't split again. It seems the previous trap that changed their location has sent them to the correct path, which was very lucky. I hope this is the end point of this dungeon, says Ben. It seems to be the place. There's no other door and those creatures there look very strong. They might be the bosses here, says Myra. On the other side of the room, 3 creatures are standing while looking at Ben and Myra. All 3 of them look like humans but their energy shows that they are Aetheriuses. One looks like a teen male, one looks like an adult female, and one looks like an old man. The ones who look like a teen male and an adult woman seem to be very angry at Ben and Myra. Ben doesn't know why the adult woman seems upset, but he knows why the teen male is upset. Behind the teen male are some big transparent eggs-like things which have the beetle Aetheriuses inside them. Are you breeding them? Asks Ben curiously. The teen male Aetherius just stays silent, so Ben says, it seems you are mute, maybe those 2 are mute too. Well, not like I expect idiot Aetheriuses to be able to talk. Your intelligence seems to be very low, after all. The teen male's veins pop out of anger, damn, shut up, human. I didn't talk to you because it's a waste of time. But you just kept talking and even insult us. We aren't pushovers. Ben is quite stunned at that, you seem to be a pushover to me. If not, then you won't talk just because of my slight insult. The teen male Aetherius seems to realize it, but instead of calming down, he gets angrier. Ben laughs at that, making the teen male wants to attack him. But the adult female stops him even though she is also angry. Then the old man finally talks, humans, enough of your insults. We know that you are strong, but don't think that we are the same as those weaklings that you've just killed. We can kill you easily if we want. Oh, really? Then why don't you do it already? Asks Ben with a mocking tone. So we can see the humans who intrude on our place and kill our children, says the old man with a calm but full of hate tone. Children? Did you mate with her? Asks Ben all of a sudden, making him get a hit on the head from Myra. Mating? We can do that, but that won't give us any offspring like you. We are artificial beings, so we can't reproduce sexually, says the adult female. You don't need to tell us that, says Myra with a dark expression. The Aetheriuses ignores her though and the old man says, we have a different method to increase our number, by using our curses. Neo's curse has the ability to clone other individuals, it's the curse of multiplication. The old man says that while pointing at the teen male. Then he points at the adult female. Zoe's curse is the curse of birth. She can give birth to lower-level Aetheriuses using her energy. All the Aetheriuses that you've met were her children. Neo multiplies the best child that Zoe has ever made. So that's why there are so many of them here. Your power is to increase your army's number, after all. I don't know why you explained it, but thanks for the explanation. That means we just need to kill you all to finish this job, right? Sounds good to me, says Ben while grinning. Yeah, let's finish this fast, says Myra while nodding. Both of them get ready to fight again and finish this job. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 327 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 338 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 293. Job's done. Ben decides to let Myra fight the 3 Aetheriuses first. She is quite pissed by them, after all, because they were the ones that sent those annoying small fries. Ben had his fun though, so he likes them a bit. Myra transforms into her Satan soul form and rushes at the adult female, Zoe, first. Some weak Aetheriuses appear in front of Zoe to block Myra. But she kills them easily using her claws to rip their bodies. Zoe is panicking and runs away, so Myra chases her. Then some beetles attack Myra. Neo the teen male Aetherius has released all the beetles inside the transparent eggs. They all attack Myra and they can withstand her physical attacks. Annoying bugs, says Myra as she creates a big dark orb. She shoots many big dark bullets at the bugs and destroys them. Now Neo starts to get panicked too and runs to the old man alongside Zoe. Both of them don't really have great combat ability, so they retreat after seeing Myra destroy their troops easily. The old man sighs and then he puts his hands on the floor. Suddenly, the floor in front of Myra moves and many metal spikes shot from it. Myra jumps to evade them, but then many longer spikes come out of the ceiling, trapping her between them. She doesn't have time to evade, so Ben moves to save her. He flashes and catches her, then he breaks all the spikes using his gravity magic. Myra sighs because now Ben will take over the battle after she needed to be rescued. Ben grins as he flashes to the 3 Aetheriuses, while Myra flies back. He appears between Neo and Zoe who hide behind the old man. He grabs their heads and burns the 2 of them using his Sun Devil Slayer magic's red solar energy, which kills them instantly. The old man widens his eyes as he turns around, only to get caught in the neck by Ben. Ben lifts him as the old man struggles to release himself from Ben's grasp. But he is too weak to even make Ben's hands move. The old man tries to use his curse to attack Ben. Some metal pipes suddenly appear on the ceiling and they release a massive amount of flame. The flame only touches Ben though, the old man doesn't get touched at all. He smirks, but then that smirk stiffens when the flame disappears. Ben is fine, after all, without a single bit of damage. Furthermore, Ben sucks all the flame and replenishes some of the magic power he lost before. Using flame against a Sun Devil Slayer like me, what a foolish move, says Ben while smirking. The old man gets even more surprised when he hears that. I know that you are immune to flame. But I thought it only applies to magic, not curse like what I used. Wait. Don't tell me you can use curse too. Now Ben gets confused. I have learned it, but I can't really use it yet. Besides, even if I can use curse, I won't be immune to it, right? The old man also gets confused, but he can't think about that now. He is still being held by Ben and he can't free himself. Ben also doesn't want to think about it for now, so he kills the old man immediately using his Sun Devil Slayer's red solar energy. Job's done, time to go home, says Ben while cleaning the ash on his hands. Has this really ended? Asks Myra. Ben nods and says, surely. Not, replies the old man, but there's only his voice, while he is nowhere to be seen. Ben and Myra get alerted and look around to find the old man. But no matter where they search, he is nowhere to be found. Luckily for them, the old man is stupid enough to reveal his position, just like how he explained the other 2 Aetherius's curses before. Ha ha ha, where are you looking at? I am here, around you, I am this place itself, I am this dungeon, says the old man. The 2 want to ask what nonsense that this old Aetherius is saying. But their answer comes before they can even ask. The room suddenly gets smaller and smaller, as if it wants to crush them. Now they understand that the old Aetherius is this dungeon itself. Ha ha ha, after that damn witch sealed us in this place, I merge myself with this dungeon. She made a mistake by leaving our leader half dead. It gave me the chance to devour him and get control of this dungeon. Now I can control this place as I like, not just setting up traps. This whole place is under my rule, ha ha ha, says the old Aetherius maniacally. Whoa, so you have 2 kinds of curses now? And leader? So he was far stronger than the 3 of you? Asks Ben without a hint of fear in his voice, just pure curiosity. That's right, I have the curse of trap, and curse of transmutation. Our leader was very strong, he might be the strongest one after E.N.D, ha ha ha, explains the old Aetherius happily. I don't know who this E.N.D is, so I can't judge how strong your boss is. But I can say that he was pretty strong. Also, the only way to defeat you is by destroying this whole place, right? Asks Ben again. You are very ignorant to not know about E.N.D, he is the strongest Aetherius that Lord Zeref has ever created. But you are still smarter than I thought because you can find the method to defeat me, says the old Aetherius. Well, I can always try to find out about this E.N.D later, so it's not a problem. Although you are just as stupid as I thought. Confirming the weakness that your opponent found isn't a good move, says Ben while smirking. Humph, it won't change anything because you can't do anything about it, says the old Aetherius smugly. Then, let's find out, says Ben before teleporting Myra to the outside. Ben suddenly covers his whole body with red solar energy. He doesn't hold his power back anymore and releases all his Sun Devil Slayer power. The room becomes very bright and hot in an instant. The area around Ben starts to melt because of the heat that he generates. In a short time, the heat also spread to the other rooms. All the remaining Aetherius that haven't been killed by Ben and Myra now die because of the heat that dries them and melts their bodies. The old Aetherius who has merged with the dungeon also suffers a lot because the place is melting now. All the hard walls, floors, ceilings, and everything there are melting because of the super high temperature that Ben generates. Ben has become a miniature red sun that eats away everything around him. With his current power, Ben can melt this entire mountain if he goes all out. But he limits his power to just melt this dungeon without destroying the mountain itself. His control over his magic is very good, so he can make that possible. Still, the heat wave will spread to the surrounding area. It even comes out of the dungeon, forcing Myra who has been sent outside to get away from the entrance. Some minutes later, the heat stops increasing, so Myra knows that Ben has finished his job. Then the heat starts to disappear and the temperature returns to normal. Ben removes the heat after making sure that every Aetherius in this place has been obliterated, including the old Aetherius that has become the dungeon itself. His Sun Devil Slayer magic gets strengthened a lot after slaying all these artificial demons. He can even feel a strange change, but he can't check it now. It's not the time to do that because this dungeon will collapse, so he teleports out of it, and then the dungeon really collapses. On the outside, Myra is standing with her arms spread, and her eyes are closed. Ben can see many souls entering her body. Those are the souls of the dead Aetheriuses and she absorbs them all. She finished after a minute and Ben can feel her magic power increase. He asks her if she gets a new form, but she doesn't. She only gets her magic strengthened like Ben, but that's good enough because that means all her abilities have increased. Ben and Myra are satisfied with the result of this job and they can go home now. 10 years quest is better than they thought, although it might be because they are compatible to do this job. But they want to take one again next time. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 328 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 339 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 294, 294. Curse of Sun Demon. The 10 years quest has been done perfectly and both Ben and Myra get their magic strengthened. They have returned to Magnolia after confirming the job completion with the country of Deserto. Now they are resting in their home after having a far and long journey. Ben is sitting on the couch while thinking deeply, so Myra asks, "What are you thinking about so seriously?" "It's about my immunity to curse. I didn't think too deeply about it before, but that old Aetherius is right, this is strange," says Ben. "Isn't that because you are a devil slayer? As a devil slayer, you should be immune to demons' forms of attacks, including curse, right?" asks Myra. "That is possible, but it still doesn't feel right. My Sun Devil Slayer is magic, not curse. They originated from different sources, so I shouldn't be immune to curse," says Ben. You said you've learned curse in the past, right? Maybe you get something from that," says Myra. "I've learned it, but I still can't use it well to this day. So I doubt I get something from it," says Ben. "Then, maybe your Sun Devil Slayer magic is special," says Myra. "Special, hey? Maybe that's true. The Sun Demon who used this magic could fight a Sun Dragon almost equally even though Devil Slayer magic is supposedly weaker than Dragon Slayer magic. But Midas the Sun Demon could injure Escanor, a Sun Dragon," says Ben before he widens his eyes in realization. Ben suddenly stands up and runs to the training ground in his basement while thanking Myra for giving him a clue. Myra just sighs and then smiles because Ben has been troubled by this matter since they finished their job. In the underground training ground, Ben makes a miniature red sun using his Sun Devil Slayer magic. Then he asks AI Chip to analyze it thoroughly using every data that they have now. They have a lot of data after getting a lot of knowledge in the last 4 years. Scanning Sun Devil Slayer magic. The scan takes longer than Ben thought. AI chip only finishes after 5 minutes because it checks everything thoroughly using every data it has, just like what Ben asked. Finding irregularity in host's Sun Devil Slayer magic. Signs of curse ability can be found in the host's magic. Ben widens his eyes. What they? Curse. Yes, the power of curse has been integrated into your Sun Devil Slayer magic. The signs also have been found in the first data of Sun Devil Slayer magic. However, the signs were very faint that they were undetected. The data in my memory storage was lacking at that time. So you couldn't detect it because you didn't have enough data, but I've got this curse power since I got my Sun Devil Slayer magic. Asks Ben. Yes, although it was not developed yet at that time. After giving a deep check, I found an increase in the power of the curse in your Sun Devil Slayer magic. It was when you killed a lot of Aetherius demons in your 10 years quest. The cause was the strengthening of your Sun Devil Slayer magic after you absorbed the power of the Aetherius demons that you have slain. It was not only their magic power that you absorbed but also their curse power. So it's like that. Then, can I learn to use curse now? Asks Ben curiously. There is no need for you to deliberately learn how to use it. By using your Sun Devil Slayer magic, you have used your curse power too. It has merged with your Sun Devil Slayer magic completely. Damn, that's convenient. Was it because Midas the Sun Demon has combined curse to his magic? Asks Ben. Yes, it is assumed that he could damage Sun Dragon Escanor using his lower tier Sun magic because of the curse power. Sun Dragon Escanor didn't have immunity toward curse, so he could get injured by Sun Demon Midas's attacks. So that means I can use my Sun Devil Slayer magic to injure dragons, maybe even gods because of the unique curse power. Wait. Angsarum can use curse if I'm not wrong, so maybe other gods can. This might not be that effective on gods. Well, I have Sun God Slayer magic, so no problem, ponders Ben. It will still be of use to be used on Aknologia though. Still, it seems my curse power is still weak and I don't know much about it. AI chip, create a training course for my curse power. We will hunt more Aetherius demons in the future. They only use curse, after all, while normal demons also use magic. Besides, I don't need to worry about targeting friendly demons because all Aetherius demons are evil, says Ben. Understood. AI chip makes a training course for Ben to improve the curse power of his Sun Devil Slayer magic. The training is still lacking though because they don't have enough data about curse. So Ben needs to gather more information about curse. Since that day, Ben is focusing on improving his curse power. It will surely be useful for when Aknologia appears again. If even Escanor, a Sun Dragon, one of the ancient dragon gods wasn't immune to the curse of Sun Demon, then Aknologia won't be immune too. It's not easy to find information about curse because humans don't use it. But Ben can still get some information even though he needs to use all his connections and even money. It's not a problem for him because his car company is doing well and money keeps entering his pockets. He wants to get information about curse from demons, but there are no jobs involving demons here. Ben knows some demons, the demons on Galuna Island. But those demons aren't too knowledgeable with magic nor curse. His dead demon friend, Morgbit, gave him more information than these Galuna Island demons. But even without much information, Ben's progress on his curse and Sun Devil Slayer magic is good. He knows all the basics and AI chip can use other knowledge to improve the curse. Besides, as his mastery over his Sun Devil Slayer magic improves, the curse within it will also improve now. Then, 4 months after he finished the 10 years quest, Fairy Tail finally gets another quest involving demons. Ben is excited because he can finally get more information about curse using the demons in this quest. He immediately asks Myra to take this quest together because absorbing demon souls can strengthen her takeover magic. She agrees, but Ben realizes that she looks quite pale, and she looks tired for some reason. Are you okay? Asks Ben as he takes Myra to sit on a chair on the guild's second floor where S-class or above quests are placed. Yeah, I am fine, says Myra with a not-so-fine expression. Suddenly, Myra feels nausea, and she feels like vomiting, so she runs to the toilet. Ben is panicking because this never happened, so he follows her. Myra vomits a few times while Ben is panicking behind her, he doesn't know what to do. After she stops, Ben immediately takes her to poor Lysica using his teleportation. The old woman is annoyed by their sudden visit, but she doesn't nag them after seeing Ben's panicked expression and Myra's condition. Poor Lysica checks on Myra inside her house and Ben watch it nervously. He had never seen Myra get sick since 4 years ago because she has gotten so much stronger. But now, she suddenly gets sick, and her condition looks quite bad, which makes him very worried. Everyone in the guild is rushing to poor Lysica's place now. Urza saw Myra runs to the restroom, followed by the panicked Ben. She went to check on them, but then she saw they teleport after Ben mentioned poor Lysica, so she assumed that Myra is sick, and she told the others, which made them all run to poor Lysica's place. Sometime later, the big group arrives, and they see Ben standing in front of the treehouse while looking at the sky blankly. They all are staring at each other and hope that nothing bad happens. Lisana steps forward to ask Ben about her sister. Ben Nii-chan, where's Nei-chan? Asks Lisana. Ben blankly answers, inside. Is she okay? Asks Lisana again. Ben nods and answers blankly again, yeah, she is fine, she is just pregnant. Lisana and the others sigh in relief, phew, so she is just pregnant. Silence suddenly falls there, before they all shout. Pregnant. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 329 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 340 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 295. Pregnant. Some time ago. What happens to her, Grandma? Asks Ben while watching poor Lyusika checking Myra's body. Don't talk to me. I can't concentrate, says poor Lyusika sternly, making Ben shut his mouth. Some time later, poor Lyusika finishes the checkup, and then she sighs. Ben gulps his saliva nervously as poor Lyusika turns around and looks at him with a serious expression. She is, poor Lyusika pauses there, making Ben more nervous. Pregnant, says poor Lyusika very seriously, making Ben has a horror expression before he fully realizes what the granny has just said. Pre-pregnant? Myra is pregnant? Asks Ben with a stunned expression. Yeah, that's what I've just said. What happened to her before were just the symptoms of her pregnancy. It hasn't even been a week since she got pregnant, but the symptoms have appeared already. Well, she will be fine, she just needs to rest. Congratulations Ben, says poor Lyusika while smiling, such a rare occasion. Ben is still stunned though and his mind goes blank instantly. Ben.exe has stopped working. Even AI Chip mocks him, but he still doesn't react at all. He is too stunned, shocked, surprised, dumbfounded, happy, worried, etc. All kinds of emotions are filling his heart that his mind just goes blank because of them. Poor Lyusika waves her hand in front of Ben's stunned face, but he doesn't even blink. She sighs and pushes him out of her house so she can give proper treatment to Myra's pregnancy symptoms. Myra also needs to rest, so it will be bad if Ben suddenly wakes up. He might scream or faint and fall on Myra. His presence is too dangerous for the pregnant woman because he might do something unpredictable. That's why the old woman chases Ben out of her house. It's not like she is annoyed by his idiotic stunned face, certainly not that. Outside the treehouse, Ben is looking at the sky with a blank expression. His mind is still processing what has just happened. Then sometime later, his guildmates come, and the previous scene happens. Ben finally back to his sense when Urza slaps him because he doesn't respond when they congratulate him. He looks around confusedly before his mind works well again. Then tears flow out of his eyes and he yells happily. Woohoo, I will be a dad, yells Ben happily. His voice is so loud that everyone needs to cover their ears. Poor Lyusika suddenly comes out with a very angry expression and hits Ben with a broom. You are disturbing your pregnant wife. Yells poor Lyusika before going back inside. Ben shuts his mouth but his big smile can't disappear and he keeps mumbling that he'll be a father happily. The others sigh helplessly but then they smile happily. Ben and Myra have gone through a lot of disasters, but they've been very happy lately, so they all are happy too. Myra is resting in poor Lyusika's place that night to make sure that she is healthy. Ben stays by her side and helps her do everything to make sure she doesn't get tired. He is very excited about this whole thing and wants to make sure that his wife and baby are healthy. The old doctor teaches Myra and Ben things about pregnancy and raising children. Ben notes all of them in a notebook, something that he never did because he has AI Chip. But he feels that he needs to note them himself while also asking AI Chip to note them. 3 days later, Myra's conditions improve, and her bad symptoms disappear. They just need to make sure that Myra doesn't get tired but also needs to work out a little so that she'll stay healthy. Ben promises to make sure they do all the tips from poor Lyusika before taking Myra home. He doesn't use teleportation because he is worried that the effect might be bad for Myra. They use Light Runner, but Ben drives very slowly because he wants to be as careful as possible. Myra is giggling seeing Ben drive so carefully to make sure the ride is comfortable. You don't need to be this careful, you know. This is still the 2nd week of pregnancy, so it should be fine if you drive as usual. Light Runner is the best car you've ever made and it's very comfortable at any speed. So there won't be a problem if you go a little faster, says Myra. No. The baby is still too young, they are still very vulnerable, says Ben very seriously with his eyes glued on the road. Sigh, alright, just do what you want, Papa, says Myra teasingly. Ben still has his serious expression, but his lips curl a little hearing what she calls him. Myra keeps giggling before enjoying the slow and comfortable ride. She keeps rubbing her stomach while smiling. After getting home, Ben escorts Myra like a knight escorting his queen. He doesn't even let her open the doors and carry her in his arms when they climb the stairs. Myra sighs, but still lets him do it because he looks very happy. Their siblings return from the guild right after they get home. So Ben gathers them and gives them tasks to do during Myra's pregnancy. They all need to make sure that nothing goes wrong during that time. Listen. Grandma Porlyusika has taught me the things that we need to look out for during Myra's pregnancy. We need to keep the house clean all day, but it's too big for us to clean it by ourselves, and we have jobs to do. So I will hire some workers to clean the house. I will also hire some workers to take care of chores. So I need you guys to stay by Myra's side and take care of her needs. We will take jobs at different times. You guys stay as a team. When I take jobs, you guys stay at home, and when you guys take jobs, I will stay home. Learn everything in this note so nothing will go wrong. Let's make sure that Myra and the baby stay healthy, says Ben very seriously. Elfman, Lysina, Wendy, Bella, and Carla nod very seriously too. Just like Ben, they are very excited about this. Ben then tells the younger ones to accompany Myra while he will search for workers to do house chores. The siblings go to meet Myra in the bedroom immediately after Ben left. They are curious about many things, so they want to ask Myra about them. She giggles seeing them all excited, so she tells them everything that she knows. The next day, 5 maids and 2 gardeners arrive at their house. They are the workers that Ben has found the previous day. He has done some thorough checkups on them and they are clean, so he chose them. The maids will take care of house chores from cleaning, cooking, and anything else. The gardeners will keep everything outside of the house clean and tidy. That's why the gardeners are men because their jobs are very tiring. Didn't you find a job a few days ago? Why don't you go to do it? Asks Myra at Ben because he keeps staying beside her for a few days. I didn't take it, the job isn't important right now, says Ben with a rather haggard face. Sigh, I know my health is more important, and you want to stay beside me all the time to make sure I and our baby are fine. But you don't look fine, you look very tired. You have accumulated a lot of stress these days because you keep worrying. I will be fine, Elfman and Co are here, and our friends keep coming to check on me. Bisksa has taught me many things so I will be fine. I am not a weak woman, you know. I am an S-class mage, so I will be fine, and I'll make sure our baby will be fine, says Myra. But, says Ben. Go take that job, Ben. You need to release that stress. Besides, this job will help you get stronger, right? What if you aren't strong enough when Aknalaja appears again? Who will protect our baby if you can't? Asks Myra. Ben gets silent before nodding. Myra smiles and pats his head. She tells her to sleep for now and the next day, he takes the job to hunt an Aetherius demon. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 330 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 341 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 296. Demon Hunting. Ben takes the job just with Bella now. He didn't bring her to the 10 years quest before because he didn't know how dangerous it was. But it wasn't as dangerous as he thought. Maybe because his power was very compatible with that job, but it was quite easy. The current job might be easier because it's just a normal S-class job. Their job is to hunt 3 demons that destroyed 2 towns simultaneously in Bosco. Those 3 demons have been confirmed to be demons from the books of Zeref. Bosco's mages have tried to slay the demons, but those demons were strong. They also disappear without any trace after destroying the 2 towns. That's why the job is to hunt the demons, not just subjugate them because no one knows where the demons have gone to. Isn't this quite exciting, Bella? We'll hunt creatures like the good old days. The difference is that we hunt animals for food in the past and now we hunt demons, says Ben. Hunt milk, says Belle while extending her hands to Ben. Yeah, we've hunted milk too because we were running out of milk for you. Ben sweat drops and gives Bella a bottle of milk from his space storage. She has a lot in her storage bag, but she rarely takes hers and often asks for the ones that Ben keeps. Anyway, they arrive in Bosco after a day, and they go to Bosco's council branch to confirm their arrival. To their surprise, many mages are taking this job. It pays well, after all, and there is no limit on job applicants because they need to find the demons fast. Almost everyone there recognizes Ben, but he doesn't recognize anyone there. None of his acquaintances seems to take this job. Well, doesn't matter though because he doesn't come here to meet with friends. Ben and Bella immediately leave after receiving the details of the job. They immediately go to the second town that got attacked. Ben doesn't want to lose the traces of those 3 demons. It will be harder to find them if the traces have disappeared. The destruction in the second town is horrible, almost all buildings get destroyed. It's worse than the first town because a big fight between strong mages and the demons happened here. But the casualties are lower here because the battle gave the civilians time to evacuate. Ben doesn't waste his time and immediately searches the Aetherius demon's traces. His Devil Slayer's senses are very sensitive to the demon's traces, so he finds them quite fast. He grabs Bella and moves fast to follow the traces into the wilderness beside the town. Many people who recognize Ben were planning to follow him. He is a very well-known dragon slayer and a wizard saint. So they all know he has keen senses and they want to make use of that to find the demons by following him. Ben realized that too and he couldn't care less about them. None of these stalkers can follow him when he runs to follow the traces, after all. They can't keep up with his speed, which is faster than even speed magic users. After running for almost an hour at his high speed, Ben finally finds the demon's location. It is in a cave on a mountain quite far away from the second town. The cave is rather close to a town and the demons kept moving since they destroyed the previous town, so Ben assumes they will attack the next town soon. Good thing I found them first. More people will get killed if the demons aren't found soon, says Ben while looking at the cave from the shadows in the forest. Fight? Asks Bella. Yeah, we'll fight, if they are still alive later, says Ben while grinning. Ben goes to the cave entrance and spread his strong magic sense. He makes sure that there are only demons inside because his plan will kill anything inside the cave. Too bad though, there are signs of other living beings other than the demons. Sigh, it seems we can't just burn the whole cave. Let's go inside to see if the living beings are humans or other creatures, says Ben. They enter the cave with Bella staying on Ben's head as usual. Ben uses the magic that he created to hide their presence. With this magic, they can enter the cave without any worry of being found by the demons. Ben keeps using his strong magic sense and finally finds the demons. In the same room as the demons are some people wearing black robes. They are kneeling to the demons, so Ben immediately knows who these people are. Demon worshippers. TCH, and here I thought that there are innocents here. I should have just used that plan, thinks Ben pissly. But then he cancels that thought because suddenly some demon worshippers enter the room from a different tunnel. Behind them are some children who are chained. There are some signs of abuse on the children's bodies which make Ben furious. Bastards! I planned to give you all an easy death, but it seems you want the painful one, says Ben with a very furious tone. Ben doesn't want to waste time anymore and flashes toward the demon worshippers who pull the children. There are 4 of them and Ben burns them all in one sweep. They scream in agony as their bodies get burnt and finally everyone in the room gets alerted by Ben's presence. The demon worshippers and the Aetherius demons are looking at him hostilely, but he ignores them. He approaches the children but they all back off because they are scared of him. He sighs and tells Bella to approach the children. Is okay. Ben help, Bella help. You go home, says Bella very confidently with a serious face that looks cute. We can go home? Asks a boy who looks to be the oldest. We save you, says Bella. The children seem to believe Bella, but they are still scared of Ben. Bella looks very harmless, after all, so the children aren't too scared of her, and believe her more than Ben. If Ben didn't suddenly burn the demon worshippers, they might not be too scared of him. But he was too angry because these demon worshippers just need to involve children. He sighs and says, Bella, go to the corner with them and use your barrier amulet. I will take care of the baddies. Bella nods and tells the children to follow her to the corner. They do as she says and go to a corner. Then Bella activates the new barrier amulet that Ben made a few months ago. It creates a big transparent yellow barrier that protects all the children. Kids, is there anyone that gets captured other than you? Asks Ben. The children are still wary of him even though they know he is helping them. But then the oldest boy stands up and talks to Ben even though he is still quite scared. He is the oldest, so he knows he needs to be the bravest. There are other children in the room where we were gathered before. So some children have left that room before us, but they never returned, says the boy. Ben frowns before looking at the demons giggling and the worshippers smirking. Bella, go with the children to where they were placed before. My clones will follow you, so don't worry and focus on maintaining your barrier, says Ben as he makes 7 clones. Bella nods and then she leaves the room with the children. Some demon worshippers try to attack them, but Ben defeats them easily without killing them. He just hits them lightly because he doesn't want to kill them yet. After Bella and the children left, Ben closes the tunnel with a firewall. Then he finally asks, where are the children that you took before them? The one who answers Ben's question isn't the demon worshippers, but one of the demons who looks like a young man with purple hair now. The other 2 demons who look hideous before also transform into humans, one looks like a butler, while the other one looks like a little girl. Why don't you make me talk about it? Asks the purple-haired demon smugly. That smug suddenly disappears because Ben suddenly grabs his face and slams him to the wall behind him. Feel like talking now? Ben doesn't wait for an answer and throws the purple-haired demon at the other demons that rush at him. He cracks his fists and says, let's see how long you can hold on because I can do this all day. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 331 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 342 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 297. Beating up demons. The Aetherius demons attack Ben together after he threatened them. They also order the demon worshippers to attack Ben. But Ben isn't in the mood to fool around, so he takes care of them quickly. Ben uses his Sun Devil's gravity magic to pin the demon worshippers on the floor. Then he flashes to cut all their tendons, which will fully immobilize them. He only targets the demon worshippers for now because they are easier targets. The demons can only watch as Ben defeats all the demon worshippers. He is very fast, after all, so fast that they can't even follow his speed with their eyes. Now they realize that their enemy isn't a pushover but a monster who is very angry. What are you looking at? It's your turn, says Ben, who suddenly stands in front of them. The demons get surprised and they jump back reflexively. But Ben moves a lot faster than them because he knows how they'll react. He flashes behind them and kicks the butler demon to the floor before kicking the kid demon to the ceiling. As for the purple hair demon, Ben grabs his neck and grips it strongly. He also places his left foot on the butler demon that lays on the floor while increasing his weight with gravity magic, so the demon can't move. These three demons can't even show their power yet because Ben's attacks are too fast. I was planning on seeing your curse power for research. But I don't care about that anymore. Tell me where the children are, and I will give you fast death, says Ben with an intimidating tone. The purple hair demon is struggling to break free from Ben's grasp, but he smirks when hearing Ben's demand. I am not honorable enough to tell it to you. Ben increases his grip strength, but then he pauses and looks down. The butler demon's body suddenly gets dried up and a black liquid-like substance comes out of it. The black liquid forms a lot of tendrils that catch Ben's left foot and climb his body. Then, the black liquid tries to enter his body through the pores on his leg while still climbing his body. But then, the black liquid that has penetrated his pores gets burnt. The black liquid demon screams in pain as it jumps away from Ben's body. What did you do? Asks the black liquid demon that squirms on the floor like a slime. Ben smirks seeing the demon in pain and says, You tried to enter and take over my body, hey? It seems your power is taking over others' bodies as a parasite. This butler-like guy must be a mage or maybe one of your demon worshippers. Grr, don't be cocky yet, human. I will figure out the way to take over your body and have access to that power of yours. Then you won't be able to stay cocky anymore, says the black slime. Ha, you will never be able to do it. You can't handle the sun itself, says Ben smugly. Ben had every right to be that cocky because his body is comparable to the sun itself. He has Sun Devil Dragon God Slayer magic in his body, making strong solar energy flows through his body. The Sun Devil Slayer magic is potent enough for demons, but he has 2 more magic of higher tier. Then how about this? Asks the kid demon that suddenly jumps on Ben's face. He has transformed into his demonic form, which looks like a red monkey with goat horns. The kid demon opens his mouth and then his eyes and mouth glow white. White light also appears on Ben's eyes and mouth, which opened up without his consent. Then streams of white light flow from Ben's eyes and mouth to the kid demons. The other 2 demons smirk smugly because they think that Ben has been defeated. No one has ever won against this, after all. But their smirk disappears immediately when the kid demon screams in pain and falls to the floor. Hot! Hot! Screams the kid demon while holding his burnt throat and mouth. What happens? Asks the purple hair demon in disbelief and confusion. Sunshine. That is my power, which gives my body and soul the energy of the sun. You thought that it is just my body that has solar energy? Wrong, even my soul has it too. You are too illiterate, so I'll tell you. Magic and curse are affecting not only one's body but also the soul. So trying to take my soul just because you failed to take my body is a stupid move, says Ben. The kid demon's power is absorbing others' souls to increase its power. While the black slime's power is to take over others' bodies to get their power. The purple hair demon is the only one that hasn't revealed its power. Now, the purple hair is the only hope for these demons to win. But Ben is holding his neck tightly and he can't break free just with physical power. So he needs to use his curse power to break free from Ben's grasp. The purple demon's body suddenly releases a lot of purple goo that flows on Ben's hand. He can feel a tingling sensation on his skin and knows exactly what causes it. Poison, a very potent poison that can kill even high-ranked mages. It's been a long time since I face an opponent that uses poison. Your poison is simply the strongest of anyone that I've faced. But it's not enough, says Ben while burning the poison using his strong solar energy. Ben also burns the purple hair demon, but he holds back to not kill him. It's just enough to hurt him and burn all the poison that comes out of his body. Your types of curse are the strangest that I've ever seen. I would play longer with you if you don't have hostages. But I can't do that now, those kids need to be rescued immediately. Now tell me where the other kids are, says Ben while pulling the kid demon to his free hand. As for the black slime, Ben creates a hot solar energy sphere around it to prevent it from escaping while making it suffer from the heat. He also flows strong heat to the other two demons' bodies. But the three demons stay quiet, so Ben increases the heat that flows through their bodies. Finally, the black slime reaches its limit and tells Ben what he wants to know. Stop. I'll tell you, I'll tell you. Ben lowers the heat just on the black slime while the other two stay the same. Speak. Orders Ben with a low voice. They are dead. He ate their souls because he said children's souls are very tasty. That's also why he has an appearance of a child. It's because he ate a lot of children's souls, says the black slime while looking at the kid demon. Ben gets even more furious now, so he decides to torture the kid demon more. He slams the purple demon on the floor before stepping on him. Now with his left hand freed, Ben starts to torture the kid demon. The heat torture is not enough, so Ben starts to break its fingers one by one. Release the children's souls now and I will stop. Resist, and I will give you something more painful. Arg! Screams the red kid demon in agony as Ben breaks his fingers one by one. He finally gives up on the seventh finger and releases all the souls that he has consumed. The kid demon didn't just eat children's souls, but also adults, so the quantity is high. Ask me, please, says the red kid demon. Where are their bodies? Asks Ben. I don't know, the who, man's posed them, says the kid demon. Ben drops the kid demon before tying him up together with the other two demons using a light chain. Then he approaches the demon worshippers who have gotten their tendons cut. You know what I'm capable of, so I don't want to waste time. Tell me where the children's bodies are and you won't need to suffer any longer, says Ben. Almost all of the demon worshippers stay silent and they try to kill themselves by biting a lethal poison in their mouth. But Ben moves fast and breaks their jaws, so they can't bite. Then finally, a man speaks up before Ben breaks his jaw. The man tells Ben the location, which is deep inside the cave. Then he begs Ben to kill him fast, which Ben does by cutting his neck. The other demon worshippers look at Ben in horror because they were too late to talk and get a quick death. Ben then burns them all with weak Sun God Slayer magic's black flame. The fire will keep them suffering for a long time before killing them. He does the same to the demons but uses Sun Devil Slayer magic. Sigh, I really can't hold my temper when people involve children in shits like this. Let's finish this fast and go back, I need to calm my mind fast, says Ben as he goes to the tunnel that the demon worshipper pointed. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 332 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 343 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 298. Temper. Deep inside the cave, Ben finds some big mounds that he assumes to be the graves of those that have been killed by the demons. He digs one of them and he is correct. There are adults and children's corpses there. It seems there are a lot of victims here. Maybe the demon worshippers have operated longer than I thought, says Ben. Ben decides to leave the job involving these corpses to the knights or mages of this country. He will focus on rescuing the survivors and going back to town. So he goes to where Bella and the kids went. When Ben arrives there, he sees 5 dying demon worshippers on the floor. His clones must have been the ones who did this while Bella focused on protecting the children using her barrier. Ben cuts the dying demon worshippers' tendons and lets them live. The council will need some of them alive to be interrogated. But they might escape, so Ben cuts their tendons to prevent that. They might die before the council's investigators arrive though, but that's not his problem, at least he tried to let them live. He arrives at Bella's location and sees 18 children there. There are no adults even though Ben found adults' corpses before. It seems the adults were killed first for whatever reason that the demon and their worshippers thought of. He sends his clones to explore the cave to make sure that they've found all survivors and taken care of the enemies. Then Ben and Bella take the children out while the clones explore all the areas in the cave. After arriving outside, Ben checks all the kids' bodies. He needs to make sure that none of them get affected by the Aetherius demon's curses. Who knows what the demons or their worshippers did to these kids, after all. His hunch is right, the demon worshippers have done something. They planted the same spell in the kids' bodies. The spell's function is to hurt the kids' bodies so that they will be obedient. It doesn't even break even though the spell user has died, so Ben breaks the spell himself. Some time later, Ben's clones return with 9 more kids and 5 female adults who have been placed somewhere else. The women's eyes are empty and they only wear a big piece of cloth that seems to be given by his clones, so they must be naked before. He doesn't need to ask to know what happened to these women. Are you done? Asks Ben. Yes, all survivors have been saved. Some remaining demon worshippers have been taken care of, says a clone. Ben nods before one of his clones gets closer to him and whispers something. They've found a big treasure stash in a room and they've secured all the treasures. There are even 7 books of Zeref there, which surprise Ben. We'll keep the books. As for the treasures, let's give them to the victims. But we can't just give them right away or other people might take them, ponders Ben. Then, let's ask our acquaintance in the council to take care of this for us, says the clone. Oh, Gelt, hey? I haven't seen him in a long time since he was transferred to Magic Council HQ. Alright, one of you go there and explain the situation. He is someone that I trust the most in the council, says Ben. The clones nod before one of them take out the books and give them to Ben. They leave immediately as Ben stores the books. The clones can survive even when they go very far from Ben now as long as they don't get destroyed by something. But there's no need to worry about that because they will use a teleportation door to reach the HQ instantly. Ben has a personal residence there as a wizard saint and he has installed a teleportation door too in the house. So he can send his clones to the Magic Council HQ safely. After taking care of that, Ben takes the survivors to the nearest town. His car can't accommodate all of them though, so he makes a simple crate using something that he learned recently. He uses the Ark of Embodiment, the magic used by Rusty Rose. After Ben annihilated the Grimoire Heart, he found all their magic books. Ark of Embodiment was the one that interested him the most because he is a craftsman. This magic can make crafting a lot easier for him. But he didn't have time to learn it back then, so he only learned it recently. He still can only make simple things for now, but the things he made are very detailed and strong. The problem with this magic is that the items created by it will disappear after losing all the magic power used to make it. It's magic, after all, not real items, so it depends on the user's magic. Ben will need to do more research on it, but this magic is good enough for now. He just needs to take the survivors to a town, so his newly learned magic will be enough. The town is quite close, so it won't be too long. They arrive in the closest town after an hour of moving at a slow speed. Ben shows his identity to the guards and asks them to call the authorities. He needs to make sure the victims get treated properly before finishing the job. After everything is taken care of, Ben and Bella go back home. The authorities here will take care of the aftermath, so he doesn't need to worry about that. He's also sure that Geld will take care of the treasures for the victim. There's no need to worry about it because Geld knows well what will happen if he tries something funny behind Ben's back. After he arrived at his home, Ben takes a shower before going to bed immediately. Myra knows that something bothers him so she asks about it. He tells everything to her and she listens without interrupting him. I can never stand it when children are getting involved in bad things. But the problem was that I couldn't control my emotions. I let my rage take over me, that's so unlike me, says Ben while lying on Myra's lap. Yeah, you are someone that won't let your emotions overwhelm your mind. But that's not something strange and it's not the first time you do it. You are still human, Ben, so you have emotions, and sometime those emotions will get the better of you. Also, if you were getting too emotional in that job because of children, maybe it's because you will be a father soon, and you've taken care of Wendy since she was a child. That's why you have a strong sympathy for children because you see your sister and child in them. It is not a bad thing, but you should try to hold back. You might hurt those you want to protect if you give in to that rage, says Myra while rubbing Ben's hair. So it's not a bad thing, but I need to learn how to hold it back, hey? I'll try. I don't want to be seen as a monster if those I wish to protect see me in that state, says Ben. Alright, you can do that tomorrow. Let's sleep, for now, the little guy misses his daddy, you know, says Myra while rubbing her bulging stomach. Ben smiles and says, well, I also miss my little man so much. Little man? How do you know it's a boy? Asks Myra while tilting her head. I don't know, I just hope it's a boy, says Ben. Humph, then I want a girl, it will be a baby girl, says Myra. What? We have too many girls in our family, so we need another boy, says Ben. Too many? There are only 5 of us. Me, Lysina, Wendy, Bella, and Carla. That's not too many, says Myra. But the men of the house are only me and Elfman, says Ben. You both are strong men, so it won't be a problem. We are just weak and kind girls, so we need quantity, says Myra. I agree with the kind part, but that weak part sound wrong, says Ben. Compared to you, everyone is weak, so that's true, says Myra. Let's just sleep, says Ben to stop the useless argument. Both of them have different hopes for their baby, but those are just hope. They need to wait for 8 more months before they find the answer. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 333 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 344 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 299. Soon to be. 2 months passed since Ben did that job and he hasn't taken any job since then. He is focused on learning the 7 books of Zeref that he found. They are valuable information sources about curse and Aetherius demons, so he learns them thoroughly. From these books, Ben finds out that the curse that the Aetherius demons used originated from the curse of Angsarum that Zeref got. Zeref must have learned that curse in order to break it and ended up creating these demons that have the purpose to kill him. Kill him my ass, they are worshipping him instead. I'm sure they will follow his order instead of killing him. He also looked like a guy with a personality problem when I saw him on Tenro Island, comments Ben while trying a few things he found in the books. The books of Zeref contain details about the Aetherius demons he created in those books. Ben and AI Chip have learned the books thoroughly to the point where Ben has the confidence to create his own Aetherius demons. Combined with the Arc of Embodiment, creating Aetherius will be easy for Ben. But he will never do that if it's not truly needed. He doesn't have any need for them and he doesn't want to be the next Zeref. His only goal for learning these books is the curse power. If he knows more about curse, then he can improve his Sun Devil Slayer magic that has curse power integrated with it. Midas the Sun Demon used that to fight Escanor the Sun Dragon, so he should be able to use it against Acnologia. We always need more cards to be used. That applies to me and the others. AI Chip, how's the progress on the others' magic improvement? Asks Ben. Ben and AI Chip are researching the methods to improve Fairy Tail Mage's abilities. They use all the data they've collected to improve training methods, magic and spell development, etc. There are a lot of mages in their guild, so it takes quite a long time to finish. The progress for your family members is good because they are the priority. As for other Fairy Tail members, only a few have a high possibility of getting good results using our research's results. The others are predicted to have low results. One family member is also predicted to get lower results unless he receives personal guidance. Reason? Asks Ben. Intelligence and interest in learning from books. Ben's face darkened because he knows the ones that AI Chip means. So the idiots, hey? Let me guess. Elfman, Natsu, Gray, Gajeel, and most of the boys. Correct. Sigh, I can train Elfman, but I don't have time to train everyone. Just find the best training method for them and I'll tell them. For the others who are willing to learn from research, then we will print books for them. Luckily, there is magic to make it easier. I will not do it if I need to type every letter using a computer, says Ben. There is no computer in this world. No shit, Sherlock, says Ben before starting his training. The next month, AI Chip finishes all the research, and Ben prints all of the results into books. The books aren't made for each person, they are categorized by magic. So the books will be kept in the guild's library and everyone will have access to them. Ben can make each book for each person, but he doesn't do it because personalized stuff can't be passed down to the next generation or be used by others. If the mages want personal tips, then they need to ask Ben, which he'll gladly explain. Besides, he just wants to provide ways for his friends to improve. They need to think and do it themselves without him telling them to do it. He won't teach anyone who doesn't want to improve themselves, it's just a waste of time. As planned, Ben registers all the books in the guild's library. There are so many of them that the guild needs to expand its library. Everyone is dumbfounded by the number of books that Ben wrote himself. Then, just as he predicted, many of them try to read the books, but not all of them have the patience to truly read the books, especially the boys. Steams just come out of their heads before they can even finish a paragraph. That's just how bad they are at reading. Some of them then decide to ask their smarter friends to help them, while some ask Ben directly. He doesn't have time to take care of every one of them, so he makes clones to help them. Ben does the same for Elfman. After all, only his sisters can get taught directly by him now. For the next few months, Ben focuses on taking care of Myra. Other than that, he works on his and his family's training. He only takes jobs every once in a while to release his stress and gives experience to his siblings. There's no big problem so far, only Ben making big deals out of everything regarding Myra's pregnancy. He forbids any idiot like Natsu, Gray, etc. to get close to Myra. As for Elfman, he can get closer but not allowed to touch her belly at all. Ben's reason is that he is worried that their idiocy might affect his baby. Those who cross the limit that Ben has set receive divine punishments from him. He is just being overly overprotective of his pregnant wife. Everyone in the guild thought that Juvia is the only one who went crazy because of love. Turns out that Ben gets even crazier than her when his wife gets pregnant. He was still calm at first, but as the pregnancy gets older, his calmness starts to disappear, and he becomes overprotective. Myra has reprimanded him, but he never listened, so she just lets him do what he wants. He takes care of her very well, after all, and always makes her comfortable. Ben pampers her so much right now and she knows it won't last long, so she uses this chance to the fullest. Her appetite grows a lot as her pregnancy gets older. She asks many kinds of foods that Ben had never heard of before. But he will search for it without asking any questions, which make her ask for more and more. There was one time when she said she wanted to eat a very rare fish. Ben immediately used all his connections to find one, but there was no fresh catch. So he went to the sea and searched for the fish himself. He pulled every fish in the sea around him using his gravity before he finally found 2 of the fish he wanted. The fishermen who helped him find the location were very dumbfounded when he released all the other fish because he didn't have any use for them. As time passes, it's not just Myra's belly that gets bigger, but also her whole body. She doesn't look like someone with obesity, she just gets chubby, a normal thing during pregnancy. It doesn't matter though, for Ben, she is still the most beautiful woman in the world. Poor Lyusika also says that she is healthy, so there's no problem at all. It's just that her belly gets bigger than normal. Ben knows the normal size from when Bisksa was pregnant, but Myra's belly is bigger than that. He doesn't think much about it though because poor Lyusika doesn't say anything about it, so it must be nothing. Then, after 9 months of pregnancy, Myra finally will give birth. Ben is waiting outside the room with Elfman, Wendy, Bella, Carla, and others. Myra is inside the room in poor Lyusika treehouse with the old woman, Lysina, Lucy, and Levy who help her in her labor. Ben is walking back and forth nervously with a very worried expression. He can't calm down at all, and this is why he needs to wait outside. The old woman initially allowed Ben to stay inside to support Myra, but he will just disturb the labor if he stays inside because of his nervousness. Everyone tries to calm him down but he doesn't hear anything. So they give up and just give him a space to walk around. They are also quite nervous because labor is a hard task. So they hope it will work well, and minutes later, they hear a sound. "Oee! Oee!" Ben's ears finally work and he says, "My baby." You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 334 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 345 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 300. A father. Ben barges into the room when he hears the baby's cry even though poor Lyusika forbade him from entering before she gives permission. The baby's cry makes him impatient, so he just barges in. He sees poor Lyusika cutting the baby's umbilical cord. She is very displeased that he enters without permission, but she just sighs and lets him be. Then Ben approaches the baby as poor Lyusika passes the baby to Levy. "Let me see my son," says Ben. "Oh, it's a daughter," says Levy. Ben's face darkens and images of his daughter growing up appear in his mind. She will find a boy she likes and then one day she will get married to a boy he doesn't know. This is the reason why Ben is worried about having a daughter. He can't even imagine letting his sisters marry random dudes, not to mention his daughter. His days will be filled with worry and anxiety because someday his daughter will suddenly bring a boy home. He has done many things to prevent boys from approaching his sisters until they're of age, now he needs to add his daughter to the protection list. I won't let any boy approach my sisters and daughter until they're 30. Shouts Ben so suddenly. "Shut up. Your wife hasn't finished her labor," shouts poor Lyusika angrily. She hasn't finished? Asks Ben dumbfoundedly as Levy leaves to clean the blood on Ben's daughter's body. Ben gets silent and looks at Myra resuming her labor. There is still another baby inside her belly, so they are having a twin. Myra is having a hard time, so Ben approaches her and holds her hand to support her. He keeps his mouth shut during the labor to not disturb anyone. Myra is holding his hand very tightly that it will break if he is a normal person. Luckily, he is not, so he will still be able to hold his babies normally. Some time later, the second baby finally comes out and Ben can see something between the baby's legs. He smiles brightly because the second-born is a boy. Now, the images of playing games at night, playing football, building a car, training with his son, and giving advice to him about girls appear in his mind. "Myra, we have a daughter and a son at once." "This is great," says Ben at the tired Myra. She smiles and weakly says, "You're right, this is great, but I feel very tired." "I got you," says Ben as he flows his magic power to Myra. Ben has done long research on healing magic using the data of Wendy's magic. He can't make the same spell as Wendy's Sky Dragon Slayer's healing spell. But he can make a spell that only he can use as a Sun Devil Dragon God Slayer. He has a very strong life force because of his sun magic power. That strong life force can be used to heal his wounds at a fast rate. His healing will be faster when he gets exposed to sunlight. In the past, he could only use it for himself, but now, his research makes him able to use it on others, and that's what he uses on Myra. Myra gets energized fast and the pain from her labor disappears soon. Her stretched belly even returned to normal along with her internal organs that transformed when she was pregnant. If not for her chubbier body, no one will believe that she has just given birth to a twin. Poor Lyusika who watches it just sighs and says, "I can't even get surprised anymore." "Anyway, your babies are healthy, too healthy even, as they are bigger than normal babies. It's quite rare for twins to get that big because the nutrition was split between the two of them. But well, that's a good thing, so don't worry." Congratulations on giving birth to a twin safely. You are now officially a father and a mother. The old woman smiles as Levi and Lysina bring the twin. Levi puts the baby girl on the bed beside Myra, while Lysina gives the baby boy to Ben. Ben lowers the baby boy, so Myra can see him while lying down. Both their babies have the same hair color. They have bicolor hair with dark blonde hair at the base and it turns white as it reaches the tip. Ben doesn't know how that is scientifically possible for natural hair color, but this is a magic world, so it must be magically possible. Their skin tones are quite different as the girl has darker skin just like Ben while the boy is paler like Myra. The girl also has a pair of sharp eyes like her father, her iris is also yellow, and her face resembles Ben so much. The boy resembles her mother with calm blue eyes. They are just like both of you except for the hair. Appearance-wise, the boy is like Myra Nay, while the girl is like Ben Nii, says Lysina. Phew, she really looks wild like her father, while he looks kind like me, says Myra while looking at her babies. Wild? Do I really look like that? Asks Ben while tilting his head. Everyone doesn't say anything and only looks at him. Rather dark skin, short spiky blonde hair, sharp jawline facial features, sharp eyes with slitted yellow irises, tall and muscular body, longer and sharper fangs than normal humans, and a bone-chilling devilish smile. All his physical traits only scream manly and wild, but they don't say anything. Have you thought of names? Asks Lysina to change the topic. Of course, that is the most important thing, after all. We have thought about it every day, and have come up with so many names. We even needed to make a tournament for the names so we could select the best ones, says Ben smugly. To tournament? 4 names? Just what were this married couple thought? Asks Lucy while sweat dropping. Well, they've just thought of too many names for their baby. But they could only select one for boy and one for girl, so they made a tournament-like game to select the best names. They've selected the names that they like the most through that game. Poor Lyusika suddenly opens the door and everyone outside enters the room. Well, not all of them because the room is small, only some people like Makarov, Ben and Myra's family, and some people who move faster like the S-classes and S-class candidates. A twin? Asks Wendy in surprise. Yeah, a girl and a boy, says Ben. So cute, says Bella while flying with Carla to look at the babies closer. WOOH. We have new family members. New men. Says Elfman cheerfully. Only one will be a man though, retorts Grey. Such cute babies. They look just like the both of you, says Urza. Congratulations, Ben and Myra. You have taken one step further in your life now. Your family has grown bigger and you have bigger responsibility too now, says Makarov. Congratulations, both of you, says everyone there happily. Thank you, everyone. Please take care of us and our children too in the future, says Ben and Myra. Ah, that's right, what are their names? Asks Urza. Oh right. Let me introduce the babies to their uncles and aunties, says Ben while picking up his babies. You uncles? Asks the young boys with twitching mouths. Aunties? Asks the young girls with worse expressions than the boys. Yeah, we are friends, right? So we are like brothers and sisters. That's why for my children, you are their uncles and aunties. Even Wendy is their aunt because she is my sister, and most of you are older than her, so you are uncles and aunties, says Ben with a big smile. The young boys and girls get stabbed in their hearts while Wendy just laughs bitterly because it's true. Makarov and the older ones sigh because they know Ben is messing around with his friends. Stop teasing them with a fact and just tell us the kids' names, says Makarov. Their hearts get hurt more when they hear that and they even cough some imaginary blood. Ben knows it's time to stop, so he tells them his baby's names. My girl's name is Ariel, meaning the god's lion. As for my boy, his name is Gabriel, meaning God's hero, says Ben while smiling widely. On this day, August 27th, year X788, Ariel Cooper and Gabriel Cooper are born. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 335 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 346 of Transcended as Lord Buggy.